First of all, thank you very much for coming today. We appreciate so much to all the participants, including the speakers as well as the audience who have come all the way here to attend this second workshop on the historiography of Adi Shankaracharya. Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the ultimate essence behind the renaissance of Sanatana Dharma, has been grossly misinterpreted in terms of its history. The presence of total 17 Shankara Vijayas written by various authors are of no solace at all, as it has been found to be manipulated and mutilated by the replacement with spurious Sanskrit slokas to derive a different narrative of his life. The discussions and arguments among these research scholars using such spurious Shankara Vijayas yield a totally different conclusion, which we need to correct from time to time. Kalavai, Sri Mahadevendra Saraswati Shankaracharya Trust conducted the first workshop on the historiography of Sri Adi Shankaracharya 2 years back, inviting scholars to discuss the various aspects of the life of Sri Adi Shankaracharya. Today, the Trust has decided to conduct the second such conference at Sri Ramakrishna Advaita Ashram, Kalady, Kerala, for which I really have to thank the Swamiji for allowing us and giving us this opportunity to conduct this workshop in this ashram. The inspiration to delve into the life of Adi Shankaracharya was provided by my personal Diksha Guru, Sri Jayendra Saraswati Shankaracharya Swamiji of 69 Shankaracharya of Kanchi Kamakoti Peetham. I had the great opportunity to travel to various spiritual destinations along with him and interact on various subjects associated with the Adi Guru, Sri Adi Shankaracharya, his life and teaching. I would like to introduce late Dr. W.R. Antarkar, one of the greatest historians of the 21st century, who had dedicated his whole life on the study of the 17 Shankara Vijayas and several other manuscripts pertaining to this great saint, which he obtained from various libraries and universities all over India. His PhD thesis, Shankara Vijaya, a comparative and a critical study, is still being used by numerous global researchers for their interpretation of Sri Adi Shankara's life. We are distributing a free copy of this book to all the attendees today for their reference. I would like to mention another of his research book, Kanchi Mat, a myth and a reality, wherein he has laid threadbare the various misconceptions spread about the fifth Mata and confirmed its existence as a Mata established directly by Sri Adi Shankaracharya. As a honor to late Dr. W.R. Antarkar for his great effort in the above-mentioned research activity throughout his life, I hereby dedicate the second workshop on the historiography of Sri Adi Shankaracharya to this great historian. I should now mention about the next budding historian Indologist, Dr. Murali Kadiramangalam, an upcoming research scholar who has the benefit of writing a few research books himself and who is now the convener of the second workshop. Having left his highly paid job to pursue his keen research interest on Sri Adi Shankaracharya, Dr. Murali Kadiramangalam has been tirelessly investigating and exploring the various locations visited by Sri Adi Shankaracharya and plan to organize excavation to strengthen his finding. Our trust is proud of the selfless researcher and would support his endeavor to our level best. The other budding researcher is Dr. Sri Ram Narayan Swami, who again has been working in SIF as well as now in Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan in Mumbai. Another great researcher dedicating his life to Sri Adi Shankaracharya's life. The various papers to be read in this conference are expected to be published within a month after this conference in order to incorporate the changes which could be arrived upon after the panel discussion results after each paper is read. I thank all the participants and audience for their encouragement by participating in this event. Thank you very much. Jai Jai Shankara, Hara Hara Shankara.
We would like to briefly felicitate Mr. Sridhar, without whom we could not do any of this. So just give us a minute.
Namaskaram. This is for the human service that Sri Sridhar ji has been doing towards the propagation of the legacy of Bhagavad Pada Shankaracharya. Shri Jayendra Kripa Jushtah, Shri Jayendra Yati Shrestha Kripa Jushtah Sudharmikah, Sada Shri Bhagavad Pada Pada Seva Parayanah, Dharmarthah Shri Dharo Jiyat, Kainkaryam Tasya Vardhatam, Shri Shankara Guroho Kirtihi, Pavayatu Akhilam Jagat. So, Shri Sridhar, the pious recipient of the grace of the great ascetic Shri Jayendra Saraswati Swamigal, whose wealth is exclusively used for the propagation of Dharma, and the one who ever remains committed to the service of the lotus feet of Shri Shankara Bhagavad Pada. May he prosper, may the good work undertaken by him flourish, and may the glories of Shankara Bhagavad Pada purify the entire universe. Thank you.
We are conferring the title of Bhagavad Pada.
And we herewith confer the title of Bhagavad Pada Seva Parayana upon Sri Sridhar ji.
Okay, please. Connect my. Okay. Yes, yes. Look, you don't have to read the biodata and all later on. Just. Screen. Screen. Screen.
Here I can't.
You tell them. Sir, we'll have to put the screen now. Swamiji, பேசணுங்க. Please.
May I now invite Ashrama Adhyaksha Swami Sri Vidyananda to deliver his felicitation.
ॐ श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आलयं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादं शङ्करं लोकशङ्करम् ॐ स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे त्वयोश्रित्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्रीयतिराजाय विवेकानन्दसूरये सच्चित्सुखस्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे। Good morning to everyone. We are all assembled here for the second workshop on the historiography of Adi Sankara on the theme, the tradition of Adi Sankara in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I offer my love and namaskar to the Managing Trustee, Sri B. Sridhar Sir, the convener, Dr. Murali N. Kadiramangalam, and the board members for organizing the seminar on Sri Adi Shankaracharya with the participation of scholars from different parts of India in collaboration with Sri Ramakrishna Advaita Ashram, Kalady. We heartily welcome all the scholars, guests and participants. We sincerely hope that the seminar will help admirer of Sri Shankaracharya to understand his philosophy in a clear and simple way. The advent of Adi Shankaracharya and Swami Vivekananda played a vital role in the revival and re-establishment of Sanatana Dharma. In the history of Indian philosophy, both occupy a very special places. They appeared at a critical times when Hinduism faced great challenges. During Sankara, it was the degradation of Buddhism. During Swami Vivekananda, it was the Christianity because of British rule. And both of them worked tirelessly to revive and spread the spiritual message of Sanatana Dharma. Adi Shankaracharya was born in the 18th century, this place of Kalady in Kerala. From a very young age, he mastered the Vedas and Upanishad and accepted sannyasa early in life at Omkareshwar, North India. He travelled across India by walk, wrote profound commentaries on the Upanishads, Brahma Sutra and Bhagavad Gita, and firmly established the philosophy of Advaita Vedanta, the oneness of the individual soul with Brahman. He also established 4 major monasteries in the 4 corners of India to preserve and spread Vedic wisdom. Till today, those 4 ashramas are functioning at Sringeri, Dwaraka, Badrinath and Puri, Jagannath Dham. Swami Vivekananda was born in 1863 in Kolkata. Inspired by Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he dedicated his life to spiritual service. He travelled throughout India, understood the sufferings of the people, and later carried the message of Vedanta to the West. His historic speech at the Parliament of Religions in Chicago brought global recognition to Hinduism. He presented Vedanta in a practical way through the 4 yogas, Bhakti Yoga, Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga, and founded the Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission to serve the humanity with the motto Atmano Mokshartham Jagadhitayacha and ideology Shiva Jnane Jiva Seva. Mahadeva Seva is Jiva Seva. One more thing is, Shankaracharya has started a Dasanami Sannyasa Sampradaya. We Ramakrishna Mission, Ramakrishna Math belongs to the Puri Sampradaya. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa was initiated into Vedanta practice by a sannyasi called Totapuri. So we belong to a Dasanami Sampradaya, one of the Sampradaya called Puri. Adi Shankaracharya laid strong philosophical foundation of Advaita Vedanta according to that time need. And Swami Vivekananda brought Vedanta into the daily life for the common people. Both were great teachers and they spread the universal spirituality. Today, we offer our humble pranams at their holy feet. We pray Adi Shankara Bhagavan, Sri Ramakrishna, Ma Sarada Devi, Swami Vivekananda, bless us all. With this, I conclude. Nanni Namaskaram. Jayatu Bhagavatacharya, Sri Shankaracharya Bhagavan. Jayatu Sri Ramakrishna. Nanni Namaskaram.
Thank you, Swamiji. Now I request our convener, Dr. Murali Kadramangalam, to convey the motivation speech. I request you to take over the dais, sir.
Move the screen, please.
Thank you very much.
Swamiji is now leaving the stage. Thank you very much, Swamiji, for felicitating us in this occasion.
Shut this light. This light.
We don't know which is the switch.
I don't know. This. Namaskaram. Good morning. Welcome to all of you. People are still coming from outside. So I just want to very briefly tell you why we are assembled here. Okay. I think Mr. Sridhar has already mentioned that we have several biographies which are called the Shankara Vijayas of, that is the biography of Adi Sankara. They are just a rough guide to his life, because they have been written in a very late period, much after his time, and they were written by poets and authors, not by people who are knowledgeable in Itihasa, Purana, etc. So we have a very unreliable source, and in addition to that, so the Sanskrit scholars who labored on Shankara's life over the last somewhere from at least from 1878, when the first paper by Professor Pathak was published, and probably a little bit earlier, they have come up with various conclusions on his life, etc., the incidents in his life, but it is all inconclusive. These Sanskrit scholars have toiled very hard, and we have to give them credit with the limited resources they had. But the problem is that, there was no conclusive, clear information, a very clear biography. Now, Mr. Sridhar mentioned, this is the book that is being given by him to all of you. This is the PhD thesis of Professor W.R. Antarkar. He went from manuscript library to manuscript library in India, collected the manuscripts, created critical editions of the Shankara Vijayas, barring one or two, barring say Anantanandagiri and one or two. He created these critical editions, published them, and then intercompared them in his study. And at the Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute in Pune, he actually finalized his thesis, which was submitted to the University of Pune. So, as Mr. Sridhar has said, we are actually indebted to him, and that book is with you. It's a very precious book, very expensive book that he has given us. So I think that please take advantage of it. Please take advantage of it. Okay? Music. Okay. Now, the problem has been that, see, on one side we have Sanskrit scholars studying it. On the other hand, we have Indologists and archaeologists. And I'm very pained to inform you that not a single Indologist, not a single archaeologist in the last 150 years since the Archaeological Survey of India was started did any survey or paid any attention to studying Shankara, Adi Sankara. It's a very sad story where absolutely no attention has been paid in the last 150 years since the ASI has begun. We cannot entirely blame the archaeologists or the Indologists. They also have certain issues of taking up this subject. So I ventured very boldly into this. I joined, I'm an engineer, I'm a PhD. I didn't want to bring this topic up. I'm a PhD in engineering, and I joined Deccan College to get my MPhil first in archaeology, and I could see that they are not able to relate to this subject. and it's not really their fault. Okay, so I realized that this is going to be a new area that we actually have to set up. We have to set up the field. That is, there is a field called Shankarite studies, which all of you are familiar with. It mainly includes probably the philosophy of Shankara. I think we have to broaden the scope to include the history, the archaeology, the Indology, the entire gamut of aspects of Shankara, which have been ignored. I think we as a society have to set up at least one department first of Shankarite studies in India, because without that, in the future, there won't be research in this area. So for me, it has been a sort of a lone quest at this point. This situation is such that, you have had Sanskrit scholars not reach any conclusion. We have no Indological or archaeological surveys. So we really don't know. Truly, whatever we are told today about Shankara is just based on some legends from the Shankara Vijayas and local legends. So we really don't know a whole lot about him. I'll tell you one thing. This painting here and this painting here, it is all based on Raja Ravi Varma's conception. But if you go and look at the old images of Shankara, he actually looks very different than this. When you go back and look at the very, very old images, he doesn't look like this. Okay? He looks very different. He's shorter, a little stockier, somewhat curly hair, roundish, boyish face. He looked very different, and he did not wear a vastra, because a Paramahamsa Parivirajacharya does not have to have a vastra on the head. He had just a single cloth, and maybe one upavita, small upavita, which you can see in some very old Kerala paintings, very old. So, I will just give you a couple of examples of some towns and temples, so that you can see why we don't know anything about Shankara. So let me, I try to speed up here. So many of you have visited Suchindram. Can somebody here tell me, has anybody visited Suchindram? Yeah. So many people have visited Suchindram. Have you noticed at the entrance of the Suchindram temple, near the office, there are images, there is a whole pillar with the images of Shankara. Okay? Nobody knows about this. Right? So in Suchindram actually gives you a key to understanding Shankara. Very surprisingly, in Suchindram, you have a Sthala Purana. You actually have a Sthala Purana. See, Sthala Purana of a Shiva temple has a whole chapter dedicated to Shankara in Tamil, in Malayalam, and in Sanskrit. And in Sanskrit, there is a stotra that he has composed to Sthanumalaya. And that particular stotra is used to be painted on the back wall of the what you call Sri Kovil or Garbhagriha. And in addition to that, there was a post called Kattiyam, where the stotra of Shankara was always sung in the morning and evening under the Kondrayadi Nathar and a few other places. The stotras, several stotras, parts of that stotra are used during the daytime for the worship of the deities there. And they are used in various locations. In addition to that, in Suchindram, you also have several inscriptions. See, that is the Shankara, the Trishur Mathas. The Trishur Mathas which are there, they had a branch in Suchindram which was managing several temples and lands and properties there. And so there are numerous inscriptions from which you can actually, the Suchindram inscriptions actually help us trace back the Shankara Parampara of the Trishur Mathas. That's where I found the key, because there were many inscriptions which were written about, but those inscriptions were interpreted as being late, meaning that they were just, the Parampara from Trishur was late. But in fact, the Suchindram inscriptions link back to various people in the Mathas. And from the history, you can actually trace back and look at it and then connect it back to the inscriptions in Tirunandapuram. I think the place is called Mitranandapuram, right, sir? So you can actually connect it back. The acharyas were from Tirunandapuram, were running these places, etc. You can actually see that. So Suchindram, these are the images of Shankara, a series of images of Shankara in Suchindram. series of images of Shankara that you see in Suchindram. And there are many other images which I learnt about after coming away from my several visits, so I still have to go back. This is a Kondrai tree, nothing important, but the deity inside is under the Kondrai tree. And there are old inscriptions here which tell us this is a very ancient place, very ancient. I mean, even in the kitchen you find very ancient inscriptions, and Madapalli, you find very, very ancient inscriptions. So, all in all, when you put it together, and the most important thing is that the local tradition, if you go and talk to the families, both the Nambudris and the Pothis, they will tell you that, the tradition has been set up by Shankara. So K.K. Pilla, when he wrote his monumental book on this, did not comment on this aspect, but his nephew has written subsequently, and he has mentioned this in his thesis. So Suchindram is a place where you have very strong evidence of Shankara. It was, as you all know, part of Kerala, but now it is part of Tamil Nadu for reasons of demarcation, etc. But the Shankara Vijayas, which cover his travels to various places, does not mention Suchindram, right? Which is very odd, that the Shankara Vijayas, where you have hard evidence, that place is skipped. Now, Guruvayur, you all have visited Guruvayur. Now, there are actually, I would say that I had heard about this through certain books, and then Mr. Sridhar pointed them out to me. See, there is a spot here, which I have marked, at the outer Prakara, where, there is a legend that Shankara fell down, etc. The most important thing there is that during the Sriveli, when they go around, they stop for Shankara at that spot. And this is done several times a day. The music stops, the people stop, then they proceed. And the administrator there told me that during the Ekadashi festival, Guruvayur festival, they make a bamboo sort of replica of, the mandapam or the Garbhagraham, and keep the deity there, where the spot where Shankara, is supposed to have fallen. And they do the pujas there, outside, in the Prakara. So this is a worship practice where there too it's attributed to Shankara, the worship practice and the establishment of the Guruvayur Ekadashi. Obviously, because the temple has been, burnt and everything has fallen, there is an image of Shankara. There are two images, one of Shankara and Bilvamangalam Swami. These are all just made of cement. And the inner Prakara, they have got an image which they have made of Shankara. But these are all new things, because we don't know. So the old evidence really has escaped us. But the worship practice says that, I think that there is some truth, for Sriveli to stop so many times in a day, it's quite odd at the spot, which they have marked. They have marked a spot. So when you look at these places, and there are other places in Kerala that I have visited, you find that Shankara's, there is evidence in Kerala. People told me there's no evidence. There is evidence in Kerala. Lot of evidence. A lot of evidence in Tamil Nadu. Okay, much more in Tamil Nadu. But I'll speak about that this afternoon. But what happens is, the Shankara Vijayas are oblivious. They don't know about these things. So obviously, we have to then go and find from the ground, taking the input of Sanskrit scholars. We have got many Sanskrit scholars. We have our great Professor Murali Madhavan is here. We have got Dr. Anandraj. So many people are here. We need to take the input from the Sanskrit scholars. We need to tie that up with the materials on the ground and come up subsequently, because I have found certain very old images in Kerala which point me in certain direction. That is, if I go to a place and I find an old image of Shankara, I know there is something there. For example, I will talk about it, about Veliyanad and the images I have found there. So when we take all this material together, I am very sure we will be able to, at the very least, construct a much better biography. And I am very positive and hopeful that these surveys can point us towards the birthplace, the actual physical house. Now, this was done in the case of Buddha. The UNESCO sponsored it, the Japanese government sponsored it, and they actually in Lumbini have excavated down to the period of the Mauryas, and they have found the post holes, and they have dated them using carbon, and they have basically said, they have said that this is the house of Buddha, where he was born. Likewise, I am very sure we will be able to find it in and around Kalady. So let me just tell you about Kalady. Kalady, see, we are in Kalady today, and if you look at the Mahadevendra Shankara Vijayam, Okay? It says that Shankara's birthplace Kalady, the way it describes it is that in Thrissur, in Thrissivapperur, the Purna river is flowing through it. Okay? And then Kalady is near that. Now that is very strange. And Ramakrishna Swami Tapasyananda translated this, and he writes this is a geographical error. So now we have the basis. This is the second canto, Birth of Shankara, in which he says the river flows through Thrissur and then Kalady. And in fact, if you read very carefully, it says that Vrishabachala is on the tata of the Purna river, which is also, inaccurate. So we have all these inaccuracies based on which we are trying to find the location of Kalady and Shankara. So I am not being critical. Please understand, our acharyas, the Sringeri acharyas, the Kanchi acharyas, have established modern structures in Kalady. Okay? It's very important. And the reason, okay, I'll come to that. I don't want to tell you that why. So let us look at how Kalady was kind of pointed out to the rest of the world. All of you people, Saraswati Amma is here, our Unnikrishnan sir is here, all the old people, Vishnu sir is here. All of them knew where Kalady was because they were living, there. Right? They all know. But the world did not know where Kalady was. So at some point in 1890s, Diwan, a former Diwan of Mysore state, Sheshadri Iyer, was sent to Kerala and told find Kalady. See, he reported back that there were 3 Kaladis, one near Thiruvananthapuram, one near Ernakulam, and one in Malappuram. So which one should we choose to be the Kalady? And he was told that take the one where the river is, because the river flows through it. Now the river is flowing through it is based on something written in the Shankara Vijayam which is inaccurate. Okay? But they selected this place. Okay? So they selected it and they built modern structures. The great stupi has been built by our Acharya. He has built it. And then the Sringeri Madam has built the Janmabhoomi. But when you go through Kalady and actually go look very carefully, you don't find the ancient evidence there. There is no inscription, there is no image. Are we saying that for this great Acharya, the Cheras, the Pandyas, the Cholas, the Pallavas, whoever came, they did not leave a single inscription, a single image, a single shrine, a single temple? It is not possible. That is why I'm not saying in any way, I'm not criticizing. Our Acharyas have done a very great job for multiple reasons. And I'll tell you why Kalady is important. Kalady is important because these families are living. Kaipalli, Kapalli, Talayatumballi, they are all living in and around. And Melpadur Mana is living south. And also Swarnatu Mana is living south. So they are all congregated in and around this place. That is why, according to me, this place is important. There is no other reason. They are all here. Why they are here, that is also another thing which I have been trying to trace and find out. Okay, so we don't know exactly, right? I mean, Saraswati Amma and others, I have been grilling them for years now. Okay, and Kapali Mana also grilling them for years. Why you came here, right? So, any case, all I am saying is, we have established a place, we have great reverence to our Acharyas, we respect them, but history to a degree is different from faith. And I hope, sir, in that I am not wrong. So we have to find the historical records, the information, everything that we can about Shankara and leave it for the future generations. Because if we don't do it now, Kerala, you people are building so much here, constructing so much in Kerala. Continuous construction with all the money that is pouring into Kerala. That one day, whatever little few footprints of Shankara are there, they will all disappear. So before that happens, I would like to save this, collect all the evidence, put it in a museum here, and leave the sites also for posterity, so that people in the future generation say, yes, as a faith, we all congregated in Kalady. Very, very important. There are multiple reasons beyond the families living there. I can't publicly say many of the things. So Kalady is important. Kalady's importance will never diminish because of these people. They are there. But the historical sites of his mother's house, his father's house, the temples associated with him, all that has to be found. The artifacts have to be excavated from the ground. They are all lying below the ground. They need to be removed. They need to be put in a museum and left for posterity with enough security and markers that people know in the future. If we want to continue the research, this is where we go. This is the hope. Now, as for doing this, I started an initiative called the National Adi Sankara Mission. we've been going all around Tamil Nadu and Kerala gathering the evidence. Okay, and I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it, but we have been sort of gathering the evidence. And in addition to gathering the evidence, to help us find the maternal home, the paternal home, and also the various other sites. Now, in addition to that, there are monuments associated with Shankara. And I tell you, Vadakanathan, I was under the impression, okay, Vadakanathan is there. Okay, there is just, okay, it's one other temple. But I was very shocked. I went to the Sri Kovil and I walked around, saw, and you have an image of Shankara being blessed by Vyasa under Yoga Dakshinamurti on the entrance of the Sri Kovil wall of Vadakanathan. Now, I went to ASI and requested them, I need your help. I went to the Devaswam board, I requested their help. I have photographed that particular image after due permissions. And I can tell you, after deep study, connecting it to the other ancient images of Shankara, which we find always in association with Yoga Dakshinamurti, I'm very sure that you have an image of Shankara dating to about 11th century, about mid 11th to 12th century, somewhere in that period, of Shankara on the Sri Kovil wall of Vadakanathan. Now, there is a lot more in Vadakanathan. All of you know, there is a lot more legends and so many things. So, we have Vadakanathan, which I think is a very important monument. Kailasanatha temple in Kanchipuram has numerous images of Shankara, numerous ancient images of Shankara. So we have all these monuments. My dream is that we can build a Shankara circuit across Kerala and across the country, so that ultimately our people who are interested, both from a historical standpoint and from a devotional, those who are devotees, followers, they can visit these places. And just like the Buddhist circuit has been built, I propose that we build a circuit for Shankara. That is very important, so that in the future, people know what these monuments were. There are some places like Suchindram, so much evidence. We should encourage our people to go there. So now I have told you something. This is the reason why we are here. The reason is, see, people who are here, all of you have a lot of information. And we have very less information. We want to gain the information from you. We want to exchange information. We want to understand. Very boldly you can get up and talk. As a small audience, we can all get up and boldly talk about what we are doing. And, during question answer or during the panel discussions, feel free to participate. It's an information gathering and exchanging session, that's all. People who are online, please ask questions. And I request one of them, if Jyotika is there or Akshaya is there, please see if the participants are asking any questions online. If there are any online questions, Mr. Vishnu, please point them out. If there are any online questions or comments or queries, please point them out. We will read them and answer them. Okay? And, we may disagree on some issues, but let's do it very politely. Okay? And lastly, I really hope we can all come together and work together, identify, verify, and establish the heritage sites of Shankara, find the artifacts, excavate them, and, leave it for posterity. And this is a collective effort. All of us have to work together to do it. And I request you to work with us. If anybody who wants to actually volunteer, work with us, please do. If you want to, work with us fully, please do. And those who are, able to fund us and support us, you're also welcome to please help us in this effort. So this workshop is really an exchange forum. And I request all of you, please stay, because there are some very nice lectures which are coming later in the day. Sri Ram's lectures, Dr. Anandra's lectures. Nice lectures are coming later in the day. Dr. Lavanya is here, her lectures. All of you, please stay and hear them patiently. Okay, thank you very much. Breakfast, lunch, tea, everything is provided here. Tea will be served here. So please stay and help us go forward. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, sir. May I respectfully invite Mahamahopatyaya, Professor P.C. Murali Madhavan, sir, to kindly deliver the invited lecture titled Historical Glimpses of Faith, the Identity of Brahman and Narayana Shankara's Observations Reflected in the Bhashyas. A brief introduction of Professor Murali Madhavan sir. So he is a recipient of Rashtrapati Puraskar for the lifetime contribution to Sanskrit. He is currently the Director-in-Chief, Kandallu Sala Institute for Higher Learning and Research in Ancient Indian Wisdom, Thiruvananthapuram. He was the former professor and head Department of Sanskrit, Central Sanskrit University, Guruvayur campus, and the former Director and Planning and Development in Sri Shankaracharya University, and also the former professor and head of the Department of Sanskrit Sahitya at SWHAS Kalady. Professor Murali Madhavan produced 30 doctoral degrees and composed, edited, translated, commented, and published 25 books in English, Sanskrit, and Malayalam. He authored more than 200 research articles in all these languages too. Among his kavyas, Bringageetham, Ambastavam, Kavi Bhaskaram Naumi, etc. were considered for several national awards. Among Sanskrit commentaries, the Rasigaranjani commentary on Chadaka Santesha and Nigashwapala, Sanskrit commentary for Vyutpatti Vadakarika were awarded with academic recognitions like Mallinath Puraskar and Vijayashree Award. Among his dedicated edited works, Facets of Indian Culture, Indian Theories of Hermeneutics, Effulgence of Indian Wisdom, New Horizons of Ontological Research, etc. need special mention. He unearthed 18 unpublished Sanskrit works. Professor Murali Madhavan was the first teacher in Sanskrit Sahitya at Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit on regular basis from the very inception of the university. He is one among the few professors who shaped the university named after Sri Shankaracharya. We are truly honored to have him today with us. I once again request Professor Murali Madhavan to please take over the dais and enlighten us with his valuable insights. Over to you, sir.
Shrutismriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam Namami Bhagavatpada Shankaram Logashankaram Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Parambaram. It is a matter of great happiness and immense pleasure and pride to stand before you to talk something about the great gifted soul of India, the great Acharya, Jagadguru Shankaracharya. Most of the faces are familiar to me here, those who are sitting here in front of me. Due to the paucity of time, we are running late. I am rather requested to present a paper on Shankara's philosophy. So, I will read my paper. I am not fully reading the paper because it is meant for publication. It is somewhat large. So, precisely I will be talking. And I will read the paper whenever any clarification is required, that I will do on the spot within my limitations. Jagadguru Adi Shankaracharya, the highest intellectual the world has ever produced, was unique in the history of thought, as he combined in himself the best qualities of a poet, philosopher, logician, sahridaya, devotee, mystic, interpreter, commentator, religious reformer, and an organizer. He was the architect of the monistic system of philosophy, and hence that system of thought is named after him. The popularity and recognition of this system of Indian philosophy went to the extent of using the word Vedanta as a synonym of Advaita Vedanta, or the better known Shankara Vedanta. Shankara never refuted totally any of the doctrines preached by his predecessors, but he denied the ultimate reality of these doctrines. All the other systems of Indian philosophy were given the status of upaya, that is marga, in Shankara philosophy, so as to reach the final goal, that is Advaita Vedanta, Advaita. He was the most towering personality of Indian philosophy. Acharya Shankara throws behind him all the rishis and philosophers of the world. Thus, the tribute goes to Shankara, thus, Nastaumitam Vyasam Asheshamartham Samyangna Sutrairabiyo Babandha Vinapitaihi Sangridhitakhilartham Sri Shankaram Naumi Sureshwaram Cha. Age cannot wither, nor customs stale the infinite variety of the genius called Shankara, the epitome of India. Even after more than 1,000 years, the manifold efforts of his gigantic impact in the form of commentaries, prakarana works, and sweet devotional songs are palpable everywhere. He lived for only 32 years, but he continues scoring centuries in the world of thought, life, and light. For Shankara's life is the shining example of Indian philosophy and spirituality lived and applied to daily life. He is the example of religion in action. What is the crux of the Shankara Vedanta, Shankara's Advaita Vedanta? To put in a nutshell with a few sentences, this entire universe consists of two categories, Kshetra and Kshetrajna, the inanimate and the animate. Kshetrajna is Jiva, and as Kshetra is the Sharira. All his activities have the single purpose of getting happiness and avoiding grief. He does not always succeed. On the other hand, he gets inescapably enmeshed in the web created by himself. Shastra says that his basic error is that he considers himself to be the body and searches for happiness outside him. Even though, in fact, he is actually the bliss himself. He is actually bliss. Himself he is a bliss, but he is searching bliss outside. It is natural. Why do I miss when you come to that he does not know this is the avidya, and mistaking the body for himself is his adhyasa. So this avidya and adhyasa, how I am not the body. In deep sleep, that is in sushupti, you have no connection with the body, etc. And you enjoy your own natural bliss. After deep sleep, without any dreams and other things, no vyapara of the mind, after sleep, when you get up, you say that, I enjoyed my life. I enjoyed sukhamaham aswapsam, na kinjid avedisham. I don't know anything what happened outside. I enjoyed. You don't know your body, you don't know your mind, you are not aware about anything, still you enjoyed. So who enjoyed it? And what was that type of enjoyment you had? If it is natural, why do I miss it in the awake? This happiness I am not getting in when I am awake. It is because you commit the mistake of considering yourself as the body. Why do I commit this mistake? This is the question. It is because you commit the mistake of considering yourself as the body. And why do you commit that mistake? Why you commit that mistake? It is because you do not know who you are. And when you are totally free from the body, etc., then who am I? You are Brahman. Now we are coming to the crux of Advaita Vedanta. So, who am I? The answer is, you are Brahman. Then the question comes, what is Brahman? It is the material cause. You see, with one single sentence, Shankara answers, what is Brahman? It is the material cause of this whole universe, including your body. How do I understand that I am Brahman? The answer is, Brahman is Satyam, unchanging. Jnanam. What is Jnanam? That stuff which takes the form of various knowledges, like this is pot, this is cover, this is mobile, like that, while remaining unchanging in itself. And last, Anandam, unlimited in every sense of the word. The universe is, what is universe? If this is the Brahman, what is the universe? Universe is asatyam, changing. Asatyam means always change. Jadam, that is inert. And sandam, limited, unlike Brahman. Limited, unlike Brahman, that is sandam. Changing, inert, and then sandam, unlike Brahman. Though it is not itself befit of Brahman, the very nature of Brahman is Ananda, bliss. It is one and only one because it is Jnanam. So Ananda and Jnana is not different. Satyam, Jnanam, Anandam all are same. You mean to say that I am this Brahman? Yes. How? You are yourself Satyam, Jnanam and Anandam in deep sleep. Then why do I miss this Ananda? How I miss? Why do I miss this bliss while awake? Because you wrongly think that you are the body. Do you mean to say that I will never miss it if I avoid this mistake? Exactly. This is called self-realization. How do it come about? How this self-realization come out? Then, to begin with, to start the Vedanta studies, what is the prerequisite? What is essentially needed? To begin with, one should give up asuri gunas and cultivate daivi gunas. He should cherish worldly desires only within the ambit of what we call dharma. What is admissible according to dharma, only that should cherish. You cherish desire. Ethics, that is, dharma means ethics. Later on, he should give up worldly desires and do only nishkama karma with a purified mind. Then, through Shastra Shravana, Manana and Nididhyasana, ultimately one leads to self-realization. It is clear that dharma or ethics is the first and the foremost foundation stone of the final goal of life, that is self-realization. Shankara's definition of God, now coming to the Narayana and Brahman, their identity, to that, coming to that point. Shankara's definition of God makes it clear that according to him, God is not an entity. numerically different from the absolute, but is in essence identical with the absolute. Thus, Shankara states, Brahman, conditioned by the name and form, with limited adjuncts, born of avidya, become God. Like the all-pervading universal space, limited by a jar, etc. Sri Shankara starts his shloka, the first shloka of Govinda Ashtaka, a stotra which is highly philosophical in nature. Satyam jnanamanandam nityamanakasam paramakasam goshtha pranghana ringhana lolamanayasam paramayasam goshtha pranghana ringhana lolam anayasam paramayasam maya kalpita nanagaram anagaram bhuvanagaram kshmamanathamanadham pranamata Govindam Paramanandam. This verse from the entire stotra proves beyond doubt that God is Brahman, conditioned by name and form, born of avidya. The attributes of Brahman like Satyam, Jnanam and Anandam, this is what is said in the Upanishad mantra. That mantra is without any change, it is taken as the attributes of Govinda. The attributes of Brahman like Satyam, Jnanam and Anandam given in Upanishads are also the real attributes of Narayana, that is Govinda, according to Shankara. Hence, they are identical. First, we can take up for consideration Shankaracharya's commentary on Brahma Sutra Bhashya, which according to him deals with Brahman and also have the same import as that of the Upanishads. It must be noted that Badarayana has no sutra equating his Brahman with Lord Narayana, that is Vishnu. But some of the passages in Shankara's commentary clearly states that he meant Lord Narayana, Vishnu, by his concept of Brahman. He takes up for explanation the term Andaryamin, indweller, occurring in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. While discussing in Brahma Sutra regarding this concept of Brahman, he quotes from Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. You know, mostly Brahma Sutra, all the Mahavakyas are being interpreted with the support of Upanishad Vakyas only. Shruti. Upanishad means Shruti. In Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the mantra 3.7.10, Ya prithivyam tishthan, prithivya andaro yam prithivi, naveda, yase prithivi shariram, yaha prithivi mandaro yamayatyesha, sa atma andaryam yamrataha. This mantra proves that the indweller is the Paramatman or the highest soul. Now, who is this Paramatman? Acharya, in his commentary on the same passage of this mantra in the said Upanishad, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, where he states in Shankara Bhashya, Ya prithivyam tishtan bhavadi, sondaryami, Sarvaha prithivyam tishtadidi sarvatra prasango mabhudidi visinasti. It goes like that, but it is a long passage. I will read the relevant portion. Yaha idrgishwaro narayanakhya. Brahman is Narayana. Ya idrishaha idrgishwaro narayanakhya. Prithivim prithvi devadam yamayati niyamayadi suvyapare. Andarobhyandarastishthan eshata atma te tava mamacha sarvabhutanam jedi upalakshanarthatvat. Arthametat andaryami yadastvaya prashtaha amritaha sarvasadharana dharma varjita ityetat. So, in the, I think there is no doubt about Dharma, that Brahma Sutra, whether it is written by Shankaracharya or not. People say there are so many controversies about the devotional songs. But as far as three bhashyas are concerned, that is, it is categorically, it has been approved by every sects of scholars that Brahma Sutra and Upanishad Bhashya and Brahma Sutra Bhashya and Bhagavad Gita Bhashya, all these, even Vishnu Sahasranama Bhashya is being approved. Such a Lord named Narayana controls the presiding deity of the earth element in its functioning. In the Smrityadhikarana also, there is a mention of the indweller, Andaryamin, who is equated with Narayana. If on the ground of the fault of leaving no scope to certain smritis, the view, Shankara depends on Shruti first. Without Shruti, he would never accept anything. You cannot see a single doctrine preached by him without the backing of Shruti, without the full support of the Shruti. Shruti without any reason, without any questioning, Shankara admitted as the direct proof, document for that. So Shruti is the first, that is Veda. Some places we may require some evidence apart from Veda. There he depends on Smriti. And even sometimes Smriti fails to give some answer. There he depends on Purana. That is why Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam. Why Shankara is said like that? Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam. Smriti is the first evident, Smriti is the second evident, and the third one is Purana. So, in Smrityadhikarana, we were discussing about the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, that is Shruti. And there is, in Smriti also, there are several references. And if on the ground of the fault of leaving no scope to certain Smritis, the view that the Lord is the cause is objected to, then in the case of other Smritis, proclaiming the Lord as the cause would be avoid of any, what we call, any scope. So, see, I have quoted several slokas from Mahabharata, that is Smriti text, but I am not taking all these slokas, but at least 5 slokas are there. The last sloka, to connecting all the 4 above mentioned 5 slokas, the last sloka he mentions, I will give the translation because otherwise I have to read Mula and then again explain that. Listen, accordingly to this consent statement, the ancient Narayana, he was talking about Narayana, the ancient Narayana, Sanatana Narayana, ancient Narayana is all this. He creates everything at the creation time and again consumes it all at the sublation period. So, Smriti also supports that. And when you come to Bhagavad Gita, that is also a Smriti portion. Even though he has elevated to the position of Shastra, because Shankara always called it Gita Shastra. So it is highly scientific. Bhagavad Gita, in the 7th chapter, 6th shloka, it is said, I am the source as also the dissolution of the entire world. From him springs all bodies. He is the root, the eternal and the unchangeable. Thus, in many a place, even the Smritis show forth the Lord as being both the constituent and the efficient cause. Here, I think there are several slokas to be quoted there, but I skip it. When it appears in the printed form, I think you will get the complete text of that. It means that all the above passages quoted with approval by Shankaracharya confirm the import of the scriptures and are hence fully authoritative. Among these passages, the Purana also, this Purana is also a document, a proof, a testimony. And the Vishnu Purana, Bhagavata Purana you know very well. Bhagavata Purana gives thousands of examples explaining how Narayana is the Paramatman, Parabrahman. And the last phase of the Uddhava Upadesha, he explains about the gopis. He was telling about gopis. Aho bhagyam, nandagopa vrajaugasam, yan mitram paramanandam, purnam brahma sanatanam. Purnam brahma sanatanam. See, so Narayana, Krishna is equated to Brahman. In Vishnu Purana, you have several passages. The very sloka started with Avikaraya Shuddhaya Nityaya Paramatmane Sadeika Rupa Rupaya Vishnave Sarvajishnave Yad Aksharam Brahma Ya Ishvara Puman Gunormi Srishti Sthidikala Samlayaha Prathana Buddhyadi Jagat Prapanjasuhu Sanostu Vishnurmadi Bhudi Mukridaha. In Vishnu Purana, there are some other slokas quoted to prove this. All these passages asserts that Narayana is the supermost God and his supremacy is the quintessence of all the scriptural teachings. As we have seen in now I read some slokas from Vishnu Purana, there is a beautiful depiction of Krishna in the form of Paramatma, both in Sakara and Nirakara form. You cannot say Nirakara form because Nirakara itself is formless. But it is in two ways, Sakara and Nirakara. There is a beautiful context. One Gopika, she cannot join in the dance, in the Rasa Nritta, and because she is having some problem with her leg. And she was standing away from the group of the dance people. In Yamuna River, in the bank of the Yamuna River, in the night, it is flooded with moon. A great performance was going on. Each gopi was putting her hand on Krishna. There are several Krishnas. Several Krishnas are appearing. But this gopi is not noticing other Krishnas. The Krishna which is along with her, she is noticing. Seeing this beautiful scene from outside, she is moved with great sorrow because she could not join with Krishna for dance. So she was suffering her papa. And she had punya also. Why? She is always seeing the Paramatma in different forms. Several Krishnas. Tada prapri mahadukha vilina sheshapataka tachinda vibulahlada kshina punyachaya sati chindayandi jagatsudim parabrahmaswarubinam niruchwasataya mukringata anya gopaganyaka. So that Gopaganyaka got salvation, reached the Paramatman Krishna before those who are dancing with him. There are several Gopikas dancing with him, but they could not merge in him. But before that, this Gopika, who could not join with the dance, was deprived of standing away from Krishna, keeping a distance. She first joined Krishna. Paramatmali Leena. Tada prapri mahadukha vilina sheshapadaga tachinda vipulahlada kshina punyachaya sadi chindayandi jagatsudim parabrahmaswarubinam niruchwasadaya mukringatanya gopaganyaka. Here in this sloka, the first part of this verse deals with Lord Krishna with limited attributes, while the second part, Uttarartha, Chindayandi Jagatsudim Parabrahmaswarupinam. So it is entirely different from Sakara. And the second part depicts Krishna identical with ultimate Brahman. In the last Adhikarana, the second quarter of second Adhyaya of the Brahma Sutra, Shankara takes up for criticism the doctrine of the Bhagavatas. Here, I am giving some hint only because there is no time for that. Here he clearly declares that over the superiority of Lord Vishnu and terms him the Paramatman or the highest soul. Further, one can turn one's attention to the last sutra of the Brahma Sutra, 4.4.22, that is the last sutra. Jagad Vyaparadhikarana, that is the last one. Anavarti Shabdad is the last sutra. Talking about the final emancipation. Final, what we call the goal you are going to reach with Shruti, Shabdad. Shabda means only Shruti. Shankara accept no other Shabdas. He accepted Shruti as the Shabda. So that starts like that. When Badarayana declares this in the Jagad Vyapara Adhikarana, declares that the soul securing salvation do not return to this mundane world. There is no punaravarti, no coming back. The moot question is, where do they depart and live for eternity, enjoying the bliss of salvation? This is the question. Shankara directs us to a previous sutra. Before that, there is another sutra. The last sutra I am talking about Anavarti Shabdadidi. To explain that sutra, he takes us to a previous sutra where he gave that is Karyatya Adhikarana. Karyatya Adhikarana 4.3.10. That sutra is like that. Karyatyaye tadadhyakshena saha atah paramabhidhanat. I will read the Shankara Bhashya for that. Only 3-4 sentences. Karya brahmaloka pralaya pratyupasthane sati tatraiva ulpanna samyak darshanaha sandaha tadadhyakshena hiranyagarbhena saha ataha param parishuddham vishnoho paramam padam. So, Brahman is considered as the param Brahman. Pratipadyata iti. Itham kramamukri anavrityali shruti abhidheyena abhibagandavyaha. Like this he concludes that discussion. So, the final Anavarti Sutra, to explain that, he goes back and take the Karyatya Sutra and explain it and say that there I have said that there is Paramam Padam Vishnu. According to Shankara, this sutra contains an answer to the doubt whether the souls reaching Brahmaloka or the divine abode of his Karya Brahma secure final release from this mundane worldly existence, because the seers of the Upanishads declare that only those reaching the highest Brahman do not have any return to the world. Badarayana replies that the souls who reach to the Karya Brahmaloka, having secured the true knowledge, go to the Vishnu Loka, which is pure and is the highest abode, together with the Karya Brahma, that is Hiranyagarbha. Thus, they will never return to this mundane world. This is the quotation. This means that Vishnu is the highest Brahman. His Loka is the highest abode to be reached by the liberated souls, and therein no return of those souls when once they reach that abode. They are there, they live for eternity, enjoying the bliss of liberation. Under the next sutra, Shankaracharya quotes with approval of the Smriti passage, which confirms the going of the liberated to the highest abode together with Hiranyagarbha Brahman. Thus, Shankaracharya declares Lord Vishnu to be the highest Brahman in his commentary on Karyateya Adhikarana, that is 310. Now, I think so many things are there to be told, and to establish this further, I have given several documents based on that. What Dr. Murali told regarding Guruvayur, that in the temple the entire puja krama has been taken up by being stipulated by Shankaracharya, by His Holiness, while he was going through air Yoga Siddhi. He was flying, and Vishnu catch him and brought to the down, and where he has fallen inside the temple, that place where Dr. Murali has mentioned that when the Shiveli, the big procession of the god, comes, even the god stands there and give respect to the adoration to Shankaracharya for a moment, and then they move. Everything they stop. Even Vadya and other things, everything will be stopped. God himself, he will stop there. So that is there. No, this is not a new information, Dr. Murali, because 450 years back, when Matpatur Narayana Bhattadiri composed the verse, the Narayaniyam, I think he gave one sloka, Sri Shankarobi Bhagavan Sakaleshu Taval Twameva Manayadi Yo Nahi Pakshapati Tunnishtameva Sahi Namasahasragadi Vyakhil Bhavalstudi Parascha Gadim Gatonde. So, it is not that much he told, that Shankara fallen down there, and then Vishnu asked him to, Guruvayurappan asked him to arrange all the puja vidhis there in the temple, and finally he composed Vishnu Sahasranama in the temple. See, that extent he has mentioned. Tonnishtameva sahi Namasahasragadi Vyakhil Bhavalstudi Parascha Gadim Gato Onde. So, Malpatur very clearly mentions that Vishnu Sahasranama is being composed when Shankara was fallen there in the Krishna temple in Guruvayur. So, these are great connections we have. And his, what we call his philosophy, showing the identity of Narayana to Brahman, there are several personal history incidents are also involved in that. To cite one or two. One, I will tell you that when mother was sick and at the last days of her life, she has a desire to see Shankara, and Shankara immediately reached by by air, a Yoga Siddhi. Then he composed, on her request, Shankara composed first she wants some peace in the mind. She wants to hear the ultimate, that the real creator of this world. She never mentioned the name of the God. Then he first composed the Shiva Bhujanga. And she is not happy. She was frightened. Then Shankara immediately composed the Vishnu Bhujanga. The famous verse, you know, Chidam Samvidam Nirmalam Nirvigalpam Niriham Niragaram Ongaragamyam Gunadidam Avyakrame Kanduriyam Param Brahmayam Veda Tasmai Namaste. This starts with that. And finally, through Vishnu Bhujanga, she has been elevated to the Vishnu Loka, and that is, the story goes like that. So there are several, not only I have shown, because based on stories we cannot prepare a research paper. So when we prepare a research paper, it should be fully equipped with proof, with documents. I think Dr. Murali will agree with me. So, which are the documents which we can believe? Already all scholars accept. Our personal belief is something different. But when you think about research, when you think about the documents you needed to prove your theory, that is the Narayana is identical to Brahman, we have to base the original, the horse mouth, we have to hear from that. What Shankara say about it. So I based on Brahma Sutra, I based on Upanishad Bhashya, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad I mentioned, that Upanishad mantra and other things. And I depended on Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita, several portions I have not read, but that is I have mentioned. You know Bhagavad Gita, it is a dialogue between Arjuna and Krishna. So automatically the Krishna is the, whatever you speak about Parabrahman or Paramatman, whatever it may be, that is directly goes to Krishna. So with these observations, I beg to remain. I have not read my full paper. I have agreed that I will give Dr. Murali the full text of my paper, showing the what we call with all relevant records based on Shankara's own saying. That Panoli used to tell that Shankara's own words. Own words means not taken in depth from anybody. It is from his own. So with this, anyway, we have no doubt that Shankara is born in Kalady. And the story is connected with the Kaipalli Mana and other things. And Malparu Mana is the Ammatha, that is mother's house, Illam. And all these things are accepted, and there is no controversy needed for that. But there are some personal stories connected with this, have some dispute that we have to solve. Main things are already accepted and established. So with these observations, I beg to remain. Thank you for this opportunity to give the first lecture in this, invited lecture in this seminar, well organized by Dr. Murali and Dr. Sridhar. And it is a wonderful experience that we are getting. And that too, we are conducting this in Agamananda Swami's presence. Agamananda Swami is the living legend in front of us, who has implemented the great principles of Advaita in this land of Shankara. Agamananda, you know, the trouble he has undergone, the turmoil that he has undergone in this land to establish this great. And perhaps there are only 2 ashramas, mathas are known after Advaita. One is this, Ramakrishna Advaita Ashram. So Advaita is practically done here, and it is a great propriety that we organize such a meaningful seminar on Shankara in Agamananda Swamiji's land. He is the Shilpi of Kalady. He is the patron of this Kalady, who has done extensively. From socialist point of view, he is the best socialist. When you go through his history, he speaks at length for downtrodden, weaker people, weaker sets. So, such a wonderful human being, Agamananda Swamigal. So, with his sweet remembrances, I conclude this paper. Thank you, one and all. Yeah. Narayaniyam, it is 1013 slokas in Narayaniyam. It's divided into dashakas, 10 slokas. Some dashakas are having some 1 or 2 more slokas are also. Totally it is 1013 slokas, composed by Malpattur Narayana Bhattadri. He is a great devotee of Guru Ayyappan and Krishna, Lord Krishna. And in the 90th Dashaka, the 5th shloka, he mentioned, 2 shlokas he is using for that, and the Sri Shankarovi Bhagavan Sakaleshu Taval, it starts like that, and that is 90th Dashaka, chapter, 5th shloka. Okay.
Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful lecture. Now we are moving on to the first session of our workshop. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our speakers to present the paper. So I request Mr. Ramachandran Kaipalli, Srimati Saraswati Andarjanam, Mr. Ajayan Kaipalli, Ms. Neetu TK, and Mr. Vadakumbadu Narayan to come over to the stage to present the papers. I now invite Mr. Ramachandran Kaipalli to present the paper titled Kaipalli Mana, the Paternal Family of Adi Shankaracharya, History and Migration. So a brief introduction on Mr. Ramachandran Kaipalli is the eldest son of late Sri Kaipalli Krishnan Pattadiripadu, a retired teacher, and Srimati Gauri Andarjanam of Venmanai Mana, Sri Moolanagaram. He is a postgraduate in HR and finance with over 33 years of distinguished experience in human resource across India and abroad. He currently serves as Vice President HR at AVT McCormick Ingredients, a joint venture between AVT of India and McCormick of the USA. Over to you, sir.
Namaskaram. Respected members of this august gathering, it is both an honor and a privilege for us to present this paper on behalf of entire Kaipalli Mana members on the illustrious legacy of our family, Kaipalli Mana, and its ancestral connection to Jagadguru Sri Adi Shankaracharya. This paper does not attempt to revisit the documented historical and philosophical contributions of Sri Adi Shankaracharya, which are widely known both in India and abroad. The focus here is on the sacred oral traditions and ancestral narratives preserved within our family, Kaipalli Mana, and their connection to the great sage. This study offers a detailed examination of Kaipalli Mana and traces its historical connections with Jagadguru. In doing so, it draws upon the recorded trajectories of Brahmin migrations across Kerala, the rivalries between two major scholastic centers such as Shukapuram and Pannur, and the rich genealogical traditions preserved in both oral narratives and written sources. There is no conclusive evidence of the time of the migration of Brahmins into Kerala. Most historians place it in the early Sangam period, which is between 300 BCE and 100 BCE. According to traditional accounts, there was a Brahmin migration to Kerala region from places such as Panchanadam in present-day Punjab, upper Gangetic plains in present-day Uttar Pradesh, and from places in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh. The migrants reached present-day Gokarna by sea. It's clearly mentioned in Kerala Charitram, published by Kerala Sahitya Academy. They settled across 64 gramams of settlements from Gokarna to Kanyakumari in Kerala. Of these, 32 settlements were established in south of the Chandragiri river near present-day Kasargod, while remaining 32 were located its to north in what is now called South Karnataka. Among these 32 settlements, some families moved to Shukapuram and Panniyur on the banks of Bharatapura and emerged as prominent centers of Vedic learning and ritual authority. Now we come to the origin of Kaipalimana. Our historical roots were with Panniyur Gramam, one of the original 32 Nambutri settlements. It is believed that Medattur Agnihotri, between 3rd and 5 CE, conducted 99 yagnas to revive yagna tradition. And the number of families from Taliparamba, Alathur, Kerikad, Panniyur, Shukapuram, Piruvanam and Irinalakuda aided and participated in various roles in this yagna. These families were grouped into 8 grihams. 5 grihas were affiliated with Panniyur and rest 3 were with Shukapuram. Vella griham in Shukapuram is one amongst these 8 settlement grihams. It is believed and documented that Kaipalimana belongs to Vella griham. Later, due to frictions between Panniyur and Shukapuram for authority, many families from 5 grihams of Panniyur moved to other gramas of then social structure. Mother Aryamba's family, Melpadur Mana, belonged to Padur Griham. Migration of Kaipalimana from Panniyur to Irinalakuda. Our migration out of Panniyur was caused by the conflict between our ancestral village and Shukapuram. Kaipalli Illam, originally a member of Vella Gramam lineage, along with several like-minded families, initially migrated to a place in Irinalakuda Gramam. Sometimes during their stay, then Vella family had only one lady member, and later a Brahmin from Kallur Illam married to her. As per the tradition, that's called Vetu Irikal, literally mean married and become a member of the Vella family. The area later became known as Vellangalur because of the presence of Vella family. Generations later, this family split as Villumangalam, Mecheri, Akarakurishi, Kaipalli, and some other families which are now extinct. Generally, those from Vella Griham were Rigvedis or Angiras or Atrigotram, Gautama, Pravaram, and from Vella's alliance with Kallur Illam, the family Gotram was changed to Bhrigu or Bhargava, and with Vaitahavya Pravaram. With this, our Paradevata became Annapurneshwari Devi. We still perform regular puja to Annapurneshwari Devi at our ancestral home. Annapurneshwari Stotram or Shatakam, composed by Jagadguru while he was in Varanasi, may be connected with our Paradevata. Sometime during their stay at Vellangalur, Raja of North Paravur invited learned Rigvedi Brahmins to settle in his domain to improve his status. Paravur Raja had his administrative centers at Piruvaram near Paravur. Later, the relationship between the family and the Paravur Raja gradually deteriorated due to disagreement over certain ritual practices, ultimately compelling the family to leave Paravur Desham. Tradition holds that they migrated further northwest to a Paravur place called Manjikad with Murikulam Grama. Murikulam is adjacent to Paravur. Now settlement in Murikulam and then a Manjikad phase. So we are all connecting this to Shankaracharya, how this is very important that these roots are very much required to connect Shankaracharya with our family. It is believed that Kaipalimana family may have relocated from Paravur Desham to Manjikad a locality within the Manyapura Prakriti, a territorial division under Kalady Desham. Geographically, Manjikad lays to the east of Murikulam, and by present-day road routes, the distance between Murikulam and Manjikad is approximately 14 kilometers. So nearby areas to west of Manjikad and east of Mukanur used to called Kokuna, now it is called Kokuna, but it was earlier called as Gokuna, the go as cow. While no definitive historical record exists to date about the family's migration to Manjikad, oral tradition and regional memory suggest that the area once hosted a significant number of Brahmin families, indicating its possible status as a historical Brahmin settlement. Geographically, Manjikad is situated 9 kilometers from present-day Kalady, further reinforcing its cultural proximity to the sacred landscape associated with Sri Adi Sankara and the broader Nambudiri tradition. During that time, the region encompassing Manjikad was under the overall rule of Chera Perumal Rajasekhara Perumal, a predecessor of Sanu Ravi Verma. He was also called Cheraman Perumal. He is a learned Shaivite saint. Sundaramurti Nayanar used to visit him during his rule. It is said that Rajasekhara Perumal had a divine vision of Lord Shiva in dream, which inspired him to construct a Shiva temple and dedicated it for the protection and spiritual upliftment of the land. We believe that the Manjikad Shiva, also called as Telapalli Tevar, temple is the temple built by Rajasekhara Perumal, and Kaipalli Illam is situated just close to the temple. Vidyathi Rajan, the paternal grandfather of Adi Sankara, is believed to have pursued Vedic studies at Trikanna Matilakam, a place north of Chera capital Tiruvanchikulam. Matilakam is widely identified with Tirukunnavai, revered in Tamil and Kerala traditions, and believed by many scholars to be where Ilango Adigal composed the epic Silappadigaram. Matilakam was also the seat of administration where Pancha Mahasabha was functioning. The name Vidyathiraja may have been an honorific bestowed in recognition of his wisdom, with his given name possibly being Shankaran. In keeping with ancestral custom, the first male child in the lineage was often named after the paternal grandfather, a tradition that may have influenced Shankara's own naming. Vidyathiraja's son Shivaguru, could be Shivakaran, a common Nambutri name, was similarly steeped in Vedic learning and is believed to have studied at the same Matilakam institution. The highly learned Shivaguru was married to Arya Devi of Melparur Illam. Melparur Illam was initially at Murikulam, and they belonged to Parur Griham, and Kaipullimana belonged to Vella Griham, and can logically conclude that the alliance was with the families of equal status. The couple, distressed by their childlessness, were eventually blessed with a son through the divine grace of Lord Vadakunatha Shiva of Trishur, a son known to all as Shankaran. The story is well known. It's widely believed that he was born when moon was visible in Tiruvadira constellation in the month of Medam. Beyond the time of Adi Sankara, there are no documented records detailing Kaipullimana's history at Manjikad, despite the presence of significant familial and agricultural activity in the region. Our ancestral property was located to the south of the present-day Manjikad Shiva temple. A canal, locally known as Manjikad Thodur Canal, flowed to the south of the Mana. This waterway is believed to have been an ancient course of the Periyar River. The Paleo channel, though now narrowed, still remains traceable and was traditionally regarded as the bathing place of Aryamba, the revered maternal figure in our family lineage. The continued presence of his waterway serves as evidence to the Mana's historical landscape and its intimate relationship with Kerala's sacred geography. Following the catastrophic flood of 1341 in the Periyar River, an event that dramatically altered central Kerala's landscape and led to the decline of ancient settlement such as Muziris, Kaipulimana relocated from Manjikad to present site at Kidangur, which is about 5 kilometers to the west of Manjikad and near the town of Ankamali. The flood likely rendered continued habitation at Manjikad difficult, prompting a broader migration of Brahmin families from the region. Upon settling, Kaipulimana consecrated a family Shiva temple within their compound known as the Kavalakata Shiva temple, which is highly connected with the temple of Manjikad, which remains a spiritual anchor for the lineage to the day. In Kidangur, even 2 generations back, we used to maintain some agricultural land from Trichur Brahmasomadam and in turn leased it to a local farmer. We used to pay the lease amount to Brahmasomadam. Although Kaipulimana and other allied families migrated from Manjikad, Kaipulimana in particular continued to possess extensive traces of land in and around Manjikad until the partition of our Hindu joint family in the mid-1940s. At Kidangur, we had negligible land for paddy cultivation and agriculture activities were at Manjikad, and producers from there used to be transported to Kidangur via canal that once connected the 2 regions. So during that period, our Illam actively maintained and celebrated the annual Meenamutsavam at Manjikad Shiva temple, a revered occasion that reaffirmed our spiritual and cultural ties to the land. However, following the land reforms, much of the property, including the temple grounds, was lost. Today, the temple at Manjikad, once within a wide compound and center of worship and community gathering, survives on a mere 15 cents of land. It is now managed by local residents with our family offering support. The decline of this one sprawling temple complex connected with Adi Sankara stands as a reminder of the transformation wrought by the time, policy, and shifting societal structure. It has been said our elders that they have seen portions of old structures in and around Manjikad, and even some of the current family members have seen some portion of the old constructions. So the ancestral Theravada, currently at Kidangur, once a vibrant seat of tradition and learning, was eventually demolished in 1978 in response to the practical need of the time. Kodungalur Kunjukudan Tappuran, 1864 to 1913, a renowned poet and Sanskrit scholar, mentioned in his book Keralam that Kaipilli is the family of the Jagadguru. He also notes in his article Sri Shankaracharya Kshetram that the temple in Kalady was then not managed by Jagadguru's family. Kaipilli, but 2 other families, Kapilli and Thaliyatimpilli, along with the Tekkematham. It was managed by 2 of the families and along with Tekkematham. Today, only a few members of our family remains at Kidangur. Yet the spiritual legacy of our lineage endures through our continued reverence of the ancestral deity at Kavalakada Shiva temple. Believed to have been consecrated during our migration from Manjikad, this temple stands as a quiet yet powerful testament to our family's enduring commitment to dharma, tradition, and sacred stewardship. Though time and circumstances have transformed the landscape around us, the flame of devotion kindled generations ago still burns within the precincts of this temple, linking past and present in an unbroken thread of faith. Now, we want to also make some points towards the scholars and texts that discuss the relationship between Adi Shankaracharya and Kaipulimana. After the rediscovery of Kalady, in the early part of 20th century. Several scholars wrote about Shankaracharya, his ancestral families connected to Kalady. These are mentioned in the context of the rediscovery of Kalady. A sort of timeline is placed before the audience. However, the more important question is whether there were texts from Kerala that dated prior to 20th century that discuss the point. And now these points are taken up in the next few paragraphs. In 1817, F.W. Ellis, on the authority of the Keralolpati, states that Adi Shankaracharya was born in Kaipalli Illam. It wrote in 2006. Ellis passed away in 1819 and work was published in 1878, Indian Antiquary. Thus, the Keralolpati is the earliest text that mentions the connections between the Kaipalli Mana and Adi Shankaracharya, and a reputed scholar such as F.W. Ellis was the first to report it in early 19th century. This was prior to the rediscovery of Kalady. Approximately 1894, directed by the Acharya of Sringeri Matha, Diwan K. Sheshadri Iyer reached Kalady and concluded that it was the place of Adi Shankaracharya. Subsequently, Shankara Jayanti celebrations were commenced and it continued for many years. Nagamaya completed writing the Travancore State Manual by 26 August 1905, where he too stated that Kaipalli Illam is the paternal family of Shankara. The book was published in 1906. It appears that he had independent information and or knowledge about Kaipalli Illam, having surveyed at the Travancore territories in toto. He seems to have added a footnote where he refers to the order of the Travancore government of January 1906. While referring to the order, he stated that Kaipalli Nambutri was in possession of the lands at Kalady instead of following the order which mentions the Kaipalli Nambutri as being the owner of the land in Kalady. In 1905, Sringeri Madam sent Srikanta Shastri and retired Justice A. Ramachandra Iyer to meet the King and Diwan of Travancore and to visit Kalady. They noted that Tekke Madam had a branch in Kalady and that the Swamiyar had rights to collect taxes from the local farmers. An order passed by Diwan VP Madhav Rao on January 27, 1906, earmarking the public use of 25 acres of land owned by Kaipalli Nambutri and now in possession of the Tekke Madam Swamiyar and other lands which are associated with the name of Sri Shankaracharya. New temple of Devi Sharada and Sri Adi Shankaracharya was consecrated by the Acharya of Sringeri Matha in 1910. Subsequently, several scholars such as K. Kunyuni Raja, K.R. Venkatraman, attest to Kaipalli Mana being the paternal family of Sri Adi Shankara. In view of Ellis and Nagamaya, which predates the acquisition order of the government of Travancore confirming that the prevailing view in the Nambutri community and Kerala in general that Kaipalli Mana was indeed the paternal family of Sri Adi Shankaracharya. Lastly, Swami Sachidanandra Saraswati of Adhyatma Prakash, Karnataka, after detailed survey and research, wrote an objective work on the life of Shankaracharya in 1963, and he states, the name of his house was Kaipalli Illam. There are two houses here by name Kaipalli Illam and Thalayattumpally Illam. It is said that at the time of the passing away of Shankara's mother, since one was standing near her head, got the name of Kaipalli, and another near her feet got the name of Thalayattumpally. These names have come down to their families. Therefore, it seems to be quite well established that Kaipalli Mana was indeed the paternal family of Sri Adi Shankara. This is precisely why community websites such as Nambutri.com reiterates the same fact. Prior to the great flood of 1341, our family lived in Manyakad area, which is 9 kilometers due north of the modern-day town of Kalady. Our family's property at that time spanned thousands of acres. The property extended as far as the village of Manikyamangalam, and it included modern-day town of Kalady during medieval period. The south edge of our property abutted the Periyar. Hence, it is quite possible that the cremation of our revered Mother Aryamba took place in the Dakshina Bhaga of our property, which is typically used for such purposes. Additionally, the Dakshina Bhaga being on the banks of a river likely made it ideal for the obsequies. This is why Nagamaya refers to the site as a crematorium. The Travancore Government Gazette refers to a wall enclosed in a compound. The Shankaji Acharya, on arriving Kalady, first paid respect to an Ashoka tree in this compound, which marks a spot where Mother Aryamba was cremated. Now, this is the historical aspects we could collect. We are really thankful to Dr. Murali. Because of him, we are standing here today. He had constantly contacted each one of us and pushed us to go deep into the records, pushed us to go deep into our history. And we are really thankful to him for giving us such opportunity. We also extend our thanks to the organizers for giving us this opportunity, Mr. Sridhar and others, our family's connection with Adi Shankaracharya. I also wish to express my gratitude to my family members who supported us for the preparation of this paper. While further research is needed to firmly establish this connection, we continue to rely on the oral account passed down through generations. Our elders have shared that during the early stages of building the Kalady ashram, this ashram, our family donated a big set of palm leaf manuscript about to its representatives. Additionally, my late father had mentioned that he contributed a few rare books to the Shankari Madha sometimes in 1960s. Thank you all, and namaste.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Now we will have a short tea break, and after that we will continue with the session. And the tea is provided at the outside. So everyone, I request everyone to go and have the tea. Okay, sir.
അതും കൂടിയല്ലേ വന്നിട്ടുള്ളൂ എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലേക്ക്, വേറെ ഒന്നും വന്നിട്ടില്ല. താ തുറ. നീ എവിടെ നിന്ന് റീചാർജ് ചെയ്യണം ഡേ? അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാക്കല്ലേ, എനിക്ക് ഇത് സഹിച്ചു. ഇതിനകത്തില്ലാത്തതാണ്, ഇതിനകത്തില്ലാത്തതാണ്. റീത്തിങ്ക് ഉണ്ട്, കൈപ്പിളിവന ഉണ്ട്, ആനുണ്ട്. അല്ലടാ, അതിനകത്ത് ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് എടുക്കില്ലേ, ഇതിനകത്ത് വേറെന്തുണ്ട്? ആനുണ്ട്, കൈപ്പിളിവന ഉണ്ട്, ഇതാണില്ലാത്തത് അല്ലേ? എടുത്തോ, ഒലിക്കോ.
Now let's resume our session. We'll move on to the next speaker. I would like to invite our next speaker, Needu TK, to present her paper titled The Ashoka That Sheltered Love of Atma of Mother and the Family Lamb That Outlived Her Son Till Triumph of 1906. She will be presenting the paper on behalf of Sri Nambudiri. A brief introduction of Needu. Needu Krishnan is the daughter of C.A. Krishnan Nambudiri of Tattamangala and Jayasri Krishnan of Kapillimana. She is a qualified chartered accountant with 8 years of experience working with multinational audit firms. She is representing the Kaipillimana and Mr. Srivalsan Nambudiri. Over to you, ma'am. Hailing from Kapillimana, paternal house of Adi Shankaracharya, Kalady, the land title of each and every place of worship across religions in Kalady can be traced back to the name Kapilli, except for areas where Talayattumpilli had title. All other places in a 5 square kilometer area were under title of Kapillimana. And Srivalsan Nambudiri is the trustee of Kalady Devaswam, the family deity of Sri Shankaracharya Kalady. Working for 3 decades with wife Sunanda Chemangattumana, equally qualified accountants in DR, Congo, Africa. Son Srihari Nambudiri is into literature research in VIT Amravati. Father late Damodaran Nambudiri and mother Sridevi Andarjanam. Brother Sri Kumar Nambudri is a managing trustee of Kalady Devaswam. May I now invite Needu TK to present his paper.
Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries, scholars, and my dear friends, when we speak of Kalady, we immediately think of Adi Shankaracharya, his brilliance, his renunciation, and his lasting influence on Indian thought. Kalady is known to the world as his birthplace, a land sanctified by the presence and his legacy. But today, I invite you to pause with me and look at Kalady from a quieter angle, one that history has largely kept in the background. This is a story not of institutions or of monuments, but of a mother, of a son who could not return in time, and of a family that carried the remembrance for generations. This is not a confrontation with the faith, but a conversation with the history. And it is an invitation to listen carefully, to reflect deeply, and to consider whether remembrance without acknowledgement can ever be complete. Kalady, the Ashoka that sheltered the love of the mother's Atma and the family lamp that outlined her son till the triumph of 1906. A documented historical account highlighting Acharya's appeal, echoed by family members, seeking justice to enable the completion of mother's rituals and the restoration of her abode. Neither did I give you water at the time of your death, nor perform the Shraddha. O mother, pardon me. Matrik Panchakam, verse 4. The synopsis and compilation has been done by Kapali Srivalsan Namputri. The executive summary. This paper assembles textual, oral, archival, and material evidence to show that the living custodian of Aryamba's cremation site at Kalady was preserved by Kapalimana through a daily lamp under an Ashoka tree. In 1906, the Travancore government acquired the site for preservation, and in 1910, the revered institution consecrated shrines that gave Kalady the global recognition. We do not contest their sanctity. Rather, we seek historical clarity and ritual justice, acknowledging the family's role and the unfinished rites owed to the mother's Atma. Evolution of Kalady. This document presents the legends relating to evolution of Kalady from Shashalam, Kalady upon Sri Krishna temple, the ancestral deity of Shankara. Kalady is inseparably associated with Sri Shankaracharya, his mother Aryamba of Parur, and his father Shivaguru of Edamana, later known as Kapalimana. Aryamba was widowed during Shankara's early years. According to the long-preserved tradition, the site of Kalady owes its very name to an act of filial devotion. As the story is told, the young Shankara, anxious to ease the daily walk of his widowed mother, Aryamba, to the distant river, prayed with childlike faith to the ancestral deity, Lord Krishna. Moved by his plea, the Purna river, which is now known as the Periyar River, then flowing nearly 3 kilometers away, is said to have altered its course. Shankara traced a path upon the ground with his feet, and the water flowed, coming to the family's doorstep. From that wonder, the place took the name the Kalady, the footprint. The Krishna was thereafter venerated as Trikaladiappan, Lord of Kalady. Later, Adi Shankara himself re-established the shrine of his ancestral deity to the present location on the sacred Tiruvonam day of the month Tulam, performing the Pradishta despite the traditional prohibition against such rite during Dakshinayinam. On that occasion, it is believed, he is believed to have composed and recited the Achyuta Ashtagam, which remains part of the daily devotion of Trikaladiappan. To this day, the Kalady Devasam commemorates the acts of consecration with a special puja and the offering of Chadushyaga Nivedyam to Trikaladiappan and special puja at the Moolasthanam, the ancient spot of temple at the river bank on every Tulam Tiruvonam. It is of particular significance that the trusteeship of Kalady Devasam continues to be held by Shankara's own paternal and kin families, the Kapalimana and the Talayatambalimana. The abstract. This document traces the historical and ritual legacy of Kalady, centering on Edamana, later known as Kapalimana, the paternal family of Adi Shankaracharya. It recounts the cremation of Aryamba, the lamp of respects tradition, testimony from the Matra Panchakam, and the later rediscovery of Kalady by Sringeri Sharada Peedam within its legal and institutional context. The document documents subsequent misattributions, including the change of 1906 acquisition record from Kapali to Kaipulli, and highlights the incomplete Sheshakriya, which is the final rites of Aryamba. The study affirms that Kalady's recognition at Aryamba's birthplace long predates the 1906 preservation and so-called rediscovery. It further records the historic kingship of Tekke Madam as Shankara Sanketam, including tax authorities and control over religious prisons, attested in sources such as Adi Shankaranda Natiloru Devalayam by Reverend Father Sebastian Ponulil. Oral accounts and family traditions. After the passing of Aryamba, the mother of Adi Shankaracharya, her mortal remains were borne to the funeral pyre by the paternal family called Edamana, later known as Kapalimana, carrying the leg side, and the Kith family, Muthedattu, later known as Talayatambalimana, carrying the head side. According to long-held oral tradition, 8 other Nambutiri families who declined to join the funeral rites eventually became extinct. According to Nambutiri cremation custom, the mortal remains are first laid beneath the sacred Ashoka tree, which is called the Uttama Vriksha. Descendants observe a year of Diksha before performing the Sheshakriya, lifting the remains, consigning them to the water, and completing the first annual Shraddha with Sabandi Karanam. During this year, a daily lamp of respect is kept burning by the family. Once the final rites are done, no memorials or built markers are kept. The cremation site is returned to agriculture, often with planted, which is basically the banana tree. In Aryamba's case, the Shankara could not attend the cremation nor return for the first annual rites of his beloved mother. The Kapali family therefore preserved the remains beneath the Ashoka tree, maintaining the lamp of respect generations after generation, and protecting the site within their homestead with a simple compound wall, a tradition upheld until 1906, when the Travancore Royal Administration acquired about 25 acres from Kapali for preservation. The textual evidence of the unfulfilled filial obligation. Matra Panchakam verse 4 records Adi Shankara's anguish of not being able to attend his mother Aryamba at her deathbed or perform Shraddham. This is a direct testimony of an unfulfilled filial obligation and strengthens the case that Aryamba's Sheshakriya remains incomplete. Na dattam madaste marana samaye toyam api va swatha vano datta marana samaye shraddha vitina. Na jabto madaste marana samaye taragamanu akale samtrapte mai kuru dayam madar tulam. The translation: neither did I give you water at the time of your death, nor perform the Shraddham, nor chant the liberating mantra. O mother, pardon me, for I arrived too late. This direct testimony contrasts with the imaginative embellishments in various Shankara Vijayams, which stray far from the master's own words. The archival evidence of acquisition from Kapalimana. On 27th January 1906, the Travancore government acquired 25 acres around Aryamba Samiti from Kapalimana, as recorded in the deed signed by Diwan Madhav Rayar. The original of this deed has been preserved by Kapalimana. Later, some publications beginning with the early Sringeri Mutt records and followed by works such as 1950s book Kalady and Sri Panikkath Appu Namputri Sarvasam mistakenly cited the donor as Kaipulimana. Because of the Mutt's prestige, these misattributions spread and persisted even into modern references like Wikipedia, obscuring the identity of Shankara's true paternal family. Correcting this record is vital to present Kalady's heritage accurately. These are images from the Travancore Gazette and Travancore State Manual. The Samadhi of Aryamba. The picture shows that it's a black lamp post donated by Tekke Madam with its inscription Tekke Madam Vaga in Malayalam. The writing has been located at the middle of the lamp, if you can see. Tekke Madam, a Shankara Mutt based in Thrissur and traditional holder of Archaka or priestly rites at Kalady Appan Sri Krishna temple, later installed a black stone lamp at the site to support the long established daily lamp ritual. This lamp bears a clear inscription in Malayalam stating that it was donated by Tekke Madam Vaga. There's also a marble slate claiming the lamp post contemporaneous with Aryamba's cremation. It states that this is a place where Aryamba, the holy mother of Sri Adi Sankara, was cremated. This monument enabled the Jagadguru of Sringeri Mutt to locate the actual birthplace of the great Acharya. The lamp post made of black stone just near the Samati is existing from the time of Sri Shankara. This is the holiest spot of Kalady. And this is the evolution of writing in Kerala. So you can see that a few centuries, somewhere between 8th to 14th century, it was Vatteluthu, later the Kolleluthu, and then Malayalam got standardized somewhere between 16th and between 19th century. So the inscription on the lamp is written on the 14th century Malayanma. We are talking about this lamp. But in a well-developed form of Malayalam script, indicating a date no earlier than the 17th century. This establishes that the lamp was installed nearly 6 centuries after the passing of great Acharya. Despite this, a marble plaque affixed to the newly constructed tomb structure incorrectly claims that the lamp post is contemporaneous with Aryamba's cremation. Experts are said to have relied on this post to identify the cremation site of Mother Aryamba, a conclusion that demonstrates how institutional assertions can prevail over clear linguistic and historical evidence. In the early 19th century, a fact-finding mission from the Sringeri Sharada Peedam recognized this spot as Aryamba's Samadhi, relying on the still maintained lamp and the oral testimony of Kapali descendants. Kalady, 1906, Guru Dakshina that silenced a mother's Atma and abode. On 21st February 1910, Sri Satchidananda Shivabhinava Narasimha Bharati, Jagat Guru of the Sringeri Sharada Peedam, consecrated shrines for Adi Sankara and Sharada Devi at Kalady, formally affirming the site as Acharya's Janmabhoomi. This institutional recognition drew upon a simple but ancient testimony, the lamp tradition preserved by Kapalimana at the spot where Aryamba's moral remains lay beneath the sacred Uttama Vriksha, quietly awaiting the final Shraddha rites her son had wished but could not return to complete. Yet, in 1906, Before this consecration, the Travancore government, acting with the support from Sringeri discipleship, acquired the land as property for preservation. What had been a natural resting place, protected by a family wall, shaded by the ancient Ashoka, and honored daily by the lamp of filial duty, was altered. The protective wall was removed, the Ashoka tree felled, and the daily lamp that had been kept the mother's memory alive was extinguished. In its place arose a cement tomb and a marble plaque announcing a rediscovered birthplace, locating the black lamp post from some sculptures as existing from the time of cremation, when the lamp bears inscription in Malayalam script, proving it to be somewhere between 16th to 17th centuries. The black granite lamp, now on the site, sometimes mistaken as ancient, was in fact installed centuries later by Tekke Madam mud, evidenced by the Malayalam graving Tekke Madam Vaga in a script that only evolved in 19th to 17th centuries, long after Aryamba's time. The dream of the pontiff. It is believed that the restless soul appeared in a dream to the pontiff of the mud, who was staying overnight at Perimbaur before setting foot the next day on the Janmabhoomi soil of Acharya for the first time. In the dream, she revealed that her abode lay beneath an Ashoka tree and even showed the location. To the pontiff's astonishment, upon arrival in Kalady, he found the very same tree he had seen in the dream. Unfortunately, all subsequent appeals proved futile. The abode itself, along with the Ashoka tree on the river bank, was cut down, and the protective wall was erased. With the acquisition of the property from the family in the name of preservation, the warmth of the family's ritual lamp for the departed soul was extinguished. This is a snip from the website of the Holy Sri Sringeri Mud, which justifies that there was a dream to the pontiff of the mud, and it speaks about it. For the Kapali lineage, the transformation meant the loss of Aryamba's natural abode under the Ashoka tree, the silencing of the lamp of filial respect, and with it, the hope of completing the unfulfilled Sheshakriya Shankara himself had wished to perform. What began as Guru Dakshina to honor the Guru's birthplace also closed a quiet chapter of personal duty and a mother-son bond. The final eraser, a legacy subsumed of Shankaracharya Tekke Madam. Tekke Madam, another institution founded by Adi Sankara, enjoyed kingship as Shankara the fiscal and ritual rights, which is called the Raja Bhogam, for centuries. Kerala Act 15 of 1980 and 1981 abolished these privileges, reflecting changes in Kerala's temple governance. This provides a backdrop to understanding how custodianship structures shifted in modern times. This is a snip of the Kerala Act 15 of 1980 and 81. The highlighted portion speaks about the abolition of Raja Bhogam. The Tekke Madam, once the erstwhile kingship of Kalady, recognized as the traditional Shankaracharya, which is a sacred center, has seen its presence decisively extinguished. Its primary property, the very palace and the 3-hectare land, is now held by the Holy Sri Sringeri Sarada Peedam through a special lease deed of indefinite duration. This transfer has effectively wiped out the last traces of Tekke Madam from the Acharya soil, cementing Sringeri's institutional dominance. The site now hosts a prestigious Vedic school run by the respected Sringeri Mud. The irony of this final fact is that the rich history of Tekke Madam's traditional kingship and custodianship is largely unknown to the local residents, a history preserved only to limited individuals and institutions like Kaipattur Church and CMI. The paradox of Kalady remains. The pursuit of institutional glory for the greatest of gurus, Adi Shankaracharya, was achieved only by the very same unfortunate son allowing his mother's Atma to be forcibly stripped of his natural sanctuary. His universal greatness was thus established upon the foundation of a profound personal filial betrayal, a pattern that ultimately led to the erasure of all previous custodians from the historical landscape. The conclusion. Even today, the Sheshakriya of Mother Aryamba remains incomplete. The greatest of gurus, Adi Shankaracharya, himself confessed his greatest sorrow in Matra Panchakam, that he could not fulfill his final duty as a son. Centuries have passed, yet this wish was never renounced. It was only left unfinished by the destiny. This is not a question of institutions or authority, but of dharma and concise. This is a long silenced voice of a mother waiting through centuries for the final rites. Her son longed to perform. Her tears were never shed aloud. They were absorbed by time, earth, and memory. If even one heart here is stirred by that silent suffering, let us come together and complete what was left undone. Such an act alone would be the greatest Guru Dakshina, an offering not to stone or name, but to compassion, justice, and love. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now invite our next speaker, Dr. Vadakumbad Narayanan, to present the paper titled From Kingship to Absence, Tekkemadam and the Lost Shankara Sanketam of Kalady on behalf of Kaipalli Srivalsan Nambudiri. Dr. Vadakumbad Narayan has completed BSc and MA. He has submitted his PhD thesis on the topic Influence of Vedic Culture in the Modern Society. He worked as a teacher for more than 30 years and retired as the principal of higher secondary school in the year 2010. He also studied Chenda and astronomy. He served as a secretary and president of Brahmaswa Madam for more than 20 years and also as the chairman of Brahmaswa Madam Vedic Research Center. He is the founder, editor, and the publisher of the magazine Veda Dwani, manager Tekke Swamiyar Madam, Thrissur, and managing trustee of Amnaya Peedam, an organization for the propagation of Vedic culture. He has written poems and articles in various periodicals and also presented papers in various national and international seminars. He is the author of the biography of Mahakavi Akittam Anchudan Nambudiri. So I request him to take over the dais. Over to you, sir.
Namaskaram. I am standing here as a substitute to Sri Valsan. 2 days before, Sri Murali Kajiramangalam insisted me to present a paper. And actually, some parts of the paper is related to the papers of Mr. Sri Valsan. Anyway, I have written something about the history of Tekke Madam and some other parts. Namaskaram. Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Aswad Acharya Paryandam Vande Guru Parambara. Tekke Madam, Thrissur is one of the oldest centers of Advaita Vedanta in Kerala. This traditional Adhyatmika Guru Sanketa was established by Sri Padmapada Acharya, the first disciple of Sri Shankara Bhagavatpada. Sri Shankara Bhagavatpada established 4 madhams in different parts of India. They are Sringeri, Dwaraka, Badri, and Puri, and entrusted each madham to his 4 main disciples, Sureshwara, Hastamalaga, Todaka, and Padmapada respectively. Kanji Matham is also closely associated with Sri Shankara Bhagavad-pada. With the direction of Bhagavad-pada, each disciple started separate mathams at Trachur in a single building complex situated on the bank of Padinjarachira. They are Vadakke Matham, Naduvil Matham, Idayil Matham, and Tekke Matham. The mathams originated when Chairman Perumal Rajashekhara Varma, a devotee of Bhagavad-pada, invited the 4 disciples to Trachur. The Perumal constructed 4 mathams on the eastern side of the Padinjarachira and granted one to each disciple. The first acharyas of these mathams were Hastamalaga, Sureshwara, Todaga, and Padmapada respectively. Later on, Idayil Matham was shifted to Trikkaikat at Tanur in Malappuram district, and Vadakke Matham was changed to a Vedapadhashala, namely Vadakke Matham Brahmaswam. So at present, there are 3 mathams, of which Brahmaswam Matham is a Vedapadhashala and not a Sannyasi Matham, and Naduvil Matham and Tekke Matham are still Sannyasi Mathams. Eminent Advaita scholars there were so many eminent Advaita scholars in the Mathams at Trachur. Sarvajnatman, author of Panchaprakriya, Raghavananda, with the Vyakhyata of Krishnapadi, Vyakhyanam of Bhagavatam, Narasimhacharya, author of Advaita Deepika, Krishnananda, Vyakhyata of Atma Bodha, Vilvamangalam, author of Sri Krishna Karnamradam, Durga Prasad Yadi, author of Kaivalya Navanidam, Krishnanubhuti Yadi, author of Brahma Sutra Adhikarananyaya Anukramanika, Purnavidya Muni, Vyakhyata of Panchaprakriya, Bodhananda, author of Bodhananda Gita and Upanishad Vyakhyanam, and Purna Saraswati, author of Vedanta Sandesha Kavya, were the inmates of Trishur Mathams. Padmapacharya was the first Acharya of Tekke Matham and Puri. Thus, Tekke Matham belongs to the Padmapada lineage of Sri Shankara tradition and follows the customs and rituals of the Govardhana Pidham. Srimad Vasudevananda Brahmananda Bhudi is the 84th Mopal Swamiyar of Tekke Matham. Rigveda is the Veda, Aidariya is the Upanishad, Prajnana Brahma is the Mahavakyam, and Narasimha Murti is the main deity along with Saraswati Devi, which are based on Mathamnaya. Matham gives importance to rituals and customs significant to the tradition of Kerala along with Vedic tradition. Ananda Anubhuti is the sannyasa nama. There is a history behind that. One midnight, when his disciples were asleep, Sri Shankara went to Kabalika to keep his promise. Padmapada Acharya suddenly woke up from his sleep, disturbed, and went to see whether his guru is sleeping. Upon not finding him, he walked into the Devi Puja of Kapalika, where Acharya Swamigal was tied up to the Yupam as the scapegoat for beginning the sacrifice. The very moment he called his worshipping deity, Sri Narasimhamurti. The Narasimhamurti got into Padmapada Acharya and he slaughtered Kabalika and his followers and released his guru. This showed how strong was Padmapada Acharya's devotion and yogic power. Padmapada was a Kerala Nambudiri in his early life before receiving sannyasam. Acharya Swamigal had great affection towards him. Other disciples mistook, thinking that it may be because of his caste and nativity. Acharya Swamigal got to know about this and he decided to prove them wrong with a deed. He crossed the Ganges and called his disciples to follow. Everyone started searching for a way to cross the river. Padmapada did not hesitate and he walked over the Ganges. To the surprise of all, lotus flowers appeared as a support for each step he took, enabling him to walk over the furiously flowing Ganges. His praises to his Guru in his mind and Guru's blessings gave him the power to walk over the water. This proved that a yogi so involved in Brahmanandam has nothing to hesitate and nothing is impossible for such a person. After displaying this yogic miracle, Padmapada Acharya became Padmapada Brahmananda Bhuti. Thus, the disciples of Padmapada tradition choose the title Brahmananda Bhuti. The duty of Tekke is to preserve the tradition of Sannyasa Ashramam, which is the purpose of the Madham according to the Hindu religion, by appointing expert Pandits in Veda and Shastra for teaching Veda and gaining knowledge about religion. There are 9 Madhams and 19 temples under Tekke Madham. The subordinate Devaswam and Madhams of Thrissur Swamiyar Madham are spread over the land ranging from Trivandrum to from south to Trichambaram in the north. The Madham at Tiruvarp is a special one. Swamiyar used to perform Pushpanjali at Vadakkunnathan at Thrissur and Tiruvarp at Kottayam. There is a Madham at Kalady in the banks of the Periyar River, which is the birthplace of Shankara Bhagavad-pada. Some of the assets that belong to the Kaipalli Mana, the birth home of the Bhagavad-pada, are merged with Tekke Madham. Those properties, some of the properties have been given as lease to Sringeri Madham and are now they are under their custody. It is believed that the Samadhi of Padmapada has occurred at Tiruvarp Madham, Kottayam. Once, Sri Shankara Bhagavad-pada himself had visited Tekke Madham. When Acharya Swamigal was doing the Upasana on a Durgashtami evening, the goddess Saraswati appeared in front of him. Suddenly, the Acharya Swamigal praised Devi by chanting the Saraswata Mantram. Usually, in Kerala's Sampradayam, the Saraswata Mantra will not be chanted after the meals. But Shankaracharya has chanted the Saraswata Mantra when Saraswati Devi incarnated in front of him. In the remembrance of this particular event, every year on the evening of Durgashtami, Vedic scholars assemble at Tekke Madham and chant the Saraswata Mantra. Hundreds of people used to come to attend this very rare and auspicious ritual. On Durgashtami day, from morning to evening, Ashtami Vakyartha Sadas used to be conducted. Tekke Madham follows the Veda and Shastra tradition. One of the best Sanskrit scholars is awarded with a gold medal. Madham used to give Shankara Patmam Puraskaram to an eminent artist and Acharya Ratnam Puraskaram to an eminent Vedic scholar every year. In the old days, when there was more than one Swamiyards in the Madham, The daily Pushpanjali for Narasimhamurthy and Vadakkumnathan was practiced every day without interruption. One day, one Swamiyar saw an elephant running to him while walking to Vadakkumnathan. The helper, a student of the Brahmaswam Madham, who was with him, cried out loudly, frightened at the view. Swamiyar told him to run away, but he hesitated to leave the old Swamiyar alone. As the elephant approached close to the Swamiyar, he pulled the boy closer to him with his left hand and shouted, "These hands are supposed to do the Pushpanjali even tomorrow," and stood with his right hand holding high in the air. Surprisingly, the elephant stopped and made a trumpet. Standing there for a few minutes as if nothing happened, it went back the way it came. The legend which shows the holy presence of Narasimhamurthy and the fruit of worshipping him as follows. There was a saint named Pudumana Swamiyar at Tekemadam. It was the time people were suffering from the scarcity of water, and they approached the Swamiyar for a solution. He sat in the center courtyard of the Madham, holding the Tidambu, the idol of God which used to take outside from the Srikovil, close to the heart, and began to chant Parjanya Suktam and asked others to chant with him. Within 1.5 hours, it started raining heavily, which could even sink the Tidambu he was holding. That was when he put an end to his chanting. The wall on the south side of the Tekani of Madham displays a painting of Narasimhamurthy. A Swamiyar who lived at the Madham once happened to have a strong longing to get Raja Devivarma to paint for him. Devivarma considered this as a blessing and came over to do the duty when informed about this. He completed the sketch work of Lakshmi Narasimhamurthy after meditating for a few days according to the Dhyana Shlokam. As he had begun to paint, it, a messenger came with an order from the Maharaja of Baroda asking him to come, and he was forced to accept it. Devivarma was upset for not considering the request of the Swamiyar asking him to complete what he was doing. He fell ill by the time he was back from Baroda and could not visit Thrissur after that. The pain he had about the painting got worse, and later his disciple Shankaracharya came to complete the work as per his direction. Swamiyar was delighted as the work completed. Raja Devivarma has instructed his disciple to never receive any payment for the work done. But the story says he received the gift Swamiyar gave, which was a gold coin and one dhoti. The original presence of Tekemadam at Trichambaram was given away to Thirkkaikat Madham during historical shifts in power and property. The Madham has historically promoted the study of the Vedas. The head of Tekemadam is traditionally involved in teaching and propagating Vedantic philosophy, including Rig, Yajus, and Sama, in accordance with Nambudiri tradition. Tekemadam held the traditional role of Archaka to do the Pushpanjali at Kalady Appan Sri Krishna temple at Kalady. the ancestral deity of Bhagavad Pada. For convenience of Archaka rights, 3.5 hectares of landed property belonging to paternal family of Bhagavad Pada Kapilli on the banks of river Periyar was given to Tekke Madam as Kanam as marked in the document. Another interesting fact is the property just next to Sri Krishna temple Kalady Appan is marked in name of Kochapilli Nasrani, who was the bodyguard family brought in by Swamiji from Kottayam. Incidentally, he used the same Christian family to demolish the church at Kaipattur, just 2 kilometers north, 3 times, which they tried to establish in end of 1800s. Around 1730, the Madham was vested with kingship rights in Kalady, thereby designating the area as Shankaracharya. The hearsay is that once there was a drought and serious famine in the area, this upset king was very considerate of subjects as clueless as to how to resolve. He decided to visit the Guru, who was on Chadurmasam at Kalady at that point. The Swamiyar was at the ghat performing his prayers and was in a meditative chant when the king approached. After the salutations, king vent his frustrations that in spite of the chants and prayers, his country is suffering from serious drought. So, what is the use of all the spiritual exercise was the puzzling question thrown to the feet of his guru. Swamiyar calmly reacted that neither I will get up from my kurmasanam nor will have bhiksha until it rains. The king was not much convinced and headed back with his entourage with cavalry. Shortly, there started a heavy downpour and the royal team could not move a step further. The king was so shaken and enraged, afraid, returned back to the ghat to the feet of Tekke Madam Swamiyar. The king begged pardon to the smiling Guru. He announced that he will allow the tax to be collected by the Swamiyar Madam and that king will not enter the Sankedam with weapon or entourage. For centuries, Tekke Madam held both fiscal and ritual rights, namely Rajabhogam, within Kalady village, which included an entitlement to a portion of the crop produce, that is 1/3 from wetland, 1/8 from dryland. So many other points were presented by Sri Valsan. So I am concluding this. Thank you all. Namaskaram.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite our next speaker, Sri Shankaran Nambudiripada, to deliver his paper on the title, Brief History of Melparur Mana. Mr. Shankaran Nambudiripada of Melparur Mana, born in 1955, is an electrical engineer by profession. After passing out from Banaras Hindu University Institute of Technology, he joined Rourkela Steel Plant, a unit of Steel Authority of India, in 1979. After a long service of 36 years, he superannuated on 2015. He is the elder of 4 sons of late Brahmadattan Nambudiripada, and his maternal home is Ottur Mana Mayenu. Presently, he is enjoying a peaceful retired life, spending time in reading spiritual text. Over to you, sir. So you have 20 minutes to speak.
Thank you, ma'am, for
Hello. Salutations to all. Sri Gurubhyo Nama. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this workshop for giving me an opportunity to be here and to offer a few opening remarks before Dr. Murali's lecture. I will be speaking briefly about Melpadur Mana, also known as Melpadur Mana, and its historic association with Sri Shankara. Mana is identified as the maiden house of Aryamba, mother of Adi Sankara, and is believed to be his place of birth, in keeping with the Nambudiri custom that the first childbirth occurs in the woman's maiden home, her home before marriage. Melpadur Mana is situated at Veliyanad at a distance of 3 km northeast of Palur and around 5 km from Piravam in Ernakulam district. The Mana has a Taravatu pair, that is family name, Velivilanade, which is used only in records. The predecessor of Melpadur Mana is Palur Mana, one of the 8 aristocratic families known as Ashtagrihams. The movement of the Mana or the family to Palur has already been dealt with elaborately by my previous speaker. Only suffice to say that from the branch which moved to Palur, 4 branches sprang up. They are Padudol Palur, Talil Palur, Vadakilathu Palur, and Sornath Palur. Sornath Mana is connected with the Kanakathara Stotram episode of Adi Sankara. In Padudol Mana, a Sri Chakram is installed, which was supposed to have been worshipped by Adi Sankara. Nothing much is known about the Mana before 1850s due to lack of available records. Even the telltale stories are rare. The earliest known person in our family is one Sri Vishnutharada Nambudiripat, estimated to have been alive from 1840 to 1875. His son, Sri Shankaran Nambudiripat, born in 1870, lost his father when he was a child of 4 to 5 years of age and was brought up by his widow mother. He had 8 children, the eldest of them being Vishnutharada Nambudiripat, born in 1897. During their time, say from 1890 to 1950, the Mana was in pristine glory. The social and political environment prevailing then must have been conducive for the growth of prospects of the Mana. The Mana complex in the form of a Nalukat, typical of any Nambudiri illam. It housed temples for family deities, Shasta the Ayyappan, Kiradamurti the Vetakuri Magan, Nageshi, etc. There was a puja room with small idols, exclusively for puja by the members of the family, including that of, in which there were many small idols, including that of Narasimha Murti and a Salagrama, which are believed to have been worshipped by Adi Sankara. Sri Vishnutharada Nambudiripat, a Vedic scholar who had received advanced Vedic lessons in Brahmasambadam Thrissur, was considered an authority on Vedic matters during his time. He took keen interest in imparting Vedic and Vedangic education to next generation. Many Nambudiri children got advantage of this. My father, Brahmadadan, was his youngest brother. He was active in Yogakshema Sabhas of 1930s. The Mana has ownership of temples at Perur, near Etumanur, and Varapati, near Muvatuvazha. For important events, a member of the Mana is present in these 2 temples for Acharyavaram, etc., even now. Mention may be made about Chotanikara Bhagavati temple, which is the Grama Paravadevata of the Vedanat Gramam, where the Palur family is situated. It is believed that Goddess Saraswati was brought here by Adi Sankara. The Palli Udayon, colloquially called Pallidan, at Chotanikara temple, who acts as a manager and bodyguard of the Bhagavati, is originally the Shasta of Melpadur Mana. The Paravaipa, on the second day of the Utsavam, used to end up at Melpadur Mana, where all devotees of nearby places used to offer their offerings at the Nadimitam of the Mana. The day coincided with the birthday of Sri Shankara Nambudiripat, my grandfather. Melpadur Mana had properties near Kizhillam, Kurupampadi, Vaikara, and Erimeli, etc., which were under the lease to various tenants. They were sold after land reforms. Also, there is a property of around 8 acres, even owned by Mana members even now. The Mana properties of Brilliant were sold to Chinmaya Mission in 1980s and is being maintained by them as the Center of Learning of Indological Shastras, the Chinmaya International Foundation. The Mana is renamed as Adi Sankara Nilayam, but the old name Melpadu Mana is displayed conspicuously side by side. An idol of Adi Shankaracharya is installed in the Mana, where the students pay obeisance to the Acharya. With these words, I come to the end of my brief lecture. Thank you for all for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Muralian Kadramangalam, Director, National Adi Sankara Mission, to present the paper titled History of Melpattur Mana based on Indological Field Research in Veliyanadu. Dr. Muralian Kadramangalam, our convener, founded South Deccan Archaeology Foundation in late 2024. He holds engineering degree from MS University, Baroda and New York University, where he completed his master's, doctorate, and postdoctoral fellowship. After leading a research team at Fluent Incorporation, USC, he founded Fluent Incorporation's world-class R&D Center in Pune, India. He then served as managing director of ANSYS India and subsequently oversaw ANSYS Global Academic Program. In 2016, he left industry to pursue archaeological study and research at Deccan College, earning an MPhil and later completing a postdoctoral fellowship. His published book on the Patanjali tradition of Tamilagam appeared in 2020, followed by a paper on the Chidambaram Nadaraja icon published in Berlin Indological Studies. He received the Bandaka Institute Infosys Fellowship in 2023 for conducting archaeological field surveys regarding Adi Sankara in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. In late 2024, Dr. Munali launched the National Adi Sankara Mission, which aims to identify and document existing ancient monuments regarding Sri Shankara and excavate the ones buried below the ground in Kerala. At present, he is director of both SDARF and the National Adi Sankara Mission. I welcome him to deliver his paper. Over to you, sir.
Lights. Put off the light. See, this is not my intention to try to grab the attention here, but the thing is, I have been working with each of the families, to try to find their records and help them write up their history. Now, in the course of working with Kapalli and Mana and Kaipalli Mana, some amount of data could be extracted. Whereas in the case of Melpadur Mana, I would say that Sri Shankara Nambudiri part has been very kind enough to share whatever knowledge he has. However, prior to that, I had the opportunity to go to CIF Veliyanadu many times and spend long time there. Researching it's come now, I think, isn't it? Researching the history of Melpadur Mana. I would like to thank the Chinmaya International Foundation for giving me the opportunity for going there and spending time several times. They assisted me in small ways in my research. Now, the question is, where was, Adi Shankara born, right? Now, as both speakers before had said, the practice I understand in the Nambudiri community is that the mother's home, the maternal home, is where Shankara the first child is born. So in this case, we would assume that Shankara was either born in the Melpadur Mana, which is there south of Kalady. We assume that maybe he was born there. If he was not born there, I think the migration has been described by both the Kaipalli family and also later on by who else talked about the migration? Okay, so the migration history was discussed a couple of times, that they moved from Shukapuram and Panniyur. Now, if it so happens to be that they moved from Shukapuram and Panniyur, question is, when did they leave, and where were they born? Where was Shankara born? So I have called the Melpadur Mana, the structures, as the Melpadur Mana complex, because it's a large 11-acre facility now, right? So he could have been two possibilities. They hailed from Shukapuram, they could have come down south, right? One is that he could have been born in Veliyanad, or he was born en route. And if he was born en route, then the family carried the legends with them to Melpadur Mana. So the migration route, the time of departure from Shukapuram, Panniyur, and when they arrived in Veliyanad, these are all unknowns at this point, and they require research, and that has a direct bearing on where Shankara was born. Again, Melpadur Mana, the physical structure, is very important, right? Now, it's gone again. So, I'll just come to it. The question is, when was Melpadur Mana occupied? That is, when was Veliyanad occupied by the Nambudiris? And what we read from, say, it's not connected. What we see from Veluthat's work is that, that general area was occupied at least by the 7th century CE or earlier. That information he has gleaned from various things and written about it. However, I was fortunate enough to actually go there and find a dilapidated temple not very far from Melpadur Mana, and this is about 8th, 9th century Vishnu Narasimha image, which I located in that area, and this firmly establishes that Nambudiris were certainly in that part by the 7th century CE or earlier. This is a very classical image. Unfortunately, it's just lying ruins, and there's no worship or anything going on, right? This was very great opportunity for me to have found this. Now, the other thing is the Padur Perum Trikovil. According to the archaeological department, well, the inscriptions there are 12th, 13th century, okay? And you can read the inscriptions. However, if one looks very closely at the Sri Kovil, the Garbhagraha, it's it's rectangular. Inside, actually, it's rectangular. And the Vimana, it's basically a Dravida Vimana. And in addition to that, the image of the Shivalinga is basically made of sand and pile, weed. You don't see this character of, sand and pile. Ekambreshwara temple in Kanchipuram, is where very ancient Shivalingas is where, so no Abhishekam is done to the Padur Perum Trikovil, Mahadeva. So you have the character of the Vimana, the Garbhagraha itself, the central core temple, and the image. That tells you that this area was very occupied very early as well. So one information was already pre-existing, which is the Padur Perum Trikovil, and that is not really, the outer section is certainly 12th, 13th century. So I have been able to study the whole part, piece by piece. I was able to study this temple, and you can see the accretionary nature of this temple. Means this temple, piece by piece, has been added on from the core shrine. Core shrine is very, very early. Okay, so the Nambudiris were certainly there very early, maybe 7th century, maybe even earlier, right? Now the next thing is the migration period, right? Now, as I said, Veluthat and then, M.G.S. Narayanan and others have said, it's about 7th century or earlier, right? Now, I have mentioned the Vishnu image, which means that, definitely that confirms what has been there on the ground. Now, there is a traditional chronogram, Chitta Chalanam, which Dr. K.V. Vasudevan helped me interpret. Then later on, I found it in K.V. Krishnayar's book itself, which says that the date when the conflict between Shukapuram and Pannur, which Mr. Ramchandran mentioned, the end of the Kurumatsaram or Kurumalsaram was 564 CE according to that chronogram. Now, Krishnayar first dismissed it as being too early. And then later on, M.G.S. Narayanan also dismissed it as being too early. And they both said, well, around 1225, there is a copper plate grant of Veeraraghava. Based on that, both the village members, Sukapuram and Pannur, witnessed that particular copper plate. So anything that happened should have happened after 1225. So it is assumed that the migration period then could be after 1225. Okay? The early evidence in Veliyanad sort of refutes that in a sense. But we cannot say with certainty that the Melpadur Mana family came to Veliyanad in 7th century or earlier. We can't say that. Right? There is no evidence as yet that I have been able to locate. Now, the migration route. Right? Now, the migration route, people have said, they came from Shukapuram, they went to Peruvanam, Murikulam, Tirumurikulam, the Lakshmana temple which is there, and finally to Veliyanad. This Murikulam is, I think, fairly certain because in Veliyanad, there is a temple called Mulakulam. I hope I pronouncing it correct, Mulakulam. That Mulakulam temple is a temple dedicated to Lakshmana. The Tidambu from the Murikulam temple was supposedly taken by an elephant, or there is a legend about it, and then it was installed in Mulakulam. So the connection is fairly certain that Murikulam seems to be a place where both these families seem to have been associated with. I mean, that I think we can take for granted. And this is a photograph of that Mulakulam temple from outside. Now, Kalady is about 18 kilometers, and I think that the Kaipuli family can correct me. It's about 18 kilometers from Murikulam, and so I think the possibility of coming together in this area, that is the Melpadur Mana and the paternal family, and I don't want to say who the paternal family is because we've had some issue of who the paternal family is. So the paternal family and the maternal Melpadur Mana coming together, consequently with the avatar of Shankara taking place subsequently, seems to be quite quite possible, and it's a strong possibility that the geographical proximity allows for that. Now, the medieval evidence on the ground. You see, in Melpadur Mana, there is an image. I'll just show you this. See, there is an image here on the left. There is an image of, purported image of Shankara and Aryamba worshipping at the Shasta temple there. It's on the Sopanam. It's a late image, maybe 17th, 18th, maybe even 19th century. It's a late image. So in no way we can, take that image to be evidence of anything. But in the Tirumuriyur Rama temple, I was fortunate to discover below the image of Shiva and Parvati, and then this being Yoga Dakshinamurti, you see the Sannyasa Diksha. The Sannyasa Diksha of the Advaiti Sannyasi here, which likely is Shankara, this I was able to find in the Tirumuriyur Rama temple. That was really it was an astonishing thing for me, because I went back several times to that temple to look at this. Now, in all the Parur families, Shankaran sir mentioned, in all the Parur families, you will see this particular, on the extreme right, there is a motif. There is a motif in the Parur Perum Kovil. This motif you will see in every one of their houses. And they were the Uranma of the Parur Perum Kovil. So possibly, that could be a reason why, Shankara was born there. I mean, that there is some old connection, right? But most of these, the preponderance of evidence, including what was mentioned about Chotanikara. Chotanikara, if he installed Chotanikara, it was after sannyasa, it was after Digvijaya, so it was in a later part of his age, not a younger part of his age, which means that probably he visited that area, probably because all the images there seem to suggest that it was post sannyasa, including Chotanikara Bhagavati. So, as I said, they were the Uranma of Padur Perimtru Kovil. Maybe that could have been a possibility. Now, the Swamijis of SIF, of Chinmaya Foundation, I had an opportunity to show my work to them, and they pointed to an old image. Okay, before I go to that, let me just talk about this. There are still things to be done. Okay, we can't dismiss, we can't say Shankara was not born in Veliyanad. We cannot say that. We cannot say with certainty that he was born there either. But there are 7 manuscripts which I have just come across. I had to still go and get those manuscripts. I have been confirmed that they are of the Melpadur Mana. I have to go and get them. Some other manuscripts have emerged also. Now, this head of SIF, he pointed to me to a 10th, 11th century Sri Krishna image, originally at Melpadur Mana, but it has been moved to Siddhabari in Himachal Pradesh, where the Samadhi of Chinmaya is. Okay? And all we can say, this is that particular Sri Krishna image. It's a very old Sri Krishna image. It's 10th, 11th century, and now it is at Siddhabari. But Saraswati Amma one day told me, I just don't want to misquote her, she said, they carried the images on their shoulders and brought them. I mean, that's what she had told me, that many a times during migration, they would carry the images, is what she told me. So even this then becomes questionable, whether, this is, conclusive evidence. At this point, I would say that we have to study the manuscripts. We also have to conduct additional indological surveys at Veliyanad, at Shukapuram and Mulikulam, and that will, I think, give us an indication of where Shankara was born. And see, the importance of Adi Shankara Nilayam, which was acquired by Puja Gurudev Sri Chinmayananda Swamiji, in no way that importance will reduce. Okay? The reason is that is the last known, that is the only standing structure which is connected with a family connected to Shankara. That is the only standing structure. In our nation, there is only, so the importance of that place cannot reduce. Let's say tomorrow, hypothetically, we find that he was indeed born in Mulikulam. That doesn't mean the importance of Veliyanad, that is Melpadur Mana complex in Veliyanad will reduce. In fact, my suggestion is we should create a national, first a Kerala and then a national Shankara circuit. And I think these places, especially Melpadur Mana, if Chinmaya people permit, should be part of that national Adi Sankara circuit, so that ultimately people know what all happened during the course of the life of Shankara. It almost, there is a strong hint from what I can see in the evidence that Shankara has traversed to that region after sannyasa. That is based on the images and other material that I have gathered. So at this stage, I would say some more work is needed to be done. It's pending. And that we cannot conclude one way or the other that this or that is the birthplace. That is, I just wanted to add this much to whatever Shankaran sir said, so that we complete the picture about the families. Because if I could have pushed somebody in Melpadur Mana, like what Chandran sir and Ajayan sir said, I would have done it, and we would have probably gotten far with regard to the history, some more of the history. So thank you very much. Sorry to have taken more of your time. And I continue to take your time. My apologies for that. Now, I think we are done with this. We are done with this segment, right? Go.
So we have the end of the session. Now we will have the first panel discussion of this session. on the gaps in our knowledge of the history of Sri Adi Sankara's families and methods to address these gaps. I request all the speakers to be seated to engage in the panel discussion. So the members of the Kapali Mana, Mr. Ramachandran Kaipalli, Saraswati Antarjanam, Ajayan Kaipalli, Needu TK, Vadakumbadu Narayan, Sri Shankaran Nambudiri, and Dr. Murali. I request all of you to be on the stage.
Dr. Sriram has made a suggestion that we will start the next session because we may not have a whole lot. We will see how much of information we have to discuss. There will not a whole lot, but once we completed our discussions, immediately we'll ask the other speakers to begin their presentations. I think the first presenter will be, Dr. Lavanya Ishwar, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, please be seated. Please be seated. Sir, please be seated. Next is Lavanya, right? Please. You are his relative or his friend?
Not relative, his friend.
Okay, please sit down.
To some extent, his colleague.
Please sit down. Today, I learned something from Professor Murali Madhavan that in the Narayaniam itself, the reference to Shankara, am I correct, sir? The reference to Shankara and his falling, etc., is already there. That's a very important piece. That is, I would say that this morning, that is a seminal contribution, sir. Probably everybody in the audience, except me, I am probably the only fool here. Everybody knows about it, but it's really enlightening. Please, sir, please come. Please. Hey, give the mic. Please give the mic. Please give the mic.
Sri Shankaropi Bhagavan, that is the sloka, starts from there. It is 450 years back, at least. Because we have proper records of Narayana Bhattadiri, his birthplace, his date, time, and all those things. His compositions and all those things. So there, he has not only mentioned that he was there and he has arranged all these things, all pujas and done all vyavasthavanas and all those things. See, apart from that, the Malpattur himself says that he has written the commentary of Vishnu Sahasranama there in Guruvayur. So that is very important. Nobody has discussed this point up to this time. Nama Sahasragadi Vyakhel. Bhavalstuti Param, something like that. So, Nama Sahasragadi Vyakhel, Bhavalstuti Param Gato Onde, Ande Gata. So, this verse is very important. So, it's a historical. That is why, Dr. Murali, you are not attending here. Dr. Murali, you are not attending here, what I am saying. Yes, sir. See, why I include the historical glimpses of faith. Yes. This is one very significant one.
Yes.
That Vishnu Sahasranama Bhashya is written by Jagadguru Shankaracharya at Guruvayur.
That's very important. Very important. I mean, you are the first person who has stated it.
This reference to Nama Sahasragadi Vyakhidi, okay. But how we can understand that it is written in Guruvayur?
From there he wrote and went. So that means it is connected.
That is not clearly stated there. Mapatur states that Shankara has written Bhashya on Vishnu Sahasranama. That is clear.
Sir,
Whether it is a...
There is a point. Nama Sahasrada Adivya. Sir, doing the commentary he left. Doing the commentary, that means it's not written somewhere. Doing that, the process was going on, and at the end of that, he I think after composing the Bhashya on Sahasranama, he left his body.
That is very clear. He composed Sahasranama at Vadakanatha temple and he,
But Dr. Neelakandan, sir, you agree that Melpatur has written that he has fallen there. That all you agree?
Mapatur re-quotes the incident only.
Can you keep the mic close?
Mapatur re-quotes the incident that happened in Vadakanathan temple, which is legendarily accepted.
Which incident?
Shankara went to his abode from Vadakanatha temple, reciting Vishnu.
Okay, but the thing is, he's falling in Guruvayur.
No. There is no reference to Guruvayur spot, as I understand. As I think, as I understand. Only that.
But in the Narayaniam was composed in Guruvayur, right?
Narayaniam was composed in 17th century. Everything okay. But the reference to Shankara by Mapatur Bhattadiri does not give us the idea that Vishnu Sahasranama was written in Guruvayur.
No, leave the Vishnu Sahasranama. Right. The question is, do you agree, do you concur, sir, Dr. Neelakandan, sir, do you concur whether the incident of Shankara falling there is mentioned by Melpatur? The incident of Shankara falling in Guruvayur, that is mentioned by Melpatur or not?
That is not mentioned by Mapatur. He only recites his eminence in philosophy, etc. And his purpose is that Shankara is believed to be a follower of Shiva tradition. And Mapatur wants to redesignate him as a follower of Vishnu.
Sir, that
is another point there.
Sir, that is the issue is whether, somebody who is
Vaishnava. Mapatur wants to interpret him as a Vaishnava, whereas basically he was Shaiva.
Sir, the issue about whether what is said in the sloka, whether he fell or not. Somebody who knows Narayaniam here, I'm sure a lot of people know Narayaniam here.
Narayaniya is written in 17th century, it is very clear.
Sir, it's not clear. It is not audible.
Very clear.
Sir, take them.
The verse says that, but I don't recollect the sloka fully.
Sri Shankaropi Bhagavan Sakaleshu Tavat Tvameva Manayati Yo Khalu Yo Nahi Pakshapadi Sri Shankaropi Bhagavan Sakaleshu Taval Tvameva Manayati. Shankara accepts, O God Guruvayurappan. Sri Shankara accepts Guruvayurappan yourself as the Supreme God.
Okay.
Yo Khaluna Pakshapadi. He is not Pakshapadi. Then Vishnu Tunnishtameva Sakalam. Tunnishtameva Khalu, something like that. Nama Sahasragadi Vyakyal. Gada Ande Bhavastudi Parascha Gada Gading Gadonde. Shankara wants to, Melpatur wants to stress that Shankara, who is believed as Shaiva, is not Shaiva. According to Melpatur, he is Vaishnava.
Actually, I feel that he is above with his Vaishnava and Shaiva and all those things. I can't believe that he is a Shaiva. He is not a Vaishnava. The concept in which what we think nowadays, Shaiva and Vaishnava. He is above all these things. He has written on Subramanya, he wrote
Sir.
on Shankar, Ganapati, he wrote on several gods.
Sir, na pakshapati means?
He
Na
is,
pakshapati means
not partial.
partial towards Shaiva or Vaishnava. Is it not?
Na Pakshapadi points to the fact that
Means he
No,
does
I
not
will,
have
I,
any.
I will explain. Actually, Shankara is taken as Shaiva by the Kerala, Brahmi Kerala
Okay.
tradition, but Mappatur wants him to establish as Vaishnava. So Mappatur should say that Shankara is not Pakshapadi.
Yes, he is neutral.
Then only Mappatur can establish his.
Yeah.
We have time on that issue. Thank you very much. We would like now look at the family issue about, because there is some issue regarding the family, right? There are 2-3 families here. I don't think anybody doubts that Melpadur Mana, is the maternal family. But if the family members wish to say something, they are welcome. to say
Murali, anyone from Talayattuvalli?
No, sir, we asked them to come. Are they here?
Yes, let them come.
Please, sir, please
Very
come.
important. Anyone from Talayattuvalli? As introduction, Murali, I would like to get my point. A member from Talayattuvalli helped to support the dead body of Shankara's mother in the head portion, and a member of the Kapilli who helped to support the dead body of Shankara's mother in the leg portion. Kala means leg.
Right.
Tala means head.
Right, okay.
So that tradition I take very important to locate Shankara's birth and activities here. Kanagatharastavam, Kapilli, Kaipilli, Talayattuvalli, crocodile incident, everything. So whether the Kapilli and Talayattuvalli, they retain the tradition, I want to know.
Sorry, whether they?
They retain this tradition. Talayattuvalli and Kapilli, their member, the member of Talayattuvalli at that time supported the head portion of the dead body of Shankara when all other Namboodiris did not participate.
Okay.
And the member of Kapilli helped to support the leg portion. Whether they retain that legend even now, I would like
So
to know.
your good name? You are Jain. Okay. You let them, because the question is directed to them.
അർത്ഥം ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചത് മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? ഇവിടെ ഒരു ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ അമ്മ മരിച്ച സമയം കാപ്പിള്ളിയല്ലേ തലയാറ്റുപള്ളി. ഇവിടെ ഒരു ട്രഡീഷൻ, ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ കാലടി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ പ്രൊഫസറാവുമ്പോൾ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് വർക്ക്സ് ഓഫ് ശങ്കരാചാര്യ 5 വോളിൽ എഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പ്രസിദ്ധീകരിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി കുറേ പണിയെടുത്തപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ലോക്കൽ ലെജൻഡ് ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ അമ്മ മരിച്ചപ്പോൾ ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ വന്നു, അമ്മ സ്മരിച്ചു, ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ വന്നു, അമ്മയുടെ അടുത്ത് അമ്മയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ട ശുശ്രൂഷകൾ ചെയ്തു. എന്നിട്ട് മരിച്ചപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിലെ നമ്പൂതിരിമാർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ലോക്കൽ നമ്പൂതിരിമാരെല്ലാവരും അവരൊന്നിച്ചു കൂടി. പക്ഷേ അവർ ശങ്കരാചാര്യരെ കർമ്മകാണ്ഡം വിട്ട് ജ്ഞാനകാണ്ഡം പ്രചരിപ്പിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവർ ശങ്കരാചാര്യരെ മനസ്സുകൊണ്ട് സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ ഔട്ട്കാസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത പോലെ നിന്നു. അപ്പോൾ മരണസമയത്ത് ഒരാളും ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ അമ്മയുടെ ഡെഡ് ബോഡി എടുക്കാൻ ഒത്തുകൂടിയില്ല. നമ്മളൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമല്ലോ, മരണസമയത്തും ജനന സമയത്തും എല്ലാ വൈരവും മറന്ന് ഒത്തുകൂടും. അപ്പോൾ ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ ആരും ഒത്തുകൂടിയിൽ സഹായിച്ചില്ല, ബോഡി ഡിസ്പോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ സ്വന്തം ചിത കുഴിയുണ്ടാക്കി, സ്വന്തം വിറക് വെട്ടിയുണ്ടാക്കി, അവസാനം ഡെഡ് ബോഡി കൊണ്ടുപോകണമെങ്കിൽ പറ്റില്ല, വെയിറ്റ് കൂടും. അപ്പോൾ ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ കൈയും കാലും ഒക്കെ ഛേദിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ മനസ്സ് ചുട്ട് ലോക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള 2 ഫാമിലീസ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് അവിടെ എത്തി. ഒരാൾ ഡെഡ് ബോഡിയുടെ തല പിടിക്കാനും ഒരാൾ കാല് പിടിക്കാനും ശങ്കരാചാര്യർ നടു സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടും ഫ്യൂണറൽ പയറിൽ കൊണ്ടുവച്ചു എന്നൊരു ലോക്കൽ ട്രഡീഷൻ. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് തലയാറ്റുപള്ളി, കാപ്പിള്ളി, കൈപ്പിള്ളി അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ജന്മസ്ഥലം. ഈ 3 മനകളുടെ ഇല്ലങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ലെജൻഡ് എനിക്ക് സൂക്ഷ്മമായിട്ട് കിട്ടി. അതും പിന്നെ സ്വർണ്ണത്ത് മന വെരി നിയർ, ക്രോക്കഡോയിൽ ലെജൻഡ് വെരി നിയർ, മേപ്പാടൂർ മന ദർ. ഇതൊക്കെ വെച്ചിട്ട് ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ ബർത്തും അതെല്ലാം കാലടി ആണെന്ന് നിർണ്ണയിക്കാമെന്ന് ഞാനൊരു തീസിസ് മുരളിക്കറിയാം ഇവിടെ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഈ ലെജൻഡിനെ കുറിച്ച് കാപ്പിള്ളി, തലയാറ്റുപള്ളി, കരകധാരയൊക്കെ നമുക്കറിയാം, ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് അറിയാൻ താല്പര്യമുണ്ട്. ഓരോരുത്തർ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതി.
തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളിയുടെ ശരിക്കും ഇല്ല പേര് മൂത്തേടം എന്നായിരുന്നു അന്ന് ഈ 10 ഇല്ലക്കാരായിരുന്നു എന്നാണ് പറയണത് കാലടി പ്രദേശത്ത്. അതിൽ 2 ഇല്ലക്കാർ മാത്രമാണ് ഈ ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ അമ്മയുടെ സംസ്കാര ചടങ്ങിൽ സഹകരിച്ചോളൂ എന്നാണ് പറയണത്. അത് തലഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളിയും കാൽഭാഗത്ത് നിന്ന് കാപ്പള്ളിമനയെന്ന് പിന്നെ പേരെടുത്തു. ഈ ഇപ്പം പഴയ ആധാരങ്ങളിൽ തന്നെ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ആധാരങ്ങളിൽ തന്നെ മൂത്തേടം എന്നുകൂടി ഇല്ല പേരുള്ള തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളി ഇല്ലത്ത് എന്നും പറഞ്ഞാണ് എഴുതുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അന്ന് മൂത്തേടത്തിൻ്റെ ഇല്ലപ്പേരായിരുന്നു, അത് പിന്നെ തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളി എന്നായി ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ ഒരു 1200 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ 4 കെട്ടൊക്കെ പൊളിച്ചു എങ്കിലും
മൂത്തേടം എന്നതിൽ നിന്ന് തലയാറ്റുപള്ളി എന്ന പേര് വന്നത് തല പിടിക്കാൻ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണെന്നുള്ള ലെജൻഡ് നിങ്ങൾ ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നു? ആ ലെജൻഡ് നിങ്ങൾ ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നു?
തല പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്,
വണ്ടർഫുൾ.
തല പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളി എന്നുള്ള തല ഏറ്റും പള്ളി, അതല്ല പറഞ്ഞ് തലയാറ്റുംപള്ളി എന്നായി.
സോ മുരളി, മിസ്റ്റർ മുരളി, my point is supported. Then Kapilli also, I would like to, Kapilli. Whether this legend is followed by you from that time even.
Kapilli, nobody is here.
കാപ്പള്ളി ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ സ്ഥലത്തില്ല, അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് കുറച്ച് ഹെൽത്ത് ഇഷ്യൂ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് വരാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ അദ്ദേഹം ഓൺലൈനിൽ പ്രോഗ്രാം കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഫോണിൽ കൂടി ശ്രമിക്കാമെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് കിട്ടുമെന്ന്, ഇതിനൊരു ഉത്തരം പറയാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കാം കേട്ടോ.
നമുക്കറിയേണ്ടത് ഇപ്പം തലയാറ്റുപള്ളി തല ഏറ്റു, അതുപോലെ കാല് ഏറ്റു എന്നുള്ള വല്ല ലെജൻഡും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫാമിലിയിലെ തുടർച്ചയായിട്ടുണ്ടോ?
അങ്ങനെയാണ് അവരും.
അതെ അതെ.
ഏതാ? അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഉണ്ട്. അത് കൂടുതൽ ശ്രീവത്സൻ ഉണ്ട് ലൈനിൽ കിട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കാം. ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഹോൾഡ് ചെയ്യണേ.
Yeah, okay. So from Kaipulli's side, we have also heard of this legend and we really accept this. But we would like to say something about this is, see, we don't want to make any claim. We don't want to make any claim. We want to prove, at the same time, we want to ensure that the history is correctly tracked and the evidence is correctly noted down. It should not be misrepresented, misquoted, misread. That is the important thing about not making a claim of Shankaracharya being the family member of Kaipulli. That is not the, that is not the point. So, yeah. Okay. See, from Kaipulli side, our point was very clear. We don't want to make any claim. But at the same time, we want to ensure that the historical facts are correctly mentioned. It is correctly, the evidences are correctly presented, and it should not be misread, misquoted, or misrepresented. That is the only objective we have. And we are not here to make any claim, because the fact always remains there. So it is need not have to be claimed and taken.
ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ തന്നെ പറയട്ടെ, എനിക്ക് കേട്ടാൽ തന്നെ കഷ്ടിച്ച് മനസ്സിലാവും. വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം കൊണ്ട് സ്ത്രീക്കൊന്നും ഗുണം കേട്ടാത്തൊരു തലമുറയിൽപ്പെട്ടതാണ് ഞാൻ. അതുകൊണ്ട് മലയാളത്തിൽ എനിക്ക് അറിയണമെന്ന് പറയാം. ഞാൻ ഇത് മുഴുവൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നില്ല. എന്നുവെച്ചാൽ അദ്ദേഹം അമ്മ മരിക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്മരിച്ച് അവിടെ വന്നു, ആകെയുള്ള വിഷമം, ഒരു സന്യാസി തുടരുതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് പലരും പിൻവാങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം വെട്ടിമുറിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളത് അവിടെ ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളത് ആ ഒരു ചിന്താഗതി
വെട്ടിമുറിച്ചില്ല, അതിന് വേണ്ടി
ചിന്താഗതി
വന്നില്ല.
ആ ചിന്താഗതി ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇത്തിരി വിഷമമാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് വാഴപ്പോളയൊക്കെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ വാഴപ്പോളയിൽ ഇദ്ദേഹം ഞാൻ ഫോളോ ചെയ്യണത് കുഞ്ചുണ്ണി രാജയുടെ പുസ്തകമാണ്. അഗാധ പണ്ഡിതനായിട്ടുള്ള ഡബിൾ ഡോക്ടറേറ്റ് ഫോറിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള മനുഷ്യൻ, അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പുസ്തകത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത് ചുള്ളിക്കമ്പൊക്കെ കൂട്ടി പിന്നെ ഇദ്ദേഹം കൈകൊണ്ട് തീയുണ്ടാക്കി വാഴപ്പോളോടുകൂടി വെച്ചു എന്നാണ് ഏകദേശം പറയണത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ നിലയ്ക്ക് അംഗീകരിക്കാനും മനസ്സിന് സന്തോഷം തരുന്ന വിധത്തിൽ ചിന്തിക്കാനാണ് ഞാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. മറ്റുള്ളവർ വെട്ടിമുറിച്ചു എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊരു ശവത്തിനെ വെട്ടി അല്ല, അത് വിചാരിക്കുക, ആ ചിന്താഗതി തന്നെ ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ.
സരസ്വതി അപ്പളെ അങ്ങനെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല,
അല്ല
വെട്ടിമുറിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, അങ്ങനെ വേണ്ടി അതെ അങ്ങനെ വിചാരിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു, അത് വേണ്ടി വന്നില്ല. ഈ രണ്ട് ഫാമിലി
ചെയ്തു എന്ന് പറയണില്ല, പക്ഷെ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ തന്നെ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് അടുത്ത പോയിന്റ് എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ ചോദിക്കാം.
What she's telling, she cannot agree with the way they depict, like Shankaracharya was cremated, Aryamba was cremated. At that time, they cut the body to pieces.
And Mr. Murali, when you are here, you have worked so much I know, regarding the birthplace and other historical, epigraphical, archaeological. Now the discussion, there are ample evidences for accepting Shankara's birth and his childhood and all other things Shankara's birth and childhood and all other things in and around Kalady. Ample evidences. You see, let me
sir,
no, let me complete. Let me complete.
Okay, fine.
Let me complete. Ample evidences, please, Murali. Ample evidences in the sense that there are no archaeological evidences. There are no inscriptional evidences. There are no historical evidences, as we only some references in the Shankaracharya's written many centuries after. Only
I showed you in Madhaviyam itself, the first line of the second canto, it says Vrishabachala is on the tata of Purna. Okay, so if you say, if there is a geographical inaccuracy in Madhaviyam, in the first sentence, how do you then take that information and how do you take that and extrapolate and say, Kalady, sir, if somebody here can produce, see, I told you, my great reverence, because all these people are physically here, there must be a reason. We don't say that. But historically, if some manuscript, some image, some, what you call shasanam, copper plate, something somebody should produce, some king. See, if Rajashekara's inscription was found somewhere in Malappuram recently in last 10 years and they were written about it. Somebody would have left some shred of evidence about Shankara, because I have found so much in Tamil Nadu, a lot in Kerala, but still we don't have conclusive evidence.
I was just talking to Anandaraj that with a single copy of manuscript or even several copies of manuscripts, depend on that or on a kavya or something. After all, kavyas are imaginative products. There is so many false things can happen, or it is only a nice presentation, that's all. So, kavyas you cannot depend upon. That is why all these Shankara Vijayas, they give quite different versions. So, you cannot depend upon that. You have to archaeological and the geological and other inscriptions and other things you have to depend upon. What you are doing now, that is the best course.
No, we want to know your opinion, just shortly, on Shankara's birthplace and other places.
So I said we don't have conclusive evidence for Melpadurmana, and I think work is required to be done both at Melpadurmana and the migratory route in Shukapuram and Peruvanam, Irinyalakuda and Murikulam. Some I have not yet done, and I don't have the resources yet to do it. Okay, so that has to be done. Subsequently, there are manuscripts which we have now found. We have to go through them. They have found some manuscripts. Actually, Kaipalli has also found manuscripts. So we have to take all this material. Yes, sir. Yes. Correct, sir. Absolutely. 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 It's an evolving. That's all. That's all. That's all. See, what the acharyas have done is great. If they had not done that, we would have been zero. We would have been a complete zero. So we thank Sringeri and Kanchi for making these, opening the doors. Mr. Dr. Anandra, yes.
Geetu TK representing Kapalli Mana has pointed out some connections with the Tekke. I have a question to Vadakambat Narana Mashe. Can the Madham records corroborate with what Geetu TK presented? Because she has presented her opinion with Vattelth records and the age of Vattelth. And it may represent something about 6th century, 6 AD.
Which one? Which one?
Vattelth.
No, but are you talking about the lamp? Are you talking about the lamp?
Yes.
So the lamp, sir, we asked one of the epigraphists here from your university, Sri Shankara University, to sit and break his head. And I worked with them, and we concluded that the lamp and the writing on it is very late. It's 19th, 18th, you can say 18th? 19th century, why 19th, 20th century? Okay. I mean, it's very, very late. Just very late. Okay. So that
and he also said something. Any relation between Tekke Madam and this place or any of this mana? Tekke Madam.
See, I'll just say one thing because Mr. Srivalsan is not there. Yes, 1 second. See, Mr. Srivalsan and I have been discussing for several years now. Tekke Madam certainly had a place here, and it is from the government records. Mr. Srivalsan has proved from government records that their Rajabhogam rights were abolished. Okay, so we know for sure Tekke Madam was here. There is no question about it. Okay, now how long they were here? How long they were here?
That's a problem.
Huh? Where here? Here. Yeah, see, the only thing is that they have told me, that is, Srivalsan has told me, and I wish Srivalsan was here. I really miss him. If he was here, what he says is that there is a book. He and his brother both quote a book of Father Sebastian Punoli, which talks about the destruction of a church 3 times by the Tekke Madam Swamiyar in Kalady. That's 300 years ago. Now, that book is just a book. Okay, we leave that aside. But apparently they have got records. See, definitely this Rajabhogam right abolition, it's there.
That is okay.
It's there from legislature itself. Now, question is, when the Rajabhogam rights were accorded and when the land was actually given to Tekke Madam, that is still...
record is just confined to Tekke Madam only. There are 4 muds.
Yes.
That is interesting.
Yes. Yeah, now Mr. Vadakampat, Doctor, he says, what? Tekke Madam to Kalady, how long ago? What do the records say?
Tekke Madathil എന്തെങ്കിലും വിവരങ്ങൾ അതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുണ്ടോ?
Sir, if you can say in English, it will be better, if you don't mind.
ചില റെക്കോർഡ്സ് കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ളതിൽ അതിൽ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് എഴുതിയിട്ട് കണ്ടേക്കണത് തെക്കേ ശങ്കരാചാര്യ സ്വാമികളുടെ പൂർവാശ്രമത്തിലത്തെ സ്വത്ത് മുഴുവൻ തെക്കേ മഠത്തിലേക്ക് ലയിച്ചു എന്നാണ് വാചകം കണ്ടേക്കണത്. അതൊരു വശം. മറ്റൊരെന്നുള്ളത് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത കാലം വരെ അവിടെ തെക്കേ മഠത്തിൻ്റെ ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ട്. തെക്കേ മഠത്തിൻ്റെ സ്ഥലം എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് അവിടെ റെക്കോർഡിക്കലി ഉള്ളത്. മാത്രമല്ല അത് ലീസിന് കൊടുത്തേക്കുകയാണ്. അതെ, 2035 വരെയാണ് ലീസ്. ഈ 2035 വരെയുള്ള ലീസിന് ഓരോ വർഷവും ഇത്ര രൂപ എന്ന നിലയ്ക്ക് അവിടുന്ന് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് മറ്റേ എന്താ പറയുക ലീസ് എമൗണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് തന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതുണ്ട്. അത് ഈ കൊല്ലങ്ങളായിട്ട് ശൃംഗേരി മഠത്തുനിന്ന് തെക്കേ മഠത്തിന് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതങ്ങ് അപ്പോൾ റെക്കോർഡ് ഈസ് ദർ. മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഉള്ളത് എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ ഉള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഇതുവരെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു പാഠശാലയുണ്ട്. ആ പാഠശാലയിൽ ഒരു റൂം, ആ റൂം തെക്കേ മഠം സ്വാമിയാർക്കുള്ളതാണ്. അതെ, ശൃംഗേരി മഠത്തിലത്തെ ഒരു റൂം അത് തെക്കേ മഠം സ്വാമിയാർ അവിടെ വന്നാൽ താമസിക്കാനുള്ള ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. സ്വാമിയാർ അവിടെ താമസിക്കുന്നതും കൂടി അടക്കം ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. മാത്രമല്ല ശൃംഗേരി സ്വാമികളായിട്ട് ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്തിട്ടുമുണ്ട്, അവരംഗീകരിച്ചിട്ടുമുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോഴും കൂടി അതെ, നമ്മുടെ ഭാരതി തീർത്ഥസ്വാമികളായാലും വിധുശേഖരാന്തര ഭാരതി സ്വാമികളായാലും ഒക്കെ അടക്കം അവരായിട്ടും അടക്കം ഞങ്ങൾ പലരും അതെ. അത് അവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. മറ്റേ നന്ദി നമ്പൂതിരി ഉണ്ട്. നന്ദി നമ്പൂതിരി ഞാനും കൂടിയിട്ട് മറ്റേ ഈ അവിടെ പോലും സ്വാമിയാരും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കൂടിയിട്ട് അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് മറ്റേ അവിടുത്തെ സ്വാമിയാർമാരായിട്ട് ഇക്കാര്യം ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ഇതേവരെ ഒരാളും നിഷേധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്ന് മുതലാണ് എന്നുള്ളത് ദർ ഇസ് നോ റെക്കോർഡ്. ഫ്രം വിച്ച് ഡേറ്റ് ഓൺവേർഡ്സ് ഐ ഡോണ്ട് നോ. ദർ ഇസ് നോ റെക്കോർഡ്സ് ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോഴും അതെ ഇതുണ്ട്. അതേപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് ഈ രാജ്യഭോഗത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യവും അതെ. രാജ്യഭോഗത്തിൻ്റെ എൻ്റെ റെസീറ്റ് അടക്കമുണ്ട്, എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്, അതിൻ്റെ റെസീറ്റ് അടക്കമുണ്ട്. അന്നൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിരുന്ന കിട്ടിയിരുന്ന രാജ്യഭോഗം കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നതും ആ കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിരുന്നതിന് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളതായ റെസീറ്റുകളുടെ ഒക്കെ തന്നെ രേഖകളുണ്ട്. മാത്രമല്ല 1980 തോന്നുന്നു നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റാണ് അത് നിയമസഭയിൽ അത് പാസ്സാക്കിയത്, രാജ്യഭോഗം നിർത്തലാക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്. അതിൻ്റെ ഗസറ്റ് നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ആ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷനും എൻ്റെ കോപ്പി എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ എന്താ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതുവരെ ഇത് കിട്ടിയിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതും ആ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലുള്ള സംഗതികളുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത്. അതും മാത്രമല്ല ഇപ്പോഴും കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംഗതിയും കൂടിയും പറയുകയാണ്. അവിടെ ഏതാ താലൂക്ക് ഇവിടെ
കുന്നത്തൂർ
ആലുവല്ല, വേറെ ഒന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ. അതല്ല, ഇവിടുത്തെ കാലടി താലൂക്ക്, ആ പ്രദേശം നിൽക്കുന്ന താലൂക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ആവട്ടെ, അവിടുത്തെ അതിൻ്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ അല്ല മാണിക്യമംഗലം, സോറി, മാണിക്യമംഗലം വില്ലേജിൽ പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളതായ സ്ഥലത്തിൻ്റെ മറ്റേ പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി അതിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ളതായിട്ടുള്ള ആനുവിറ്റി ഇതുവരെ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇപ്പോഴും കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ തെക്കേ മഠത്തിൻ്റെയാണ് ആ സ്ഥലം എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ ആ ആനുവിറ്റിയും കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അത് അമ്പലത്തിനല്ല, മഠത്തിനാണ്.
So these records very clearly say that Tekke Madham had its premise land here, which was dedicated to Tekke Madham by the ancestors of Shankaracharya, Kaipulli. All records are there. Clear.
That is only mentioned, sir. That is only mentioned. Sir, 1906 only in the Madhav Rao's order, only there it talks about Shankara Sanketam. We don't have evidence prior to 1906. Sir,
it is Narayana Prasaradi Masterday, sir.
There is, see, the thing is, the
that
grant
has been put into record, legal record. See, and even now in Tekke Madham, the lease is there. The lease contract is there up to 2030. Murali sir, even
yes, it is like that. No, see.
No.
prior
Dr.
to
Murali, there is
1900.
വളരെ ഗൗരവമുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്.
മാത്രമല്ല ലീസ് 2030 വരെ,
up to 2035.
it is there. 35
year lease, isn't it? That is the lease which was executed in 1936.
Yes.
It's a 100-year lease which was executed.
Sir, if there is the lease,
right,
It shows that the land is belonging
Related to
Tekke Madam.
Tekke that is a thing.
I don't deny that. I don't deny that. But what I'm saying is, we don't have records prior to that. We don't have older records.
No, yes, Dr. Murali. Hello, one thing here.
അതെ അതിൽ മാത്രമല്ല ഈ രാജ്യഭോഗവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള ഉത്തരവുണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ ഉത്തരവിൽ തന്നെ പറയുന്നു ശങ്കരാചാര്യരുടെ ആൻസസ്ട്രൽ മറ്റേ സ്വത്താണെന്ന്, ആ സ്വത്ത് തെക്കേ മഠത്തിന് കൊടുത്തതാണെന്നും അതൊക്കെ തന്നെയുള്ള ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, അതിലുണ്ട്. യെസ്.
Sorry,
I have seen.
I don't know. I don't know what you are saying, sir, because I can't understand. Please.
Professor K.P. Narayana Pusharadi, a great Pandit, he has written an essay.
Okay.
In that essay, he has pointed out that the property belonging to Adi Sankara was handed over to Tekke Madam.
When did he write that, sir? When was that written? When was that written?
That is more than 50 years ago.
50 years ago.
No, I want to make a point. See, in Kodungalur Kunyukuttan Thapuran, he has written a book called Kerala in 1890. So that is before 19th century. He has clearly mentioned that this temple in Kalady is managed by Tekke Madam. He has clearly mentioned, along with Kapalli and Talayatimpulli, the temple is managed by Tekke Madam. That's clearly mentioned. So that's more than 100-year-old. Yeah.
പിന്നെ അവിടെ ആ ഒരു വിളക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, കരിങ്കല്ല് വിളക്ക്, തെക്കേ മഠം വക എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ്.
അത് പറഞ്ഞുവല്ലോ. ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ, നാരായണ മാഷ്, ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ ഗീതുട്ടിയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ സമയത്തെ ഗീതുട്ടിയൊക്കെ സൂചിപ്പിച്ച കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം വാലിഡായ കാര്യങ്ങളായതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്, വീണ്ടും ചോദിക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ആക്സഷൻ നടന്ന സമയത്ത് രാജാവ് ഇടപെട്ടിരുന്നല്ലോ. രാജാവും തെക്കേ മഠവുമായിട്ട് നിശ്ചയമായിട്ട് ബന്ധമുണ്ടാവും. തെക്കേ മഠം അറിയാതെ ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്തില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ആക്സഷൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് മഠങ്ങളുമായിട്ടുള്ള എന്ത് ബന്ധമാണ് രാജാവ് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്തത്? രാജാവ് ശ്രീമൂലം നേരിട്ട് ഇടപെട്ട് 1906 ചെയ്തത്, 10 ചെയ്തത്, ഈ ആക്സഷൻ നടക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് മഠങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് രാജാവ് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നു.
Repeat in English. Could you just repeat in English?
I am just asking that. മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞു. ഇപ്പം കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഇപ്പം കേൾക്കാമോ? ശരി. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചത് 1906-ലും 10-ലും ഒക്കെ ഈ ആക്സഷനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്, ലാൻഡ് ആക്സഷനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് രാജാവ് ഇടപെട്ടിരുന്നല്ലോ, ശ്രീമൂലം ഇടപെട്ടിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും മഠങ്ങളും രാജാവും തമ്മിൽ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്, നേരത്തെ തന്നെ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ തെക്കേ മഠം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള മഠങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് രാജാവ് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നു. ഈ ആക്സഷൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് മഠങ്ങളും രാജാവും തമ്മിലുള്ള ബന്ധം എന്തായിരുന്നു അത്? കാരണം ശൃംഗേരി ഈ സമയത്തേക്ക് വരികയാണ് അവിടെ. അപ്പോൾ മഠം അറിയാതാണോ അത് വന്നത്? മഠവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? രാജാവ് ആക്സഷൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് ആ പ്രോസസ്സുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്.
I have heard from my Gurunatha, Sri Babudas, K.P. Babudas, who was a very well-known scholar here, and he told that the Talakkaveri Srinivasa Shastrigal, he came from Sringeri to in Srinivasa Shastrigal.
Nedukaveri.
Talakkaveri.
Talakkaveri is in Karnataka. Nedukaveri.
Yes, the same.
Okay.
Same. The Talakkaveri Srinivasa Shastrigal was directed to inquire about the birthplace of Adi Sankara as per the direction from the Mahasannidhanam of Sringeri. And he came here and he inquired about everything about this, and as per the all evidences, both literary evidences and Shruti evidences, he concluded that the Kalady itself is the birthplace of Shankaracharya. And he then contacted with the then king of a Kochi king here, and he has conveyed all the things to the king, and the king agreed to dedicate some land here to establish the temple and other hermitages to here, to establish the hermitage of the Adi Sankara in the name of Adi Sankaracharya here. So this is the connection between the king and the Matha. And at the same time, there was the Tekke Matham also, and he has established a broad connection in Kerala connecting to Sringeri Mutt and along with Tekke Mutt also. And I personally, I have noticed a document at Central Archives in Trivandrum. When Sringeri Mahasannidhanam comes to Kerala, the Swamiyar of Tekke Mutt was directed to receive him. And there was a meeting of both Swamiyars, Sringeri Mahasannidhanam and Tekke Mutt Swamiyar. There was a meeting with, between both kings in the Trivandrum Sri Padmanabha Swami temple. Trivandrum Sri Padmanabha Swami temple.
And the one last point from my side, a Rigveda Pathashala is working in Sringeri Mutt here. Actually, that Rigveda Pathashala was working with all blessings from Tekke Matham Thrissur till very recently. But very recently, the Karnataka style of Rigveda is being taught because due to many social, cultural, historical reasons, the teaching of Kerala style of Rigveda as we do in Vadakke Matham could not be continued here. So, the Swamiji, the Sringeri Mutt is particular that Rigveda Pathashala should be here. So now Narendra Bhatt, whom is my friend, whom I used to take to all Vedic conferences to demonstrate Rigveda chanting of non-Kerala style. Now they are running the Rigveda Pathashala here. Actually, the Rigveda Pathashala is here of Vadakke Madam Brahmaswat Kerala Nambudiri style, which is not now running due to so many historical, social, cultural reasons.
The relation with Tekke Madam here is in all ways acceptable. There is no problem. The relation between Raja and Tekke Madam, that was the missing link, to address. That was I am pointing out. Tekke Madhavum, രാജാവും തമ്മിൽ ഈ ആക്സഷൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് ഇത്രയും ബന്ധം തെക്കേ മഠവുമായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കെ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും രാജാവ് തെക്കേ മഠവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടണമല്ലോ. ആ മട്ടിലുള്ള എന്തെങ്കിലും റെക്കോർഡ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇതിനെ കൊറോബറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, നമുക്ക് കൃത്യമാക്കാൻ പറ്റും.
That I will explain. You see, all the 4 mathas of Thrissur, they were patronized by Travancore kings, sorry, Cochin kings. Even though direct records are not there, at the time of the king, only by word it may have happened. Anyhow, transition.
Dr. Anandraj, you are asking about the land given to Tekke Madam when. Right. Right. In what way? In what way, sir? Maybe you can. Why is that important? Why is that important? I'm just trying to understand.
I'm also asking why that relation?
Why is that important?
It is very, very important because the Raja and Sringeri Matha is the relation between Sringeri Matha and Raja has worked at that time.
Right.
Why not with the Kematham? All the records, all the relationships, historical and evidential, are with the Kematham. And Raja, the connection between Raja and the Kematham is also visible. And we cannot also visible, and we cannot negate that. Why should they, the Raja, if avoided, why avoided the Kematham?
Actually,
if avoided.
See, there is
that's a missing link. Geetu TK has pointed out, I think.
See, there is a court proceeding. Just one second. There is a court proceeding in which an important document about the that is when that particular land was granted. That particular record was never produced in the court. That's what Sri Valsan has sent me, the court documents. When that land grant was made, it has never been produced until date by the Travancore people. They never given that record.
Murali sir, Appu Nambudiri wants to add something.
തൃശ്ശൂർ തെക്കേ മഠത്തിലെ സ്വാമിയാർ പത്മനാഭരുടെ പരമ്പരയിലെ ശങ്കരാചാര്യ മേമ്പാനുഭൂതി എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞത് ഞാൻ അനുഭവസ്ഥനാണ്. ഒരു 200 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പ് വരെ ഈ സ്വാമിയാർ മഠങ്ങൾ മൂപ്പിൽ സ്വാമിയാർ തിരുവടയാളം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ രേഖ അവരുടെ കാലഘട്ടങ്ങളിൽ നടന്ന ചരിത്രങ്ങൾ എഴുതി വെച്ചായിരുന്നു. അത് ഈ 150 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പുള്ളതൊക്കെ ഓലയിലാണ് എഴുതി വെച്ചിരുന്നത്. അതൊക്കെ കേടുവന്നു പോയി. 150 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പ് 60 കൊല്ലം വരെയുള്ള ഇത് പുസ്തകങ്ങളിൽ എഴുതി വെച്ചായിരുന്നു. അത് ആ പുസ്തകങ്ങളൊക്കെ പൊടിഞ്ഞ് നശിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതൊന്ന് DTP എടുത്ത് 3 കോപ്പി തരാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. സ്വാമിയാർ പലരോടും പറഞ്ഞു, ആരും ചെയ്തു കൊടുത്തില്ല. ഞാൻ അത് 2 കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. ഓരോ പേജ് പറയ്ക്കോ പേജ് പൊടിഞ്ഞു പോകുക. പഴയ പേപ്പറാണ്. ഞാൻ ഓരോന്നും ഓട്ടോസ്റ്റാറ്റ് എടുത്ത് അത് ഒരു മാടശ്ശേരി ഊരിയെ കൊണ്ട് അത് DTP എടുത്തു. അതിൽ പറയേണ്ടത് 150 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പേ ഈ കാലടി 400 ഏക്കർ ഭൂമി തെക്കേ മഠത്തിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്നും അവിടെ ക്രിസ്ത്യാനികൾ ഒരു കുരിശുപള്ളി വെച്ചു. അതിനെപ്പറ്റിയും അവിടെ ഒരു കള്ള് ഷാപ്പ് തുടങ്ങി. ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി തെക്കേ മഠം സ്വാമിയാർ തിരുവിതാംകൂർ മഹാരാജാവായിട്ട് നടന്ന കറസ്പോണ്ടൻസിൻ്റെ മുഴുവൻ രേഖയും തെക്കേ മഠത്തിലുണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ 3 കോപ്പി DTP എടുത്ത് DTP ഡിസ്കും ഇതും അവിടെ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്നിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ക്രിസ്ത്യാനികളുടെ ശല്യം വർഗീയ പറയല്ല, അങ്ങനെ ആണ്. അതിൽ 120 ഏക്കർ തിരുവിതാംകൂർ, ഈ കാലടി തിരുവിതാംകൂറിൽ പെട്ടതുകൊണ്ട് തിരുവിതാംകൂർ മഹാരാജാവായിട്ടാണ് ശൃംഗേരി മഠത്തിന് കൊടുത്തത്. അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ രേഖകളുണ്ട്. അത് തെക്കേ മഠത്തിൽ അതിൻ്റെ രേഖയുണ്ട്.
He is pointing out an evidential thing around 1875. Record is with the Tekke Madam. Land record. 400 acres are with the Tekke Madam in Kalady. He was citing. Tiruvadayalam. Other? Okay. It is written by Swamiya.
You see, another Murli, sir, another thing, at that time, all the 4 mathas were under the full control of Cochin royal family. No record is needed, like our government. Like all things is controlled by our government as assembly. At that time, king was controlling. And another thing I can cite, there is a history, clear record, Vadakambatu Narayanan knows. In 1930, Vadakke Matham Brahmasam was transferred to 412 Rigveda Namboodiris of Kerala by the king of Cochin. 412 Rigveda Namboodiris of Kerala. The group, the whole Vadakke Matham was transferred to this 412 Nambudiri, Rigveda Namboodiris of Kerala by the Cochin royal king. Because all these were under his possession. All mathas were like Devasam now by the government. So there is no other record is needed. Very clear. But for giving the land etc. to Sringeri Math, a record is needed. That is there. Very clear. Everything very clear.
Sir, one more point. Sir, here. See, we believe that this Manyikad Shiva temple, it is built in 8th CE by Rajshekara Perumal. If you do an archaeological study or survey, definitely we would be able to get a lot of information about this, which happened in this contemporary of Adi Sankara. Definitely we'll be able to get a lot of evidences.
See, the evidence is inside, as your family members say. It is deep interior. That is why I have been begging Ajayan and everybody, please help me go there, because it is deep inside.
Definitely.
We have to go and find those old ruins. We have to find those, because they are deep inside. And I don't know the way. And to be very honest with you, I am afraid a little bit.
We are all there to support you.
Yeah, because we need to go and really find those, because the evidence will be there in those ruins inside. So we need to find them. Okay, I think that, sir, is he here? No, we are done. Okay. So I think nothing else, right? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Your discussion has taken place.
Thank you, sir.
Idea is good.
That the idea is actually Professor Murali Madhavan's
Hello.
idea, that without discussion,
I am,
we cannot finalize.
I am K.V. Chidambaram, and I have little background on English literature, and the period we are referring to is 1906. So it was the time of Queen Victoria. She was ruling half of the world from 1842 onwards to 1901. She passed away in 1901, and thereafter there was, I think, the male taken over. Was there any pressure from the British imperialist rulers on whatever actions were being taken that time?
One thing, the British government passed an act, I think in 1904, somebody can clarify, for the preservation of antiquities in 1904. And then I think the Travancore Maharaja took the lead from that particular act, and then under the request of various groups, he passed an order for the acquisition of Kalady in 1906. So the British government did pass an act for the preservation of antiquities in 1904. If anybody else would like to say something. As per the instructions, lunch? Yeah, I think let us come back quickly because we are running very far behind.
2:20, sir.
No. It's 1:20 right now. We have to finish and be back in half an hour. Please, let us try to start before 2 o'clock because we have to give others an opportunity. There are people who have long papers. Okay, 1 minute, one photo. Sridhar, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's begin our session. Now we have the second session. Before moving on to the second section, I would like to invite Mr. B. Sridhar on stage to honor our speaker, Professor Murali Madhavan. I invite you on the stage. Mr. B. Sridhar and Professor Murali Madhavan, sir.
We are very happy that Professor Murali Madhavan, in spite of his busy schedule, could come grace this occasion and enlighten us. We thank you very much, sir. In between your travels internationally, you have taken the time for Bhagavad Pada Adi Sankara. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Sridhar, sir. Now we will move on to the second session, Shankarite and Advaita tradition of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. For the first paper presentation, I invite Lavanya V. Ishwar to present the paper titled Growth and Development of Advaita Literature in the Tamil Region. Dr. Lavanya V. Ishwar holds MA, MPhil and PhD in Sanskrit from the University of Madras. Her PhD is in the field of Advaita Vedanta under the guideship of Dr. V. Yamuna Devi, Associate Professor, the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute. She has presented papers at many national and international seminars in and around India. She also holds Bachelor's in Library and Information Science from the University of Madras. Dr. Lavanya is the co-principal investigator in a project, critical edition of Viracharitam of Ananda Kavi, under special grants of the Central Sanskrit University, under central schemes for Sanskrit, Pali, Prakrit language promotion. Indian knowledge system. Presently, she is a librarian at the Kuppuswamy Shastri Research Institute, Chennai. So, I invite Ms. Lavanya to present the paper. Over to you, ma'am.
Presentation, ma'am. അയച്ചേക്കണോ ഇപ്പോൾ അയച്ചാണോ ഏതാണ് ഫയൽ നെയിം എന്താ മാം ഇതാണോ ദിസ് വൺ
is growth and development of Advaita literature. This is the second one.
This one?
Yeah.
Just a second, ma'am. I'll just fix it. Just a second.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. At the outset, I would like to offer my thanks to the organizers for having given me an opportunity to present this paper. I owe my regards to Dr. K. Srinivasan, Shastra Chudamani, the Kupuswami Shastri Research Institute, former Principal Vivekananda College, along with whom and under whom I have been able to present this paper today. Growth and development of Advaita Vedanta literature in the Tamil region. Tamil Nadu has played a central and enduring role in shaping Advaita Vedanta across more than 2 millennia of intellectual and literary history. The region has served as a fertile meeting ground where Vedic exegesis, Sanskrit scholarly tradition, Tamil mysticism, and vernacular devotional literature converged to give Advaita Vedanta both philosophical depth and cultural vitality. Unlike regions in which Advaita remained largely a monastic or academic pursuit, Tamil Nadu cultivated a form of non-dualism that flowed between original texts, commentarial learning, and popular spirituality. From the preservation of ancient Vedic recensions to the prolific output of medieval scholars and the transformative voices of modern sages, the Tamil region continually reinterpreted non-dualistic ideas to meet the changing religious and intellectual needs of its society. This paper traces the evolution of Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu through a series of interrelated intellectual and spiritual movements, from early Vedic and Upanishadic learning environments, through the consolidation of Adi Shankara's non-dual vision within southern monastic and scholastic networks, to the flowering of scholastic, vernacular, and devotional Advaita Vedanta system in the early modern period and its creative reinterpretation in modern thought. Taken together, these developments show how the Tamil region played a crucial role in transforming Advaita from a specialized Shastric discourse into a living tradition that bridges scripture and devotion, philosophy, and experience. Early Vedic Upanishadic foundations and indigenous intellectual The intellectual foundations of Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu begin with the strong Vedic culture rooted in the region, especially through the preservation of Taittiriya recension of the Krishna Yajurveda. This recension, still chanted and transmitted across Tamil Brahmin communities, includes some of the most influential non-dual passages of the Upanishads. The Taittiriya Upanishad articulates a vision of Brahman as pure, infinite consciousness, encapsulated in statements such as Satyam, Jnanam, Anantam, Brahma. Its analysis of the 5 shits, Panchakoshas, and the teaching on the bliss of Brahman, Anandavalli, present a sophisticated philosophical psychology that later Advaitins would draw upon. Though Tattvamasi is from the Chandogya Upanishad, this Upanishad too was widely studied in southern Vedic schools. Tamil Nadu's ancient Vedic institutions gave considerable emphasis to Mahavakyas such as Brahmavid Apnoti Param and Tattvamasi, embedding their non-dual implications into the religious and educational life of the region. These recensions did not exist in isolation, rather they provided the scriptural soil from which later Advaitic commentaries, monastic tradition, and Tamil devotional reinterpretations could grow. Alongside Vedic transmission, early Tamil religious literature carried powerful currents of experiential monism that reflected Advaita. The Tirumandiram, attributed to the Siddhar Tirumular, presents a deeply introspective form of Saiva Yoga in which the distinction between Jiva and Shiva gradually dissolves. Verses expressing identity with the Supreme, captured in the celebrated phrase Anbe Shivam, reveal an experiential monism that resonates strongly with Advaita's emphasis on inner realization. The Tirumandiram repeatedly collapses the apparent distinction between the finite self and the Supreme, declaring Uyirum Shivanum Ondruve. The soul and Shiva are one, and locating the divine in the texture of inner consciousness. Aham Uru Anandam Tan Shivame. Its celebrated monistic aphorism, Anbe Shivam, expresses a phenomenology of love as non-dual awareness. Such passages reflect the Advaitic insight of the Upanishad, including the declaration, Neha Nanasti Kinchana. The classical Sangam corpus, though primarily secular in its themes, contains striking moments of mystical perception that dissolve the boundaries between subject and the world. Poems in the Agananuru depict states where the landscape and the inner self merge in a seamless continuum, producing what may be called a poetic monism rooted in emotional and perceptual unity. Additionally, the intellectual backdrop of Saiva Siddhanta in Tamil Nadu offered a conceptual environment in which subtle forms of non-dual intuition could germinate. While Saiva Siddhanta is doctrinally dualistic, maintaining the distinction between Pati, Pashu, and Pasha, its ritual and meditation traditions often approach states of experiential unity that resonate with Advaitic thought. Texts such as the Tiruvundiyar speak of Shiva's presence as the very ground of consciousness. Except for his grace, the world cannot stand. Avan Arul Allal Ulaganilade. This centrality of Arul as the inner light prepares the mind for non-dual recognition. Even the authoritative Shivajnana Bodham, while upholding dualism, describes Shiva as the all-pervading reality. Shivame Param Arul Vadivam. Prior to Adi Shankara's intervention, Tamil Nadu already possessed a mature infrastructure of Vedic learning that sustained the transmission of Upanishadic thought. Centers such as Kanchipuram, supported by Agraharas and continuous pedagogical lineages, especially of the Taittiriya recension, functioned as important nodes of Brahminical and philosophical instruction. The coexistence of Saiva, Vaishnava, and Vedic traditions within this milieu fostered a shared intellectual culture conducive to sustained scriptural study and debate. In the Chola heartland, particularly around Kumbakonam and the Kaveri Delta, royal patronage and well-organized patashalas ensured the stable preservation of the Vedic corpus, including its Upanishadic sections. These early institutional and ritual framework anchored the scriptural foundations of Advaita Vedanta, enabling Shankara's teachings to be received in the Tamil region not as a rupture, but as a systematic articulation of non-dual insights already embedded within its religious and intellectual landscape. Shankara's reception in Tamil region. This section traces how Adi Shankara's non-dual vision was assimilated and stabilized through southern institutions and scholastic lineages. Shankara's association with the Tamil region, memorialized in hagiographies such as those of Anantanandagiri, provided the impetus for the emergence of major Advaitic centers in the south. Kanchipuram in particular became a focal point of Vedantic teaching, and the influence of Shankara's disciples helped establish a strong tradition of Brahma Sutra and Upanishad exegesis across the region. During the early medieval period, this foundation evolved into a robust scholastic culture in Tamil Nadu, supported by the growth of mathas and royal patronage. Centers such as Kanchipuram, Kumbakonam, and Tanjavur became renowned for preserving Vedic learning, maintaining extensive manuscript libraries, and circulating textual commentaries for both study and teaching. The transmission of Advaita Vedanta was facilitated not only through oral instruction, but also via written materials meticulously preserved in palm leaf manuscripts, which contained Shankara's Upanishad and Brahmasutra Bhashyas, medieval subcommentaries, and regional glosses. Monastic libraries and Brahmanical agraharas served as custodians of these texts, while scholars and students ensured their circulation across South India. This textual infrastructure anchored the intellectual life of the Advaita Vedanta, Tamil Advaita, enabling both scholastic rigor and vernacular engagement. In the generations following Shankara, Tamil Nadu became a fertile land for the assimilation, transmission, and further shaping of the two major commentorial lineages of Advaita Vedanta, the Bhamati and the Vivarana schools. Seminal works such as Vachaspati Mishra's Bhamati and Prakashatman's Vivarana, authoritative commentaries on Shankara's Brahmasutra Bhashya, and originally composed outside the Tamil region, were extensively copied, studied, and interpreted in centers such as Kanchipuram and the Chola heartland. These texts gradually formed the backbone of the Advaitic curriculum in Tamil Nadu. Alongside this reception of pan-Indian Advaita scholarship, the region also produced its own significant Advaitins and pedagogical works. South Indian preceptors such as Sureshwara and Sarvajñatma Muni, closely associated with the southern Advaitic milieu, contributed foundational treatises like the Naishkarmya Siddhi and the Samkshepa Shariraka, which became standard introductory manuals for Advaita students. By the 12th century, further systematic works such as Vimuktatman's Ishtasiddhi attained canonical status with Tamil scholastic circles. Together, these externally inherited texts and locally cultivated traditions established a robust intellectual framework that sustained Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu and prepared the ground for its later creative renewal. Sri Shankarananda, a native of Thiruvidaimarudur in Tanjore district, is the author of Atma Purana, containing the essence of the Upanishads in verse in the form of anecdotes. Besides, he has written Deepikas on various Upanishads, a commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, and a vritti on the Brahma Sutras. His other works include Viveka Sara, Shruti Tatparya Nirnaya, etc. Sri Govindananda Saraswati, who belonged to the Kanchi Mandala, is said to be the author of Ratna Prabha, the popular commentary on Sri Shankara Bhagavad Pada's Brahma Sutra Bhashya, and Vivaranopanyasa. Jnanottama Mishra was also a foremost Advaita writer of Tamil Nadu. He wrote the commentary Chandrika on Naishkarmya Siddhi and Vivarana on Ishta Siddhi. Sri Nrishammashrami, the disciple of Girvananda Saraswati, was the guru of Appaya Dikshita. He was a native of Sholingar within the Kanchi Mandala. Some of his works on Advaita Vedanta are Advaita Deepika, Vedanta Tattva Viveka, Advaita Siddhanta Vaijayanti, Vedanta Ratna Kosha, being a commentary on Padmapada's Panchapadika, Vedadikara, etc. Sadananda Saraswati, Prakashananda, Advaitananda, Rangarajadvari were his contemporaries. Dharmarajadvari, author of Vedanta Paribhasha, was one of his disciples. Several such scholars directly connected to Tamil Nadu further enriched this formative period. The influence of the Sringeli lineage, including Bharati Tirtha and Vidyaranya, reinforced a systematic vision of Advaita Vedanta that combined philosophical precision with practical guidance. Together, these institutions, manuscripts, and commentarial networks ensured that Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu was deeply rooted, intellectually vibrant, and ready to engage with both Sanskrit scholasticism and vernacular expression. By the close of the medieval period, the Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu had attained a remarkable degree of institutional stability and scholastic maturity. The foundations laid through mathas, patashalas, manuscript cultures, and the sustained teaching of Shankara's Bhashyas and their major subcommentorial traditions ensured the continuity of rigorous Sanskritic Advaita learning across generations. Yet this very consolidation also marked a transition point. From the 16th century onwards, Advaita in the Tamil region began to move beyond the phase of preservation and systematization into one of creative renewal and synthesis. In this early modern millennium, Advaitic thought was not only refined through technical philosophical debate, but also re-articulated in dialogue with Saiva devotional currents, yogic practice, musical expression, and vernacular literary forms. The 16th to 18th centuries in Tamil Nadu mark one of the most vibrant intellectual periods in the history of Advaita Vedanta, a renaissance animated by rigorous scholarship, creative synthesis, and a deep interplay between philosophy and literary culture. While Advaita Vedanta had already taken firm root in the Tamil region through earlier monastic and exegetical traditions, it was during this era that this tradition witnessed an unprecedented expansion in scope and influence. This transformation was catalyzed by a constellation of scholars whose contribution shaped Advaitic speculation, pedagogy, poetics, and devotional expression for generations. At the center of this resurgence stands Appaya Dikshita, the most luminous Advaitin of post-Shankara India. His intellectual range was extraordinary, embracing Vedanta, Mimamsa, Saiva theology, and Alankara Shastra. With the Siddhanta Lesha Sangraha, Appaya produced the first systematic mapping of internal doctrinal differences within Advaita, thereby articulating the tradition's interpretive diversity while upholding its non-dual core. His Kalpataru Parimala on Amalananda's Kalpataru and his Parimala on Sri Harsha's Kandana Kanda Khadya established him as an uncompromising exegetic of the Shastric tradition. At the same time, works like the Shivarka Mani Deepika exemplify his attempt to harmonize Advaita and Shaiva Siddhanta, showing how non-dual hermeneutics could eliminate sectarian theology. He moved effortlessly between the analytic and the aesthetic, composing devotional stotras such as the Varadarajastava Kashika and advancing the science of poetics through texts like the Kuvalayananda Deepika. Few thinkers so completely embodied the versatility and the creative force of Advaita in the Tamil region. So, after this, I have made mention of Paramasivendra Saraswati, Neelakanta Dikshita, Venkatadwarin, Mahadeva Saraswati, Dharmaraja Advarindra, and their works. And within this phase of early modern continuity and expansion, Bodhendra Saraswati, Sridhara Ayyaval, and Sadashiva Brahmendra collectively exemplify the mature articulation of Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu through complementary modes of transition. So I have talked about Bodhendra Saraswati, Sridhara Ayyaval. I have given their works also. Due to lack of time, I am just moving on. Upanishad Brahmendra Yogin. Then I have made mention of the intellectual activity at the Tanjavur Maratha Mutt provided institutional support. Bhaskara Dikshita was a disciple of Krishnananda Saraswati, the author of Siddhanta Siddhanjana. Then coming to Advaita in Tamil vernacular, parallel to Sanskrit Advaita tradition, Tamil Nadu cultivated a rich stream of vernacular mysticism that translated non-dual philosophy into emotionally resonant and widely accessible forms. Poets such as Tandavaraya Swamigal and Tayumanavar articulated Advaita insight not through scholastic commentary, but through intimate reflections on daily life, inner experience, and devotional earnings. I have given, among women voices in the Tamil Advaita Vedanta tradition, Avudayakka and Kamakshi Ammal represent two complementary modes through which non-dual wisdom was articulated and transmitted. Avudayakka's poetry, preserved in her Padalgal and works such as the Gita Sara Sangraha, explicitly engages with Sanskrit Advaita texts, echoing Upanishadic Mahavakyas like Tattvamasi and Aham Brahmasmi, while embedding them within vivid domestic imagery. Kamakshi Ammal's Advaita Deepika, in turn, presents a pedagogical instructional articulation of core doctrines such as Avidya, Atmajnana, and Moksha, drawing on Shankara's commentaries while rendering them accessible to Tamil readers. Coming to modern reinterpretation and public dissemination of Advaita, in Tamil Nadu, Advaita in Tamil Nadu underwent significant transformation as the tradition encountered new social, cultural, and intellectual changes. Sri Ramana Maharishi stands as a central figure in this phase, revitalizing non-dualism through the path of Atma-Vichara, or self-inquiry. Subramanya Bharati offered another distinctive modern voice in the reception of Advaita Vedanta, integrating non-dual philosophy into a powerful vision of both personal and national emancipation. For Bharati, the realization of the self's intrinsic freedom was not merely a metaphysical insight, but the ethical and spiritual foundation for social transformation. His poetic information of Shakti as the dynamic power of consciousness further allowed him to fuse Advaita with an activist spirituality in which inner freedom and outer liberation were inseparable. In this framework, political freedom from colonial domination was understood as a collective expression of spiritual awakening, since subjugation, whether individual or national, ultimately arose from ignorance of one's true limitless nature. Swami Dayananda Saraswati represents a significant modern articulation of Advaita Vedanta through the pedagogical vision of Arsha Vidya, which emphasizes a return to the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and Brahma Sutra as unfolded through the traditional sampradaya of Adi Sankara. The Ramakrishna Mutt played a significant role in the reception and popularization of Advaita Vedanta in the Tamil region by institutionalizing Vivekananda's vision of practical Vedanta through monastic centers, educational initiatives, and extensive Tamil language publications. Centers such as the Ramakrishna Mutt at Mylapore, Chennai, became major hubs for Vedantic teachings, translating the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, and Shankara's works into accessible Tamil and thereby extending Advaitic ideas beyond Sanskrit-educated elites. The Kanchi Paramacharya, Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati, made a significant contribution to the dissemination of Advaita Vedanta through his extensive public discourses, which translated the insights of classical Vedanta into fluent, idiomatic Tamil and simple Sanskrit, thereby bridging the gap between the monastic and scholastic tradition and the wider public. Early 20th century Tamil Advaita was sustained by a constellation of traditional pundits and Sanskrit scholars. I have mentioned a few of them in my paper. Further, there were scholars like S.R. Krishnamurti Shastrigal, Subramanya Shastrigal, Polagam Sri Rama Shastrigal, whose teachings, editorial activity, and polemical writings ensured continuity between pre-modern scholastic Advaita and modern institutional frameworks. To conclude, the historical development of Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu reveals a distinctive and enduring intellectual ecology in which philosophical rigor, literary creativity, and lived spiritual practice continually interacted. From the early preservation of Vedic Upanishadic recensions and indigenous Tamil institutions of unity through the institutional consolidation of Shankara's Advaita within southern monastic and scholastic networks, to the expansive creativity of the early modern period and the pedagogical innovations of the modern age, the Tamil region emerges not merely as a recipient of Advaita Vedanta, but as one of its most vital centers of transformation and renewal. Taken together, the Tamil Advaita tradition demonstrates how a philosophical system can remain textually faithful while being culturally dynamic and spiritually accessible. Tamil Nadu thus stands as a paradigmatic region where Advaita Vedanta was not only preserved and systematized, but continually reimagined as a living tradition, one that bridges scripture and devotion, philosophy and experience, continuity and creative adaptation. Further research may further illuminate this legacy by examining unexplored manuscript collection, regional pedagogical lineages, and the ongoing reinterpretation of Advaita Vedanta in contemporary Tamil intellectual and digital contexts. Thank you. No, they are works I have mentioned. Southern Indian preceptors like Sureshwara and Sarvagnyati Mani, closely associated with Southern Advaitic milieu contributed foundational treatises like the Naishkarmya Siddhi and Samkshepa Shariraka, the text of their text, which became standard introductory manuals for Advaita students in Tamil Nadu. Yeah, but his work, I'm mentioning that is from then, and then I've come to Tamil Nadu.
But the relation is Deveshwara Pada Pankaja Raja Sambarka Pudashe. It is not Sureshwara but Deveshwara.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Before moving to next presentation, I would like to invite Dr. Vadakumbad Narayan on stage for honoring him. I request Mr. B. Sridhar sir to honor him.
Please come.
Okay, just tell quickly.
Thank you, sir. Now, for the next presentation, I once again invite Dr. Murali N. Kadramangalam, Director, National Adi Sankara Mission, to present the paper titled Adi Sankara's Heritage and Influence in the Kaveri Delta, a little known facet of history. Over to you, sir.
Specs is here. Good. See, Dr. Lavanya Ishwar talked about the Advaita Vedanta in Tamil Nadu. What has been done is that over the last 3.5 years, I've had the opportunity to go through two sections of Tamil Nadu and actually do a detailed survey on the ground. And one region that I am going to present now is the Kaveri Delta, which Dr. Lavanya Ishwar mentioned. Madam is here, okay. See, she had talked about the early tradition, etc. Now, it is a difficulty, and I will sort of try to bridge some of the gaps here. So, and I will bring the Advaita tradition also into this. See, the question is, we do not know much about Shankara. I have said that repeatedly. I don't want to bore you again with that. One question that I had in my mind is, did Shankara visit the Kaveri Delta at all? Did he come there? Did he do anything? Did he spend time? Did he expound his philosophy? And were there any ancient Advaita Mathas in the Kaveri Delta? I mean, this was a question that I had. Was there any support for these Mathas? Were there Advaita Sannyasis, right? And when do we notice the commencement of Advaita studies in the Kaveri Delta, right? What was the extent of scholarship and how it evolved over time? And which also, did Shankara visit any of the temples there? Was there any association with those temples? Is there evidence to prove the association? Now, these days we see Shankara Jayanti celebrated with great fervor all over the Kaveri Delta region. But when did this start? Was Shankara venerated? Was he worshipped at any point in time? When did that worship start? How was he worshipped? And how did that evolve in the last days? And lastly, there is an incidental question. Was Adi Shankara the Shanmada Sthapanacharya? Now, why I am asking this question, I will get I have to go very rapidly because we are trying to cover, several thousand years, okay? Now, I will just show you, this is a rock-cut cave, okay? This is right in the center of Trichy town. Saraswati Amma has lived in Trichy. I don't know whether she has visited. This is at the foot of the Tayumannavar temple. So this is the cave. So basically, I had showed you this particular picture here. This particular picture which you see here is massive rock outcrops, right? And in that rock outcrops, they go and start cutting. They start cutting and they built rock cut caves. This phenomena started around 630 CE. It could have started slightly earlier according to Dr. Nagaswamy, but 630 is where we have the Mandagapattu rock rock fort mele undu. Rock fort mele undu, naduvil Tayumanar Swami Kovil undu. Golden rock. Base at the Thaja rock cut cave undu. Okay? That much Malayalam only I know. Okay. So, see, they took these large rock outcrops and they started cutting them and they made caves. And this was started by Mahendravarman Pallavan, 630. But we have here, in Trichy, this is the entrance to this cave. This is the entrance to the cave. It's a rock cut cave. And on the left hand side here, to your right hand side, you see an image of Vishnu. So there is one Vishnu shrine on one side. On the other side, there is another shrine. You can make out from the Dwarapalakas that it is a shrine of Shiva. In those days, in the early period, in Tamil Nadu, images were not used in worship. They were either made of sand or mud, or they were made of wood, terracotta, not terracotta, what do you call that? Basically stucco, which is lime, some sort of a plaster. So they did not use stone in the early days. So there is a hole there, that is the one where the Shivalinga would have been inserted and worshipped. Now this cave dates back to the period of the early Pandyas. It's in Trichy. The line in Trichy is where the Pandya Chola demarcation was there. So this cave, if you will notice, this particular attendant deity here on the right will do this. Okay? So the oneness of the Jivatma Paramatma, it is not Vyakhyana Mudra. An attendant deity, divinity will not do this. You will see throughout. So this is the Shiva on the right hand side. You see the Shiva shrine, and there are regular Dwarapalakas. But every deity, and I will just go over there to point out one to you. Here you see this. Each person will show you the unity of the Jivatma and Paramatma. So the Advaita is basically on display. In addition to that, this rock-cut cave is the oldest rock-cut cave where we have an example where all the 6 Shanmata deities are actually depicted by the early Pandyas. Pandyas through their vassals or feudatories, the Muttarayars. So this cave is right at the base. And I think if you keep going to that cave, you learn more. And here you very clearly see Advaita and Shanmata being depicted. Because a very great scholar from a university in the south asked me, was Adi Sankara the Shanmata Sthapanacharya? And see what? Meaning the 6 sects. Shaivam, Vaishnavam, Shaktam, Skanda, there is Kaumaram, and also Ganapatyam, Ganesha. These sects he harmonized, brought them together. And that evidence I can see not only in one rock-cut cave, there are several rock-cut caves in and around Tanjavur, Trichy. They are there even near Madurai, but I will restrict myself. My whole discussion will be about the Kaveri Delta. So I am not showing you the pictures from Madurai and other places. So several rock-cut caves are there. Most of them are Pandya, okay, early Pandya. So we are very clear that, see, this Shanmata Sthapanacharya, there are inscriptions, about it. Udyaranya in his great treatises has written about it. The Shankara Vijayas talk about it. These are all late. There are 17th century inscriptions that mention Shanmata Sthapanacharya. But they're all late. But here in that whole Kaveri Delta, there are several rock-cut caves through which we can very clearly show the influence of Shankara, where in this cave specifically, Advaita and Shanmata are both very clearly depicted around 9th century CE. Okay? And so I would say that certainly Shankara seems to have expounded his Advaita Vedanta, and I would even go one extent further to say that that is where the Shanmata was established. The reason is, if you go back to the earlier rock-cut caves of Rajasimha Pallava in Mahabalipuram, you start seeing the very early germs, or the early seeds, where he shows Somaskanda, Devi, and I can't remember the other divinity. So he begins to start showing Shivalinga, etc. He begins to start. But only in the much after his time, you see in this is a place called Malayadipatti. In Malayadipatti, which is about 35 kilometers from Tanjavur, you actually see a rock-cut cave of the Pallava, 812 CE, where very clearly you see all the divinities are represented. So Shiva is there, Vinayaka is there, and all the other deities are displayed there. It's a complete harmonization. This is from the time of Dantivarman Pallava, about 812 CE. So we have finally the influence coming through in the time of Dantivarman, much after Rajasimha, where the Pallavas also start beginning. There are many more caves. I have not been able to explore all of them. ASI has preserved this cave and the Trichy cave very beautifully. The first cave that I showed you is in a place called Thiruvallarai. I would like to talk about it, but I don't have time. This particular cave here, it's a very beautiful cave in Thiruvallarai. Thiruvallarai is a big Vaishnava center, but there is an ancient Shiva temple where the Shanmata is shown. And even inside the Vaishnava temple, some of the archaeologists have found, I have gone and also looked at it, there is another rock-cut cave, which was probably a Shanmata cave, but right now it is not it is just, kept as such. So there is a lot about Shanmata in that area, and we can very clearly start getting the idea that Adi Shankara indeed established Shanmata there, and expounded his Advaita Vedanta. Now, the next question I posed is, were there ancient Advaita Mathas? Let me just show you. This is a very, very interesting Matha. This is about 11th, 12th century. This is from a place called Kuttalam, very close to my village. And in that place, you have the Samadhi of Karapatra Swamigal. That is the Samadhi which is right in the center. I think Dr. Lavanya Ishwar would be interested. She can tell Dr. Srinivasan about it. I had been searching for this a lot. And actually an American scholar has written that it exists, but he was not sure where it exists. In the course of writing about Tamil Advaita, he mentions this, but he is not sure where it exists. It says Tiruturuthi, so I searched, and I found this place. And even finding this Matha was very difficult. It's about 11th, 12th century based on the architecture. The central core architecture is 11th, 12th century. The external architecture is all Maratha. Later period they have added. The Marathas have added. Now this Matha actually has preserved, let me see if I can, here, somewhere here. This Matha has actually continued. See, what happened was, in the initial period, it might have been a Brahminical Matha, okay? But these people very quickly started teaching in Tamil, and the transmission became in Tamil, and then they started writing many commentaries and works in Tamil, and the entire works and the lineage has turned into a Tamil lineage. And they were publishing right up to 1980s. They moved their organization to Chennai and all, and they were publishing. So in Tamil Advaita Vedanta, they had been publishing quite a bit. Okay. Now, there is a lot about Tamil Advaita Vedanta, about Advaita Vedanta. There are inscriptions that I have found which are 11th, 12th century, which talk about mathas, which are, you can clearly distinguish. It doesn't say clearly Advaita, but if you look at, there are 3 mathas there, and you can look at, there are Vedic students in that matha. There are sannyasis in that matha, and it is in a Shaiva temple. And then there is a Shaiva matha and another medieval Shaiva matha. So it is very clearly an Advaita matha, which is there over there, based on. Then very interestingly, and I think Dr. Neelakantan and Dr. Anandraj and others, Mr. Appu Panikat sir will appreciate it. Somehow, very strangely, in the 13th century, you start seeing students from Kerala, and there is inscriptions about this, coming to Tamil Nadu to study Advaita Vedanta in the 13th century. Why that happens? Maybe because of the Kantalur Shala destruction, maybe because of the destruction of, the support system here, because the Cheras, that is the Cheras of Mahodaya, had just, their dynastical reign had ended. So suddenly you see these Kerala students coming, and provisions being made there for setting up a matha to teach them. The name of the person also seems to be somebody from Kerala or Malabar, the person who has set up, and they get royal support there. They get money to set up this matha in Tamil Nadu, which is very, 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 very odd, right? His name was Kundrattu Narayanan. Okay, so I suppose he must have been from Kerala. Then there are, several inscriptions which talk about royal support, to mathas. Samartha Ramadas, which is another Advaitic outcrop. Several mathas are there in the Tanjavur town itself and around in Mannargudi and other places. This was set up. Ramadas came from Maharashtra immediately in 1677. Immediately as soon as the Marathas took over, Ramadas comes and his mathas. The people are still there who are running the Advaita mathas of these people. Then there was a movement of the Kanchi Shankaracharyas from Kanchipuram to first to Udayarpalayam and then to Tanjavur, and then finally they settled in Kumbakonam. 27 villages were granted by Pratap Singh and Sarfoji. They constructed buildings also for them in Kumbakonam, and they stayed there. So all the dynasties, starting with the Cholas, have supported Advaita to the extent that they could support. They have supported. So there were a few Advaita mathas, and there has been much later. There has been more support, and the support was maximum during the Maratha period. Now these things. Okay, this is the town. This is the one. These are all various towns, villages, and towns. So one is, you see on the left, this is the Kanchi Shankaracharya's Adhishthanam in 3 of them in Kumbakonam. Then you have several Adhishthanams in various villages. So if you go to these villages, you see these Advaita Sannyasi Adhishthanams, means their Brindavanam or Samadhi. Many of them are there. So those are all in Tiruvayar. Actually, very funny is, Saint Tyagaraja, who was the composer of music, of Carnatic music, great composer. The last 2 days of his life, he took sannyasa. Very ritually, he took sannyasa because he had some premonition. Rama told him, you will have one more janma unless you find, unless something is done about it. So he took sannyasa in his last 2 days. There's one here, right here. This is Sethubuva Swamigal. He was in the Ramadas Parampara. His son, so he was a Grahastha, then he had a son called Nana Gosavi. Nana Gosavi was called there's an inscription referring to him as Advaita Greshara. Okay, so, and then that one is Alangudi Periva. There's just a lot of Adhishtanams and things like that. There are several modern mathas now, set up mainly by Kanchi Matha, the Ramadas Mathas, and there is one Sringeri Matha as well. So you have these, this is in Tirudai Maradur, then you have in Lalgudi, then you have in Tanjavur, many places, about at least half a dozen or more mathas are there. Now, they are all modern in the last 100 years or so. Okay, there is a list of sannyasis starting from about the 10th, 11th century, the Chola period onwards. The earliest one is Chidananda Bhattara. From there on, there's an inscription there for it. From there on, you see the whole lineage of Advaiti sannyasis. Now, I'll talk about Advaita scholarship. Advaita scholarship, what Dr. Lavanya Ishwar was saying, see, early period in the 9th, 5 minutes. In the 9th century or so, during the Pallava period, you don't see much about Advaita Vedanta during the early Pallava period. And I asked Dr. Srinivasan also, I asked Dr. Lavanya also, you don't get any text in that period. And the reason you don't get is, according to Dr. Srinivasan, is probably because Advaita Vedanta was restricted to the monastic centers. And the, the proof of that comes out in the form of a text, an Advaita text in the 10th, 11th century from Chidananda Bhattara. He writes a Vartika on Sharirika Bhashya. So that seems to be sort of quite correct. Advaita in Pallava copper plates we don't see. Pandya we have to see. We have to do a survey Madurai and south of Madurai, because there should be a lot of very ancient material there. That we have ignored. I mean, I have just not done it. No, neither have the time nor the resources to do it. So what you see is early Pandya period. We don't see it in the Kaveri Delta, but I'm sure you will get quite a bit in the Pandya region. The reason being the Pandyas seem to have understood that there is Advaita Vedanta, and they have depicted, in the form of images, iconography, in terms of, temples, etc. But in the Cholas, it is Rajendra Chola who actually starts the support for Advaita Vedanta studies. I was surprised in Karandai copper plate, which is a famous copper plate, there is clear mention that, they have left this, this land is granted for, Vedanta, right? So, and then his sons, Rajadiraja Chola and Rajendra Chola, they have supported through Tiruvindulur copper plates. And then there's Veerarajendra's inscription, which I just mentioned. And Vijayanagar people did a lot, especially Govinda Dikshita. Govinda Dikshita, not only through his personal efforts, but also as being the chief minister of the Naiks, he did a lot. I mean, what he has done is just towering. And then during the Maratha period, Shahji basically gave the Tirvishanallur village to scholars. So a lot of Advaita Vedantic texts, etc. have come out. And Tamil literature she mentioned, but what I wanted to say is in the 13th century, there's Paramartha Darshanam. So in the 13th century itself, a person by the name of Pattanar has started writing the commentary to Bhagavad Gita in an Advaitic framework. And then, you can go and see Samadhis are there of Tandavarayar and his guru who wrote Kaivalya Navanitam. All that is there, okay? And this whole Karapatra Swamigal's lineage has written many commentaries on the Lagu Yoga Vasishtha has been translated in Tamil, and then they have written commentaries. They have written commentaries on Kaivalya Navanitam, etc., etc. She mentioned Audayaka, I will skip it. This is that Chola Mahadevi temple where that inscription is. It is very close to Trichy, and this is the Tiruvindulur copper plate of the sons of Rajendra Chola. This is the Samadhis of Tandavarayar Swamigal, who wrote Kaivalya Navanitam, and his guru. These are the books I mentioned. These are the texts written by the Advaitic lineage in Tamil. Okay. Now, a whole list of scholars from Ratnaketa Dikshitar, who is the grandfather of Ramabhadra Dikshita. So many scholars are there, but everything is from 15th, 16th century. Okay. Tamil, and so we have something in each centuries. I have mapped out in my paper in what is the chronological order. There is nobody here. I mean, there is Raja Chudamani Dikshidhar and Ramabhadra Dikshidhar, father and son, who have written, some works in Advaita Vedanta, but both of them have written biographies for Adi Shankara, Shankarabhyudayam and the Patanjali Charita. Now, temple towns. I'll finish. Temple towns. See, temple towns, as far as we know, I'll just show this to you. Tiruvayar. In Tiruvayar, there is just a lot in Tiruvayar. Notably, there is an image of Shankara on the banks of the Kaveri, which is worshipped. It was probably set up by Govinda Dikshita. And there is just a whole lot over there, right? In Tiruvayar. I mean, as I told you, many Advaitic sannyasis. There's a lineage there. There is just a whole lot in Tiruvayar. This Pushya Mandapa, which is there, which is constructed. So there's a lot in Tiruvayar. This is Srirangam. I want to take just a minute and tell you. In Srirangam, I discovered an image of Adi Shankara. It is in the second prakara. You can see Shankara seated there, facing the central shrine with his danda. Now people will argue with me, is this Ramanuja? And I can tell you it is not Ramanuja, because if you see on the right, just adjacent to Shankara, just adjacent and below Shankara, there is a cow which is very adoringly licking a Shivalinga right in the middle of Ranganatha Swami temple in Sri Rangam. So I can say with certainty, based on the positions of his hands, the danda, etc., that we have now located the first image inside, and I think there is only one image. I have gone through Sri Rangam temple in and out. There is only one image of Shankara in Sri Rangam. And in Thiruvannaikkaval, there is a hoard of information connecting the Shankara Parampara. This place is actually a place where Vedic sacrifices were done. There is an inscription about Advaita Vedanta there. And you can see that this tradition of the Devi worship, Shakta worship, goes very early. There are inscriptions which go very early. And the Statanga Pratikshta, which is there, it is also a very early tradition. And there is a lot of explanation I have about it, but I don't have time to give you. Veneration of Adi Shankara. Very briefly, I would say that in the early period, Shankara was probably, they just did Shastrartha, Veda, Parayana, Vedanta, discussions, etc. But the earliest verse praising Shankara, actually in Tamil Nadu, in that region, I don't know about other parts, comes from the Chidambaram temple, Umapati Shivam, 1313 CE. I can give the date with certainty. And he has praised Shiva in a stotra to and I think KSRI people had something to do with publishing the Umapati Shivam's book, right? So the worship of Shankara has been there since early times, but I think in the 16th century or so, you can see okay, I'm getting confused. Pushyamandam Tiruvayar, and also the Golu celebrations. I will just show you. During Navaratri, that is when during the Vijayanagar period, they start making these clay images of Shankara. And you can see that. And once the branch matha was constructed at Kumbakonam in the 1750s, daily worship and also Shankara Jayanti has been celebrated. So here are some images. This is the 16th century image set up by Govinda Dikshita. Nobody has corroborated this, but I have done extensive work on this image. This is Shankara Jayanti celebration in Tanjavur. Right side is the Adi Shankara image, built in the about 18th, 19th century in the Kanchi Matham in Kumbakonam. This on the right hand side is at least a 100-year-old Golu image of Adi Shankara. And I can tell you after interviewing many people that there were images even 100, 200, 300 years old, which people had in their house. Now they don't. And you can see everywhere Golu images of Adi Shankara. So people are aware, the veneration is there. Okay? There are many images, modern images of Adi Shankara all over the Kaveri Delta. Modern images in many temples, mathas, etc. Many temples. Okay. Now Trichy is the epicenter of Adi Shankara as far as the Kaveri Delta goes. There is a lot in Trichy. Okay, I showed you this rock, these two rock-cut caves. That is Cholamadevi, which is the first inscription, one of the early inscriptions, Sri Rangam. And then there is the Soundaryalagari inscribed on the walls of the temple in Tayumanavar. And then there is the Tiruvallare rock-cut cave. This is Thiruvannaikka. So there is a lot. So concluding, I would say that we are clear that Shankara has expounded and established Shanmata and Advaita Vedanta. He expounded and established Shanmata there. And early period, probably sannyasis were the people studying Advaita Vedanta. Householders began studying in the early Chola period. And the patronage, as I said, began with Rajendra Chola. And the earliest text comes from around 11th century. Inscriptions and physical structures suggest that Advaita mathas were in existence from, at least prior to or around 11th, 12th century. And traditional scholarship strengthened in both Tamil traditional scholarship strengthened and Tamil scholarship began around the 13th century. Students from Kerala came and studied. Renaissance of Advaita Vedanta occurred under Vijayanagar and Nayak rule, mainly because of Govinda Dikshita. the Maratha rulers expanded the support to Advaita and Shankara institutions. Now, daily worship and Shankara Jayanti all over is there. There are 12 plus Advaita Vedanta traditional scholars. Advaita Sabha conducts annual debates and discussions. Acharyas of both the big and small mathas pass through and they stay in that whole belt. And terracotta images during Navratri, I was amazed. Lot of images of Adi Shankara are just sold. You can go and buy it. And so he has left a very strong lineage, tradition, influence in the Kaveri Delta, which his successors are taking forward. Sorry, I have delayed you a little bit. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please ask. Cut. Yeah.
And it was, you mentioned, and he didn't have a Shirovastra, which was by Raja Ravivarma's.
Correct.
But if you see all these idols and inscriptions, all these sculptures, everywhere he has a Shirovastra. So what is the...
Right. So what happens is, see, you should take the paintings, the earlier, there's one late medieval painting from Kerala. Okay, there are early sculptures, images from Tamil Nadu, very early. That I cannot show because they are from the Tondai Mandalam, which is Kanchi and that whole region. There you will see Shankara without the vastra on the head. All the early images will depict that. Even up to early Vijayanagar period. After that, there is a drastic change. Shankara starts getting depicted in the form of the sannyasis who are present at that period. In fact, if you see the Tanjore paintings, Maratha paintings, Shankara is depicted in a very odd manner. He is depicted as being very fat. You know, the cloth covers his chest, he covers his head. His Sishyas are all shown without cloth on the head. Very strange depictions are there. But it all happens around, 15th, 16th centuries when things start changing. And the depiction, with all this cloth. What I am showing you is all later images. In Kaveri Delta, we don't find early images of Shankara. They are all later images. The early images are all in and around Kanchi and that whole Tandai Mandalam area, which is around Kanchi, Chennai, all those places. Okay, thank you. We are running short of time, so we are just going to have some sort of a summary panel discussions because there is not so many questions during this period. So wherever there are questions arise, we will again have a panel discussion later in the day. Okay. Right. Next, we'll start with the next session.
Thank you, sir. Now I am honored to invite the distinguished scholar, Dr. C.M. Neelakantan, former professor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalady, to present his paper titled Advaita Lineage of Kerala. A brief introduction of C.M. Neelakantan, sir. He was a teacher in Sanskrit Sahitya at Government Sanskrit College, Pattambi for about 19 years. After that, he worked as reader and professor in charge in Sahitya and Vedic studies at Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalady for 17 years. On retirement, he continued there as a publication director, served at Kerala Kalamandalam, deemed to be University for Art and Culture, for 3 years as academic director, author, editor, co-editor of several books in Sanskrit, English, Malayalam on Vedic studies, Sanskrit criticism, Indian culture, etc. He is a recipient of many state and national level awards and recognitions, member, chairman, secretary of various cultural bodies and academic committees in universities in and outside Kerala and in government organizations, and coordinator of and he is coordinating many state, national, international level seminars and workshops carried out, and is carrying out various academic projects like cataloging of the manuscripts of Kerala along with Professor Ashok Aklujka, British Columbia University, Canada. He is doing many audio-video documentation of complete Jainmiya Samaveda of Kerala tradition for 95 hours for Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kalady. So I request sir to give his lecture on the paper. Over to you, sir.
श्रुतिस्मृतिपुराणानाम् आगमं करुणालयं नमामि भगवत्पादशङ्करं लोकशङ्करं सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां. Respected scholars, friends and audience, my pranams to all. I am very happy that I have been given a chance to present a paper in the second Adi Sankara workshop being organized here. I thank Mr. Murali and the organizers for that. In the first Adi Sankara workshop, organized 2 years before, I was invited and I had a presentation of about 1.5 hours. Murali gave me ample time, and some of my relatives and friends have attended that lecture also, which is in YouTube. And my friends and students outside Kerala and outside India used to send me the YouTube even now, appreciating that and discussing about it. So it was a very good experience to me, and Murali even now preserves that. In that lecture, I have presented many important points related to Shankara and his life history, etc., which most of the topics were discussed now in the morning session and in the panel session. So I won't repeat such things. Whatever I have to add to that, I will present now within a very limited period of time, because I am conscious that some more papers, Anandaraj is here and many other scholars are here. And my close family relatives, Kaipilli Mana is very close related to me. My sister is married to Kaipilli Mana, who is not with us now, but brother who married my sister and all others are here. My pranams to all. So now, the topic given to me is Advaita lineage in Kerala. Murali might have thought in mind to present a paper on the Advaita lineage of Kerala, similar to a topic that was presented by Srinivasan. Now this topic has 2 more or 3 main dimensions. First of all, from the period of the beginning of the Malayalam language and literature, or Malayalam language and literature which was separated from Tamil language and literature, and Malayalam culture and tradition which was separated from Tamil culture and tradition. That is at about 10-11th centuries AD, we all know that. The 3 Unniyachi Charidam, Unniyadi Charidam, Unnichiridevi Charidam, 3 Manipravala Kavyas, and the earliest translation of the famous work of Arthashastra, these things happened. From that time onwards, all writings in Malayalam and Manipravalam were influenced by Advaita doctrine also, sometimes along with Bhakti cult, sometimes not along with Bhakti cult, Advaita doctrines directly being described in the works. I am not going to give examples. I will give the names of great poets and thinkers of the time only. Cherusheri Eഴുത്തച്ഛൻ, Kunjan Nambiar, all these poets, Pundanam, up to the many poets of modern time, they incorporate or describe Advaita doctrines also effectively, along with many other emotions of life and visions of life in their poems. Pundanam, etc. are to be mentioned especially in that lineage. Many poets, Earthachan. I am very briefly presenting the things because time is very short. Another aspect of this Advaita lineage of Kerala is Mr. Murali has given some points related to that aspect in Tamil Nadu. In art, painting, theatrical arts. In art, painting, theatrical arts, etc. Advaita episodes and Advaita ideals are very influentially present in Kerala from that time onwards. Now I am speaking from medieval period, 10th, 11th century to that, because it is at that time when Kerala culture, Malayalam language, etc. got independent existence and identity. In all art forms, like even in Kathakali, in dance forms, Mohiniyattam, dance forms, Tullal, many Tullal poems of Kunjan Nambiyar are highly spiritualistic, directly and indirectly. And even in Kathakali, in the recent times, one episode of Shankara was presented, and so many experiments are going on in all theatrical art forms. This is the same case with painting and such other art forms also, iconography, painting, sculpture, etc. also in Kerala. So in all these art forms, all these theatrical art forms and other art forms, the lineage of Advaita is very influentially present in Kerala from the medieval period, which is continuing even now. Another most important point is Advaita lineage in the dissemination of Advaita in another way. That is very important. I think Mr. Murali has given some hints related to that aspect also. Advaita lineage of Kerala has another significant phase of development in Kerala, like in other parts of India, which is related to nationalism, freedom movement, and Renaissance movements. Renaissance ideals. Actually, Swami Vivekananda, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, etc. were the inaugurators of this phase nationally, in the national level, which was later further taken up by the leaders of social and cultural movements all over India. In Kerala also, great philosophers like Sri Narayana Guru, Chattambi Swamigal, Brahmananda Shivayogi, the father of this Ramakrishna Ganananda Swami, and many other great spiritual leaders and social leaders, Brahmananda Shivayogi, Vagbhadananda, Ranganathananda, so many great spiritual leaders who were born in Kerala. Another name to give Chinmayananda, so many such great leaders. They disseminated Vedanta ideals, disseminating ideals of Vedanta through their writings and speeches. Another point in this regard is that these scholars and saints wrote books and articles with this objective in the regional language Malayalam also. So this is another phase of the lineage of Advaita in Kerala, particularly in the Malayalam language and literature, Malayalam society, Malayalam scenario, Kerala scenario in total. Another unique feature of the popularization of Advaita ideals among the public in the regional language in Kerala is the ritual art form called Poorakali and Marathakali. This is a very peculiar feature of Kerala, disseminating Advaita doctrines. These two, Poorakali and Marathakali, are practiced in the Bhagavati temples of North Kerala in the festival seasons. In these ritual art forms, Poorakali is the general name given to that festival, and in that Marathakali is the particular ritual art form where dialogues related to Shastras in Sanskrit in different ways in Malayalam language are presented for 6 to 7 to the whole night sometimes, and masses of people attend that very interestingly, because these discourses are very interesting. Two scholars come on the stage, and there will be one Adhyaksha or the controller presiding, and the discourse will go on sometimes in the whole night, 7, 6, 7, 8 hours. And in that, those two important aspects are there for this kind of discourse in Malayalam, in Poorakali. One is, this is presented by scholars not in the higher level of society, in the middle level of society, who study Shastras in those places, going to the gurus, great gurus, and they learn all the Shastras in Sanskrit, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Alankara Shastra, all, and they indulge in deep discussion. Among these, they present high Vedantic ideals also very beautifully, illustrating beautiful examples, attracting the common mass in a very good way. So this Poorakali, this has parallel in Kerala itself, in other places, in the traditional colloquium of Shastra in Sanskrit, which has a very great tradition, which is called Vidwal Sabha or Shastra Sabha or Shastrartha Sabha. In Kochi Raja and Sringeri, etc. Now it is going on in Kerala. In all academic centers, such Vakyartha Sabhas are going on, which are presented in Sanskrit only. Same thing is going on, but scholars and research scholars and other pundits, they gather together and they present one Vakyartha, Athato Brahma Jinyasa from Advaita Vedanta, one scholar present, and he begins to explain it in Sanskrit, and questions can come from any other scholars present there in any Shastras, and he has to defend it. So this kind of disseminating Shastra, including Vedanta, in the Vakyartha, traditional Vakyartha Sabha, done in Sanskrit only. This is being disseminated in Malayalam, which is, and along with that, this Advaita Vedanta tenets are also disseminated. And in North Malabar again, there is the very, very famous Teyyam presentation, where also Anandaraj, etc. knows, they were also in Teyyam, etc. Shankara episodes are presented. This is more folk art form, folk ritualistic art form. The Chandala incident, etc., they present among the public with the totem, they call totem, the songs in Malayalam, not in pure Malayalam, but in the regional languages in which Shankara's episodes and Advaita tenets are presented. So in this way, Advaita tenets are disseminated in Kerala through literature, art, ritual arts, paintings, and theatrical arts in different forms. I am not giving the examples for all. I will conclude my brief presentation with one or two more points. My great, though this is the audience are less, It is highly academic, Murali. Professors from Shankaracharya University in Vedanta and Vyakarna present here. Professors from Sri Shankara College, PG department, present here. Then Kupuswami Shastri, then professors like Ananda Raj and Kalady, Mumbai, our next. So I would like to add one point only with my idea related to Shankara's history here. In the morning, in the discussion, and in my earlier presentation, Kaipilli, Kapilli, Talayatuvalli, then crocodile incident, then Kanagatharastavam, then Melpadur. All these we know. Along with that, there is one more thing to add. In 8th century AD, there was CE, 8th century after CE, there was a great poet, dramatist in Kerala called Shaktifadra. Shaktifadra, he is considered as the earliest dramatist in Sanskrit in Kerala who has written Ashcharya Chudamani, a great work which is very influential, proficient in, very used in Kudiyatam. And there is a legend that Shaktifadra wrote Ashcharya Chudamani, and at that time Shankara had his sannyasa around Kerala, Chadurmasya, and he reached Shaktipadra's house, which is even now protected in Patananditta, Shaktipadra, and when Shankara went there, Shaktipadra, Shankara was very famous at that time. Shaktipadra recited the whole of this 7-act Ashcharya Chudamani to him. But Shaktifadra was in the stage of, in the silence, war of silence at that time. Shankara was in the war of silence at that time, Mauna Vrata. So he didn't react anything, he didn't answer anything. He simply nodded his head and he went. Shaktifadra thought that he was very panicked, very sad. He thought that Shankara did not react anything because the drama was very low standard. So immediately Shaktifadra put it to fire. 7 acts Ashcharya Chudamani was put to fire. Next time when again Shankara came there in his Chadurmasya routine, he reached again Shaktifadra and immediately he addressed Shaktifadra. Oh, where is Bhuvanabhuti? Bhuvanabhuti, where is Bhuvanabhuti? Shankara addressed Shaktifadra with the respectful name Bhuvanabhuti, because in one of the sargas, one of the acts of Shaktipadra's Ashcharya Chudamani, I remember it is the 3rd act, there is a usage, very pertinent usage in a sloka. Tribhuvana Ripurasya Ravana Purvajaschel Asulabha iti nunam vigraha karmukasya Rajanichara nibaddham prayasho vairametat Bhavatu bhuvana bhutyai sarvaraksho vadhena. This, the use of the word bhuvana bhuti in the apt context in the sloka was very attractive, and Shankara had in his mind that usage, and he addressed Shaktifadra, where is bhuvana bhuti? At that time, Shaktifadra knew that actually Shankara had appreciation on the drama, but Shaktifadra said that you did not give me any reaction by word, so I put it to fire in a panic mood. But Shankara recited the whole drama again to him, which he wrote down, and which that drama is getting known in that way. So this is again a legend, a local legend to correlate Shankara with Kerala and to correlate Shankara to about 8th century AD. This is what I want to present, adding to that. Again, as Murali has been working in this field for many years, I know his curiosity, his deep, his hard work, his intention, vision, everything. Yes, we must get any kind of evidence, no doubt. But according to the modern research, I am guiding many people, about 25, I have guided 25 scholars. We have to depend upon our literary sources, archaeological sources, inscriptional sources, everything, historical sources. But on a point, if anything is not getting, modern research, and everyone knows that modern research allows to depend upon myths and legends also, provided, not as such, provided the scholar very reasonably, realistically, scientifically examine the myths and legends and extract the basic truth behind that, either geographical or psychological or historical. So, myths and legends are not ruled out in the modern research. That is a caution for supervisors and for research scholars. So, my dear Murali and all others here, we have to take all these things into account. And I am not going further because I have so many examples for this, because the Parashurama legend, even the Parashurama legend we cannot negate, because it is a tsunami. The tsunami in 13th century, it is almost recorded. And it is that tsunami that Kodungalur has been closed and Kochi has been opened, and the Periyar River divides into two there. So before that, 1,000 years before that, there might have happened a tsunami, and the sea have been gone and land has been come, where slowly settlements. This is a geographical fact. Along with that, so many poetic fancies and other things, and then Parashurama, so many things came. So we cannot negate these things also in determining, locating historical facts. So, maybe, as we have discussed in the morning, in research, nothing is final. We have to go on discovering. So, this is one thing. I will conclude my presentation adding one more point. I am very happy that scholars from all academic institutions are here. I worked on Shankara, everyone knows. When I was here in Kalady, I had the opportunity to publish 5 volumes of complete works of Shankaracharya, which is a publication that has come after about 100 years. Vani Vilasam Press Srirangam has published the complete works of Shankaracharya in Demi 18 in 21 volumes about 100 years ago. Only that was available, and that was not available. Now it is available only in net only. We got a complete set of that, and we could bring out a new edition of Shankaracharya's complete volumes in 5 volumes, complete works in 5 volumes. In that, we could only add the original text in the Vani Vilasam Press, because if you go for typing and proofreading and the whole text, it will take many time. So we simply took the screen printing or film and added to the main text. And the division of topics into 5 volumes, etc., we decided, the publication committee decided, and in a particular way we divided the topics into 5 volumes. And in the first volume we added about 100 pages, Dr. V.D. Nathan's introduction in English. In the last pages we added about 100 pages, Potisar's study in English, in Sanskrit, and in the end, complete bibliography of Shankaracharya from the beginning up to the 2012 when the volume was published, about 100 pages. But after bringing out this volume, what is my feeling is, first of all, two works attributed to Shankara, very famous in Kerala, has not been included in the Sri Rangam edition, which we could only reproduce. That is one, the famous sloga, Astam Davadiyam, and the slogas that is famous as Madhur Panchagam, which was presented here in the morning, which the other four slogas may be most probably written by some Shankaracharya after that. Anyhow, most world famous Astam Davadiyam is not included in the Sri Rangam. So we cannot include that because the whole text was included as such. Again, I could discover another work of Shankaracharya called Sabarya Hridayam. Sabarya Hridayam is a work of Shankara in 7 slokas. Simple, very simple in that Vrta, very particular Vrta, Mala Bharati, something like that. These 7 slokas contain highest philosophy of Tantra. Just going through the sloka, we cannot understand anything. Highly tantric. Then we discovered a commentary for the 7 slokas in verse form, 35 verses. 35 verses, which is also anonymous. No other is written there. Reading that 35 verses in commentary and the original 7 slokas, again we will not get any idea. We people teaching in colleges about 30-40 years. But after that, there is a commentary in prose in Sanskrit by Kodungallur Godavarma Bhattanamburan, which is very later. Reading that commentary, we will get some idea about what Shankara has in his mind. So with the Sabarya Hridayam, 7 slokas original, 35 slokas anonymous Sanskrit commentary, then prose commentary, with all these 3, I could locate in a Tantri family in near Pattambi. Another guru from Pattam, my teacher, Pundotam Shankaranarayanamburi, actually located it, and he published all this in Malayalam language, and I published the whole thing in Sanskrit. So what I am trying to present is that the present edition that we have, complete works of Shankaracharya, is inadequate or may be inadequate. In Kerala tradition, 2 famous works that are attributed to Shankara are not added there. There may be other works like this in Kerala and in other regions that we have to procure, and we have to work on that. That is my appeal to young scholars and departments here. Again, I am concluding. After publishing these 5 works, myself tried to bring out the complete Malayalam translation of complete Shankaracharya's works into Malayalam based on these 5 volumes, myself. And I had a discussion with Madhurumi, and they agreed to bring. And Dr. K. Bharati, retired principal, very great scholar, now about 80s, she agreed to translate also. She translated last 5th volume and 4th volume. And with very difficulty, Madhurumi published the 5th volume, Stotras. Because by that time, Madhurumi has so many priorities and so many discussions. So only the 5th volume of Kalady edition with Stotras translation, very good translation. And the 4th volume, Prakarana Granthas, Bharati teacher published in her own way with spending lakhs of rupees. So the other 3 volumes yet to bring into Malayalam with good translation. If it is brought to regional language with a readable, beautiful translation, then only Shankara's ideals will be disseminated. There are translations of Bhashyas and Prasanatraya Bhashya, A.G. Krishnavarya, Upanishads, etc. But I am speaking about the complete works. Recently, a translation has come from Trivandrum, Nadumangad, 18 volumes. I don't know, Murali is here and scholars from Tamil Nadu, etc. are here. I don't know in Tamil language whether any such attempt has come out. I don't know. If not, it is our duty to bring out the such translations in local languages to disseminate. Again, I don't know whether this work, complete works of Shankaracharya with English translation has come out, I don't know. I think no. When I was here, after the publishing this, I gave so many requests with the projects for all these things, but my time is over, my term is over. So these are the things. While we discuss on Shankara and his ideals, these are the things we have to do very seriously, and the departments like Kalady Vedanta department or Department of Vedanta in Shankaracharya, Sri Shankara College or trusts also can take initiative. Not only we needn't depend on government organizations only, GEO and non-GEO, non-governmental groups can do sometime more effectively such things. One more, Anand. By attempting this translation, we were discussing after 2 volumes, 5th and 4th, Bharati teacher and we were discussing about next, that has not. We stuck on the famous Tantra work, Sabarya Hridayam. Sorry, famous Tantra work, what is Prabhanjasaram. We stuck. Bharati teacher is a very great scholar. I requested her to begin, but she was also embarrassed because what is the meaning of each verse in the great work Prabhanjasaram attributed to Shankara related to Tantra? We cannot understand now. Either two possibilities are there. Either we are not concurrent, we are not in full concurrence with the Tantric ideals. Otherwise, the readings in the text may be confusing. So this remains as a challenge in my experience. So my another intention, my vision is, yet I think no one has attempted to locate the original manuscripts and transcripts of these complete works of Shankaracharya in any Shankara Mathas. I think, I have discussed this thing with many scholars, I think no one has attempted only this Sri Rangam edition, and based on that, what we have brought out, and based on that, only the Sri Rangam edition is the first compilation, as I understand. So if these are mega projects, you see, live vision, determination, sacrifice, money, finding out money for that, all is needed. But if one wishes seriously in that way, editing or finding out, locating the original manuscripts and transcripts of all the works, including Sabarya Hridayam or any other. Most of the works, stotras are readable, but many other works, if we locate them and indulge in a serious attempt to fix the readings, etc., and to reconstruct the text and to present them in the academic world, will be another great thing. In that effort, one more benefit we will get. Now, there is discussion regarding which are the works of Shankara originally, which are attributed to him. And my hope is that if such work is done, we can locate. Idi Govinda Bhagwal Pada Shishya Virajidayana Sri Shankarayana, etc., some colophons, etc., we will get, and we can roll out, or we can find out many solutions for such discussions also. So, very great work is Murali doing, and I bow down before his will and vision and enthusiasm. Months he is indulging in preparing, in organizing this seminar. In the night, odd times we used to talk, call me, discuss with me, how to arrange, who are the scholars to discuss, and his will and vision, we have to appreciate very much. Along with that, each and everyone present here, including the family members, your trust has to do many things. 3, 4, 5 projects I have presented now. One you take up, either Pravanchasara or the 2 volumes in Malayalam have come. 1 volume you take it. I will give you the scholars. I will give you all the assistants. I will give you the research scholars. Only you have to coordinate and spend money. Other 3 volumes yet to come into Malayalam. And so, similar projects. My young researchers and scholars and enthusiastic colleagues are here from Kalady University, from Sri Shankara College, Kalady, and all. Kupuswami Shastri, very famous in English, they can attempt. Begin 1 volume. With these humble words, I pay pranams to Shankara and Agamananda and all the great tradition. These pictures are here, very energizing, giving us stimulation, energy, enthusiasm. Pranams to all.
Thank you, sir, for the inspiring and wonderful presentation. With this, we have come to the end of the second session. Now we are moving on to the third session, Shankara in Textual and Oral Tradition. May I now invite, with due respect, Acharya Dr. Anandraj Ji, Assistant Professor, Department of Sanskrit, NSS College, Pantalam, to present his paper titled Rethinking the Shankara Lineage through Padmapada Charita and the Kerala Mimamsa Vedanta Tradition. Acharya Dr. Anandraj is a Sanskrit scholar, Vedic Acharya, writer and academician associated with higher education in Kerala, trained in both traditional Shastra Gurukula lineage and modern university systems, specialized in Vedic studies, Vedangas, Darshanas, Itihasa Purana traditions, manuscriptology and Indian knowledge systems. Actively engaged in curriculum design, research guidance and national level academic collaborations. Contributed to several faculty development programs, interdisciplinary IKS initiatives and research workshops at state and national levels. Author of more than 5 books and over 10 research articles and scholarly periodical writings in Sanskrit, English and Malayalam. Recipient of various academic recognition and honors at institutional, state and national levels. Associated with academic bodies, curriculum committees and collaborative research initiatives. His academic and intellectual work is dedicated to bridging the traditional Gurukula heritage with contemporary academic scholarship and global intellectual discourse. I once again invite sir to present his paper. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. We are running late by 1 hour, I think. And the time is getting sunset also. I am just giving a capsule of what is in my paper, which is about 30 pages, more than 30 pages. There is no time, page limit given by Murali sir. Namaste to all. Gathered here to rediscover and disclose the true lineage of Adi Sankara. A paper, Rethinking the Shankara Lineage through Padmapada Charita and the Kerala Mimamsa Vedanta tradition. Surely it is a continuation from what Dr. C.M. Neelanand sir has presented. This is the first page, an excerpt from the first page. Shodachi or Shodasha Adhyayi Tippanam, Keraliyam. Marked in that, Keraliyam. In that, salutation to the real lineage. Jaimini Badarayana Sabaraswami Shankaracharyebhyo Nama. Salutation to Jaimini Badarayana Sabaraswami and Shankaracharya. It means the invocation as per the undivided law. Avibhakta Parambara. Jaimini Badarayana Sabaraswami Shankaracharyebhyo Nama. This is the invocation method present in the Keraliyam mode of Tippanis. Avibhakta, just this points towards the Avibhakta Parambara, which is continued as Kerala tradition. Vibhakta Parambara, Purva Mimamsa, Uttara Mimamsa, etc. And also the text, Idi Dwadasa Adhyayasya Chaturtha Bhada. That means the Purva Mimamsa in concluding, and just without any gap, as the next chapter, the Vedanta is starting, Atha Sri Shariraka Mimamsayam Pradhamadhyayasya Pradhamapada iti. And interestingly, just it points the main feature of Kerala school, Kerala lineage. Iti Manana Nididhyasanabhyam Bhala Ubagadya Angabhyam Saha Shravana Angina. That means the main thing is Shravana. According to Shravana Nididhyasanadi, Shravana is main according to our tradition. That means in Kuvalayamala, the text, the Prakrit text belongs to 7th century, 7th or 8th century. Describing the Mahamatha at Kandalur Sala or Anantapuri, Vijaypuri, Thiruvananthapuram. Tatraiva Pura Anya. I have translated into Sanskrit the Prakrit portion. Aneke Dwara Vritta Kevala Veda Patha Mula Buddhi Vistara Chhatra. Significantly, the pattern, it is just, not just merely historical. Even today, Kerala's Brahmaswam institutions preserve this mode of studying Vedas, where students undergo prolonged Vedic training independent of philosophical specialization. Importance to Shravana. Kevala Veda Patha Mula Buddhi Vistara Chhatra. That the continuity of this practice strengthens the claim that the Vivarana emphasis, the Vivarana school is belong to Kerala tradition. It is a core of, central part of Kerala lineage, Kerala Advaita lineage, rather than a later theoretical preference. That is the thing. Mula Veda Patha reflects a lived Kerala Sabha Matha culture. Even now it is continuing. This paper proposes a critical remapping of Shankara's Advaita lineage. The main argument, the lineage of Sri Shankaracharya has been improperly reconstructed through later, especially northern hagiographies, no historiography, no manuscriptology, and no archaeology, just based on hagiographies. From the main centers, Kashi, etc. Thus, a critical remapping is needed by focusing on the Padmapada Vivarana tradition, which is a salient feature of the Kerala tradition of Vedanta, which is preserved, which has been preserved and institutionalized within Kerala's unique Advaita Mimamsa culture. Here, we should aim to re-examine Shankara's lineage, beyond hagiographies, this Shankara Vijayam, etc., and foreground Padmapada Vivarana tradition from the Kerala lore and position Kerala as a central Advaita seat, the seat of Advaita, central seat of Advaita. Here my key thesis. Kerala represents a structurally central zone of Advaita transmission, not only as a birthplace of Shankara, reserving the Padmapada Vivarana lineage through the Matha system, continuous Matha system, as the manuscripts prove. Through institutions, texts, and thus as a living sampradaya. Here, many scholars like Dr. S. Radhakrishnan maintain these are only individualities. Here the Prasthana Bheda is there. I am projecting the Vivarana tradition. It is not a mere individuality performed by Padmapada or Sarvajñatmayati. That these models are not stylistic choices, but distinct explanatory standpoints, each with a serious consequence as per tradition, to gain true tradition, to regain true tradition. Vajaspader avacheta abhaso vartikasya cha sankshepa shariragagradam pratibimbam iha ishyate. That means Sankshepa Shariraka of Sarvajñatmayati belongs to the Pratibimba Vivarana system of Padmapada Sampradaya. Avachedavada is there. I am not going into details. The limitation theory in Mandana and Vajaspati line, Bhamadi, which is called Bhamadi line. Abhasavada, the appearance theory in Sureshwara's line. Later, the Abhasa Vada is merged with the Pratibimbavada. Pratibimbavada, the reflection theory, as per Padmavada Vivarana tradition. A careful discrimination of these Vadas marks the Kerala tradition as one that preserves the core Shankara Padmapada vision without dilution or compromise. This is what is represented in the Pratibimbavada. It preserves non-duality without dissolving experience. And Kerala's, what is Kerala's Advaita position? Loyalty to Pratibimbavada. Among the three main Vadas, Kerala lineage is loyal to Pratibimbavada and rejection of the Bhamadi line. Vajaspadistu Mandana Prishtasevi. And dedication to Krishna Shankara Padmapada Sat Sampradaya. That is the main thing to focus here. This is Sarvajñatman's verdict. In Samkshepa Shariragam, 2nd chapter, 174, 4th verse, Jivan Mukti Gato Yadaha Bhagavan Sat Sampradaya Prabhu ജീവാജ്ഞാനവചസ്തദീദൃഗുജിതം പൂർവാപരാലോചനാത് അന്യത്രാപി തഥാ ബഹുശ്രുതവചഃ പൂർവാപരോലോചനാത് നേതവ്യം പരിഹൃത്യ മണ്ഡനവചഃ തദ്ധി അന്യഥാ പ്രസ്ഥിതം. On the lineage base, Mandana's position of Jiva as the final locus of avidya is rejected as Sampradaya Bahya, and Sarvajñatman explicitly situates Advaita within the living lineage endorsed by Sri Krishna, the Lord of ancient tradition, and continues through Shankara. That is highlighted as Sat Sampradaya, Sampradaya which is continuing through Sri Krishna. Sri Shankara also makes here the centrality of Sampradaya. Tasmad asampradaya vida sarvashastra vidavi murkhavadeva upekshaneya in Gita Bhashya 13:2. That is what is meant here, Sampradaya integrity or speculative variation. In this light, the Kerala tradition's resistance to Bhamadi line is not regional conservatism, but a continuous and conscious safeguarding of Advaita's Sampradaya integrity exactly as Shankara himself demands. Later, the systemized by Prakashatman, majority of Advaitins follow this line, which is undermined in contemporary academy. And Bhakti is retained as the hermeneutical core. See the list. 22 Acharyas. A large body of literature grew around the Padmapada Vivarana Sampradaya, including verse by these stalwarts. From Vijnanatman, Uttamajnanayati, Anubhuti Surupacharya, Atma Surupa, up to Vasudevendra of the 18th century. Richer than any scholastic lineage. We have to note that this ascetic order is marked with Sri Krishna Bhakti. Madhusudana Saraswati, the great Advaita teacher of the 16th century, endorses the same thing, Bhakti as the unifying axis of Gita. Karma, Mishra Bhakti, Shuddha Bhakti, and Jnana Mishra Bhakti. The first 6 chapters are dedicated for Karma Mishra Bhakti, the next central 6 chapters for Shuddha Bhakti, and the last 6 chapters of Gita for Jnana Mishra Bhakti. We can see in our Kerala traditional manuscripts, all the manuscript tradition and the Matham lineage, Takke Matham, Vadakke Matham lineage validate this Advaita practice, which is endorsed by the Gita Gudhartha Deepika. The Kerala Vivarana lineage also includes saint scholars who integrate Bhakti with Advaita. For example, Krishna Leela Shuka, a national figure in the Bhakti movement, Villumangala Swamiyar, represent the cultural peak of this synthesis, where Padmapada's Advaita is expressed through intense Krishna Bhakti without doctrinal compromise. And his commentators, including Durga Prasad Yadi, who is the work Padmapada Charita is ascribed to Durga Prasad, wrongly ascribed to Durga Prasad Yadi. Padmapada Charita, many critical issues are related with the text. I am not disclosing all. I have written 2-3 pages on that in my article. The authorship is uncertain and it is of very late origin, as if on 17th century, and it is just dependent on other Shankara Vijayas. and there are many ethical and doctrinal inconsistencies. Even defaming, and it's just a blasphemy and defaming Padmapada. Look at the shlokas quoted. Pratishtitasya lingasya pujartham nripasattama chandrigam atra nikshipya kshatra santana karanim. It's just a model of hagiography. Patminyasaha gaccha yadha shachya valantaka sattvaram gaccha nrpate mahimanyam prasadhaya, etc., etc. Sannivesha griham bhuya sandatyartham dijottama. The narrative running throughout 3 chapters, however, ends in a manner deeply inconsistent with the ascetic and monastic identity of Padmapada, depicting him as arranging Sambandha or somewhat I think Niyoga with Queen Chandrika for progeny. All that are described in the article. Kindly go through. Here, hagiographic history versus institutional history of Advaita, we have to focus on the second thing. Details are given. Hagiographic history just relies on the later narrative text, not the real Matha, Sabha, Shala documents. They are even unaware about these existing historical paramparas. In nowhere there is Sabhamata, there is Shala or any teaching Advaita lineage depicted in the hagiographies. Just to focus is on miracles and legends, we have to focus on the teachers, the real acharyas and the method of transmission of Advaita Vedanta initiated by Sri Shankaracharya. We have to keep aloof from these Padmapada Charita, etc., driven models, and to focus on Panchapadika Vivarna tradition, the real authority. We have to rely on authority by Sampradaya, not on mere devotion. Surely there is a need for institutional historiography. Our morning debate, I think, started on that way. Here, to give birth to Shankara and this great lineage, Kerala should have a socio-cultural and political space in Kerala. There, Sabhas, Mathas and Chalas are the core of Vedic education. We can use all these sources from history, manuscriptology and archaeology. Without manuscriptology and all this, using these manuscripts, just not rely on inscriptions only. Education in early Kerala was broadly divided into Vaidika and Laukika. All higher learning, especially Vedic, Mimamsa and Vedanta, was firmly under Brahminic supervision. This learning ecosystem was sustained by a network of institutions, each with clearly defined function. Karmi Sabhamatas, supporting the Shrauta and Smarta ritual practices. Vaidika Sabhamatas or Ghatikas for Vedic deliberation, higher debate and governance. Shastra Sabhamatas, institutions for advanced training in specific Shastras. 18 such mathas were there. Shastra Sabhamatas. And of course, Brahmasam Mathas, institutions for systematic Vedic instruction. Swamiyar Mathas, monastic centers for Vedanta teaching and Sannyasa discipline. Now, this Swamiyar Matha system is centered in Trichur, but in history, And from the inscriptions, we can gather the center was Thiruvananthapuram. The first center, historical center, was Thiruvananthapuram. And the sixth one, Shalas, residential academies for intensive higher learning. There was a strong institutional matrix in Kerala. Sabha Mathas was the basis, then Shalas controlled by Swamiyar Mathas. Munchira, Kandalur and Tirupparappu were the centers, as we can gather from the manuscript traditions, even from the pre-Shankara period. The strong Vedic infrastructure prevailed in Kerala. We should focus now here on Prabhakara Shankara unity or synthesis, which is the hallmark of the Vivarana tradition. I think this is a new proposal. We have to study the Prabhakara Shankara unity, because Prabhakara is also a Keralite Mimamsa Guru, Prabhakara Guru, where in the Vivarana lineage, apart from the Bhata Abhidhanvaya, Anvita Abhidhana is preserved as the Guru Mata, the traditional system of Vedic learning. And Karma is preparatory and Jnana is liberative. Padmapadacharya is deeply rooted in the Purva Mimamsa, especially in the Keralite Prabhakara tradition. Now also, I am proposing a new approach to have a glimpse at the Kerala's Vedic institutional ecology and the Matha network behind the real Shankara Padmapada lineage. We have to improvise many perspectives, which I think the manuscript topography or topology would work more. Just to have a glance at that. The fourth one, Manalikara. Fifth, Parthivapuram. Parthivapuram. Inscriptions regarding the lineage of Shankaracharya with the Matha, Shala infrastructure. Munchira Swamiyar Matham, Tirupparappu or Tripparappu Swamiyar Matham. All in the Kerala Tamil Nadu border. We can see most of the valuable manuscripts related to Vedanta and Mimamsa came from these mathas. I have gathered this topography, Talarekha, from the Sanskrit manuscript collections, the first phase, 1910, initiated by Travancore. At that time, it covered 21 centers. But the Sabhamadam manuscripts shows a continuous lineage. This pattern strategy suggests that southern Kerala functioned as a sustained nucleus of Vedanta transmission. Not central Kerala, but southern Kerala. Not as a peripheral recipient of northern ideas. Thus, these centers, Parthivapuram, Munchira, Tripparappu, Swamiyar Mathams also were there. Separate Swamiyar Matham. Now, I think the Munchira is related to the Trikaikata. These centers demand systematic re-examination and further research. This is the manuscript topography from Kanyakumari to Munchira, Parthivapuram. we have to focus on the Samyar Mathas and the Munchira tradition to gather more ancient relevant materials related to Shankara lineage. Among these institutions, Samyar Mathas in the Shankara lineage played a decisive role in shaping Vedantic learning. But current tradition often treats the Munchira Samyar Matha as a later branch of the Idayil Matha, now associated with the Trikaikat Matha. However, the Parthiva Shekharapuram inscriptions from 9th century onwards, unrelated records indicate that the Munchira Matha was already active before 9th century. In my paper, I have given the list of more than 30 acharyas related to the true Kerala lineage. Now here just counted 11. From Padmapada Acharya, Sarvajñatman, Vedananta Yadi, Anandajnana, Krishna Leela Sugha, Durga Prasada Yadi, Raghavananda, Krishnanubhuti Yadi, Govindamradayati, Ishanubhudiyati, all are related to the Matham, Swamiyar Matham lineage. But there is no record presented by the Mathams. And also, this distribution is not accidental. It indicates stable, century-long centers of teaching, not temporary scholarly activity, initiated by some Swamiyas or some kings. The manuscripts consistently invoke deities such as Nrsimha or Narasimha, Parthasarathi and Krishna, matching the Vivarana Bhakti synthesis articulated by Sarvajñatman and Madhusudana Saraswati. When epigraphic data and Ganadhi Shastra's manuscript topology are read together, Kerala emerges as a materially verifiable transmission zone for the Padmapada Vivarana lineage, supported by institutions, teachers and texts. This is not just a hagiography. Thus, we can conclude inscriptions show just institutions. Manuscripts show what they actually taught. Here the Kerala Advaita infrastructure, as we can deduce from the epigraphic and manuscript topology. Focus on the three. Time is not permitting. Munchira epigraphic records. Earlier than 8th century, Munchira establishes the Sabhamada as supervisory center over Shalas and the nucleus for later Vivarana transmission. Now the question, did Shankara found monastic institutions afresh, or did he universalize an existing Kerala Sabhamata model? There is direct or indirect evidence showing or suggesting that Sri Shankaracharya's organizational vision engaged with earlier Sabhamata traditions already operative in Kerala. He adapted them within a broader Advaitic framework. Thus, we have to focus on Kerala as intellectual heartland of Advaita and Vivarana as a lineage faithful stream which assimilated the Gurumata, the real lineage starting from Sri Krishna. Here is the call for manuscript and institution-based historiography. We have to move beyond the hagiographical information now we have. Thank you.
Anand, very interesting and with a deep insight you have presented. Thank you very much. Only one thing, you have described Sabha Mathas, Shalas, Sannyasi Mathas in a mixed order.
How, sir?
Sabha Mathas, Shalas, Sannyasi Mathas, Vedic Mathas, etc. Should we trace a historical relation on that also? First Shalas. First
yes.
First Shalas, then Sabha Mathas, then Sannyasi Mathas, then Veda Mathas.
Okay.
Am I?
You have picked the sense of my presentation. But I have to negate or dissociate with the existing scholarly inputs on Shala. Because Parthivapuram inscriptions from the Karunandadakkan onwards, 9th century onwards, Sabha Matham, Munchira Sabha has all the control over the Shala. And the Shala space at Parthivapuram is just bought from Munchira's Ulakkudi villa. That Sabha Matham already exists and it had control, complete control over the Shala system, which the historians didn't see. So we have to focus on not just on inscriptional knowledge. We have to gather more direct knowledge from the manuscript sources, which really teaches the tradition. Sabha exists previous to Shala, and Shala is controlled by Sabha. That is my proposal.
How you explain that?
Because the first Shala, we have the Shala knowledge from two sources, Parthivapuram and Kuvalayamala. In Kuvalayamala, there is no Shala. In Kuvalayamala.
In the inscriptions, as I understand, in the inscriptions and other records related to Shalas, there is reference to Vedic education and education on Mimamsa, etc.
Trairajya Vyavaharam, Paurohityam, Mimamsa, etc.
There is no reference to Sabha Mathas there.
But Munchira Sabha, Sabhayyar.
That Sabha.
Sabhayyar. Munchira is there.
Yes, accept, but that...
And Shala is controlled by, regulated by the Munchira.
That may be in the broad sense.
No, sir. No, sir. In Parthivapuram, Vikramaditya Paraguna, everywhere we have sufficient descriptions that the Sabha Mathas are the regulators of the Shala.
Okay.
And Mahan Matham is in Kuvalayamala. There is no Shala in the Kuvalayamala Prakrita Chambu. Only Mahan Matham, Drishtam Mahan Matham by the Kuvalay Chandra. No Shala in Kandalur. The Kandalur Shala also is regulated by the Matha, as we have direct literary source from the Kuvalay Mala. We have to reconsider the historic narratives.
One more thing. Now Shalas or Sabha Mathas do not exist. Now only Sannyasi Mathas and Veda Mathas exist. Do you agree?
To somewhat.
And why?
Some extent. Chovanur Sabha Matha was there in the 20th century. Now, okay.
At present.
Okay.
At present. I know Sabha Mathas, VRR.
But academy is now the Sabha Matha. Our academy is now the Sabha Matha.
Which academy?
Our academy.
Which academy?
The academia.
Now Shalas or Sabhas are not working.
Okay.
Not existing or working as such.
Okay.
Now we have Sannyasi Mathas and Veda Mathas.
Yes.
That is my...
Yes. Because of the Bhakti tradition, the Acharana.
Many reasons. And one more thing, Anvidabhidhanavada Prabhakara Mimamsa, how it is related to Vivarana Prasthana?
Because Anvidabhidhana, where the Anvidabhidhana is narrated by Sarvajnatma in the Sankshepa Shariraka, he uses Nah Asmagam. Asmagam, Nah. It is our Sampradaya. The Gurumata Anvidabhidhana is narrated in the as Asmagam Nah, related to us. The received tradition by many Vivarana, true Vivarana scholars, up to Vivarana Prameya Sangraha by Ramananda.
Very good. Finally, we have now about 800 manuscripts in the 3 mathas of Brahmasam Matham, and it has been in the online. Have you gone through that?
Yes.
And
yes.
the same conclusion you could reach?
But the thing is, just my paper is here. More than 30 acharyas are I have presented from the existing manuscripts, but absent in the Matham list. We have to corroborate.
Sir, one or two questions. This is more a doubt. M.G.S. Narayanan in his thesis says that Prabhakara is not from Kerala. M.G.S. Narayanan.
Okay, I have debated with him, and in my research thesis.
Sorry, in your?
My research thesis. It is Nyaya Mimamsa of Kerala Parambara. It is related to the Nyaya Mimamsa tradition in Kerala. I have established with proofs that Prabhakara is a Kerala teacher and belongs to the Kerala lineage around 6th century.
And he...
Very interestingly, recently Rajan Gurukul and myself had a discourse. Rajan Gurukul says that Shankara is not from Kerala, he is an Embrandri from Karnataka. Yes,
from Tulunad.
Yes, we are very friendly, we indulge in all discussions, and I refuted that.
Okay.
So the thing is, these historians, to say frankly, they are not aware with any of these manuscript resources, true traditional sources. That's the thing.
You see, not to deny the you take in all knowledges and you frame your own conclusions with our evidence. Because in many points, these historians also we have to depend upon for many conclusions.
No, but
this we reject.
What is your opinion?
Shankara is from Kerala.
No, that is unquestionable.
He is just asking about Prabhakara.
Prabhakara is from Kerala.
You have no doubts about it.
He is also from Kerala.
No doubt.
The Kerala Ulpati Chronicles are sure about that, and the Sabhamada Udaya Tungeshwara Pandita Mahasabha of Kumbalam near Ernakulam. There the feet, Paduka was revered.
These historians, their work is very to be followed, very hard, and now MGS has placed these Chilapadigaram etc. in 9th century. Earlier, in his first stages, he was placing it in 1st century AD, CE. And I have discussed, I have gone to his house, I have seriously, whole day we have discussed, and he has so many inscriptions and other things. But what Keshavan Valatat and Raghavara, no, it is 6th century.
Sir, surely, but they are unaware about the Satsampradaya, not the continuous textual lineage. They are just focusing peripheral evidences only. And setting these are as dark ages, irreladanya edukal.
No, see, for us, you it may be peripheral, for them it is inscription and they go by that, right? So for you, you are saying textual is important.
Yes.
Now let us take the case of Parthivasekarapuram. So I saw the reference you have given in your thesis. It talks about Sabha. But the Matha is not, I could not. So you can guide us and tell us where the Sabha.
Yes, the Matha is also there. Mahan Matha is presented in Kuvalemala,
No, in the
Parthiva Shekaram
inscription, it just says Sabha.
No. In Matha also. I will gather the evidence before you.
Actually, there are 18 Sabha Mathas in Kerala. We are all 18, which are listed Sabha Mathas, which were existing till very recently.
Yes.
In Shornur, there is a Sabha Madam where I have gone in my childhood days to take food and all things. It was a Sabha Madam of the Saudis.
Right, but that is more like a Samoha Madam.
No. Shastra Sabha Matham.
Samoha Madam is not
different.
The of Nambudris of Kerala. Samoha Madam is Tamil Brahmins.
Yes.
In
so
Kerala.
I'm saying you're equivalent to you from what I can understand.
No, sir. Shastra Sabha Mathas.
We have Sabha Mathas and Shastra Sabha Mathas only.
Right, but these are what? These are
schools. And
No, sir.
These are schools.
Murali sir. 12 for Mimamsa, 6 for Vedanta, 6 for Mimamsa, 3 for Vyakarna, 3 for Vedanta.
But these
Again.
are all schools.
No. Sabha Mathas.
Separate settlements in such places where the Shraudis and Smartas can live in, they can join, they can live in, they are given all facilities by the local ruler or whoever is, and people can go there, they are given food.
Yes, this was a continuous lineage here.
All facilitation for study, stay, etc.
But these are not sannyasa mathas, is what I'm saying. They are not sannyasa mathas.
That is very different.
These are not sannyasa mathas.
But led by the Samyas.
Shrauda, Smarta education only.
So where is the Swamiyars come? Where do the Swamiyars? The Swamiyars?
Swamiyar in Thrissur we have 4,
right,
and branches we have.
Right, but our Anandraj sir is saying
Munjara is a
sir.
sannyasa matha.
Parthiva Shekarapuram, there was a matha, which is a sannyasa matha. Right?
That is
a
to be
sannyasa matha, right?
Sannyasi Matha, Sabha Matha, everywhere.
See, because that place
It is interlinked. The Karmi, Shastra, Sabha are interlinked. And the leadership is by the Samyas.
I think Anand is trying to explain or prove that in the Shalas, it was the earliest groups, no doubt. In the Shalas, there were facilities for teaching all these things.
Right.
So all were facilities for all of them were there, and in Shala, Sabha Mathas and Sannyasi Mathas all were included. That is.
Yes. Sir, look at this topography. From these mathas, we have manuscripts now at Chennai, Tanjore and Adayar.
From which matha?
These mathas.
Which? Name one.
Unchira Sabha Matha, Tirupparappu. Now the Tirupparappu Matha is not there, but the manuscripts are at Chennai. I have seen.
Tiruvarpa Sannyasi Matha is there now.
Tiruvarpa is different. Tirupparappu. In near Nagarkovil. Tirupparappu.
Where is that?
Near Nagarkovil.
Near?
Nagarkovil.
So you have found
yes.
manuscripts
Manuscript.
Tirupparappu Matha in which deposit?
In Chennai. All these manuscripts are collected by the Madras Presidency. Madras Presidency.
Oriental Massive Library, you mean?
Yes, Chennai. Now at Anna Library.
Oriental Massive Library is different.
The library has moved.
Shifted. It has fully shifted to Anna Library. I have seen there also.
So you have seen Colophon
yes,
there?
Seen.
Tiruvar.
Seen and collected that. All the materials presented here are with proof and with me. I am not just.
Anandra sir, don't feel bad. I don't want to put you on the spot, but just quote that sentence which you have, which says that it is a sannyasi matha.
I will show. I will show. 32 pages, over 32 pages are there. The inscriptional description by Gobidada Rao.
It says sannyasa matha or it says matha. What does it say?
It is no. Just to check the manuscript sources. Vedanta, Mimamsa, all are there.
Sir, what does it specifically say?
Sabha Matha. It's a Sabha Matha.
Sabha Matha. No, Sabha Matha is not a sannyasa matha, right? No. It's not. That is what I am trying to come to, sir.
According to
there is no direct evidence, so we can now we could not fix that the Sabha Matha uses Swamiyar Matha. But the Munchira Sabha Matha itself hold the Swamiyar lineage. That we can see with the manuscript collection.
Yesterday, Professor Murali Mathavan says that in Tiruvattar there is a Shankara Matha. I don't know which Matha, which branch, and Professor Sri Kala Nair told me it is a Tekya Madam, but he says no, it is Shankara Matha. So there must be, see what I am trying to say.
At Tiruvattar also.
There must be, because Tiruvattar is not very far from Munchira, right? Am I right?
Yes, yes.
So I think there must be something. I think we have to go deeper.
Yes.
And I think you have...
That you have focused on Sujindram also.
Yeah, correct.
Nearby. It's
But
a very
right.
near
So
circuit.
you have given the impetus that we should go deeper in that region.
Yes.
And that is, I think, Pandya and
I Pandya, Venad.
Pandya, right?
Yes.
In early period,
Yes.
and Pandya, right?
Yes.
So I think we have, what you are saying is we
Yes.
have to focus. You are correct. I think we are reaching the same conclusion. Pandya is very important. I is very important. We have to focus on that region. So excellent work. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Outstanding
Thanks.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mansaram De, research scholar, Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith, to present his paper titled An Analytic Study of Vyasacharya Shankara Vijaya, Text, Context and Tradition. Sri Mansaram Dev is a top student excelling in academics. He is pursuing a PhD from Chinmaya Vishwavidyapith. He won silver medals for his BA and MA degrees from Ramakrishna Mission Vidya Mandir, Belur Math. He studied Sanskrit grammar in Varanasi, where he also gained a strong understanding of Vedanta and Nyaya philosophy. He is UGC NET and WB SET qualified. Moreover, he was also part of the MP government's project on Adi Shankaracharya, collaborating with Professor Gauri Mahulika. With a multilingual background and a range of skills, from critical thinking to technical proficiency, he adds value to the 108 Upanishad translation project. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. ओम स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय श्रीरामकृष्णाय ते नमः। अधिमंचमानेभ्यः तथा उपमंचमानेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः मत्पुरतः विद्वांसेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः मम मनसा रामेण यथा योग्यं प्रणामाः विनिवेग ज्ञाप्यन्ते। तत्र respected Swamiji, respected all the dignitaries, scholars and the professors, Hari Om and good afternoon to everyone. So I am very much thankful to Muraliji and Siram Bhaiya for this opportunity. It is my privilege today to present an analytical overview of Shankara Vijaya of Vyasachalam. So it is a very lesser studied text, yet significant biographical kavya on Sri Adi Shankaracharya. So my presentation will focus on the text, context and the tradition. So we have only one we have only one manuscript which is published from that the Chennai manuscript Madras Government Oriental Manuscript Series, edited by T. Chandrasekhar and published in 1953. Okay, so today's content layout will be first introduction, then we'll discuss about the author Vyasachala, then style of an epic, overview of structure, special point, and with the conclusion. So first, as I mentioned here, so this is a biographical epic biography of Adi Shankaracharya. So though it is Mahakavya, so it should have a sarga. So here only 12 sargas are mentioned. So the author is a Vyasachala who is identified as Mahadevendra Saraswati,
every sarga ends with a colophonic verse referring to the subject matter of the particular or respective sarga. And in the third sarga, in the colophonic verse, the meter of the verse, which is Shardul Bikritam, it is also mentioned there. So it is a very nice poetical work on Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya. So this work is full of beautiful alankaras, especially Upama, Rupaka, then Arthantara Nyasa, and so on. And here we can see that stotra, like a Hariyara Stuti in the third sarga, then Dashavata Stotra in the ninth sarga, also it is mentioned. And in this particular epic, we will see that Kshetra Mahatmyam, like a Kanchi Kshetra Mahatmya, then Rameshwaram, and so on. Now we'll discuss about the author Vyasachala. So we have very less details about Vyasachala. Still, with the name itself, we can understand that Vyasachala is a place. So it is very near to Kanchi, I think 35 kilometers. Okay, so very little dependable biographical information is available about Vyasachala. Wherever we know comes mainly from the later Guru Parampara list in Tamil tradition, and a few inscription not from his own work or any early sources. So a critical or another thing, we have evidence of a copper plate inscription dated 1507 Common Era, issued during the region of Narasimha Devaraya, who is that Vijayanagara era. He was the king on that time. So this inscription collaborates the Guru Parampara account and establishes Vyasachala as a historical pontiff, not only legendary or any symbolic figure. So another thing is that traditional Tamil source describe Vyasachala as a Kanchi native. His original name is Kuppunna. So upon this assuming leadership of the Kanchi Kamakoti Peeth, he received a monastic name of Mahadevendra Saraswati. So this transformation symbolized the shift from the household to the monastery level. One more important thing is his date was 1498 to 1507. So it is mentioned in that copper plate. And also that, as I said, according to the tradition, Mahadevendra Saraswati performed intense tapas in the cave of mountain called Vyasachala, where he attained the Siddhi also. So the name itself shows two things. First is the work of Vyasachala and also the significance of the place. And also he got Samadhi in the date is Ashada Krishna Paksha. So, and it is not that he is not praised or mentioned by any other acharyas. Yes, in Madhavacharya and in Shankara Vijaya and also Kerala Shankara Vijaya, there we can see his name and with a Kavi. He mentioned as Kavi. So now the overview of the structure, we have already seen this. Now we'll go by Sarga. So first Sarga opens with the Shiva Guru of Kalady. So the father of Adi Shankaracharya is, we all know, Shiva Guru. So he born in Kalady and his education and marriage and so on, it is described in the first Sarga. Second Sarga deals with the Upamanyu Upakhana. One very famous Upakhana is there. Second Sarga is full of that. And the third Sarga talks about Shiva's grace. So as we all know, Adi Shankaracharya's parents, they did tapasya for Adi Shankaracharya. So the tapasya sthala, the place it's mentioned here, Vrishava Kshetra. And another point is there, Shiva Guru desired to get the Upanayana performed for Shankaracharya at age 5, but he dies when Shankaracharya was 3rd years. Now, the key observation here, the birthplace of Shiva Guru is mentioned here is Kalady. Then Shiva Guru's father is name mentioned here, Vidyadhiraja. But the mother of Adi Shankaracharya's name is not mentioned here in this epic. The maternal grandfather of Adi Shankaracharya was known as Makha Pandita. Okay. And also, it is a very interesting that in the fourth canto, within 100 verses, so from birth till his mother's death, died, all the entire thing it is mentioned here over 100 verses. And also Kanakadhara episode is excluded, it is not mentioned here, but that crocodile incident, it is there. So Shankara is mentioned, it will come later. So, and see, as we all know that entire biography of Adi Shankaracharya, that is why I'm not explaining anything, but I'm just pointing out the things, like the major things. So there's no mention of the place where Shankara meets Govindanatha or Govinda Padacharya. Okay. And also the Acharya composed the Brahma Sutra Bhashya at Badarika Ashram. So as we all know, that Vyasa, before meeting Vyasa, Sanananda, the Padmapadacharya, he met with Adi Shankaracharya, but here it is not there. So here it is mentioned that Adi Shankaracharya ji met that Padmapadacharya in Vadarika Ashram, and that too after Vyasa. So it is mentioned like that in the fourth and fifth and sixth sarga. So that Kumaril Bhatta, that incident, it is there, but this is the very interesting. So as we know, Kumaril Bhatta suggested Adi Shankaracharya ji to visit that Mandan Mishra, but it is not here, it is not mentioned here. Here the Mandan Mishra and the Vishwarupa, it is very clearly mentioned that both are different entity. So what here Kumaril Bhatta told, he told to Adi Shankaracharya ji, you go and meet Vishwarupa instead of Mandan Mishra. We'll come to Mandan Mishra later. So he told he in he told you go and meet Vishwarupa, so and you debate with him, and you whatever you want you will get from him. So it is like that. So what here mentioned, he instead of Sureshwaracharya or Mandan Mishra, everything is there, but instead of him Vishwarupa is there. So and here also mentioned that Mandan Mishra, as Mandan Mishra went to Adi Shankaracharya ji and he seeks Diksha of Advaita Vedanta. That's all it is mentioned in this epic about Mandan Mishra. And everything, whatever we know that debate with Sureshwaracharya, Mandan Mishra and all, everything is there, but in the name of Vishwarupa, not in Mandan Mishra's name. So the wife of Vishwarupa is Ubhay Bharati, not the wife of Mandan Mishra. Okay. Now, there are also very interesting 2-3 things are there. So here we can find that name of the father is Vishwarupa is mentioned, Himamitra, and the name of the father of Ubhay Bharati is Vishnu Mitra. So, and Ubhay Bharati is the wife of Vishnu Mitra, and here we know that debate happened, but here the days, only 7 days it is mentioned, and here that symbolic garland, it is also mentioned. So, Vishwarupa's the place was Magadha, and that Rajapura in Magadha. So there is one Bhubrit Niketana, for this it is mentioned. So Bhubrit Niketana, if we split the word, we will get abode of the king. So yeah, it is referring to Rajagriha. So Bhubrit Rajapura was an ancient time that capital of Magadha. In the 7th act, now we'll see, as we know, Adi Shankaracharya defeated Vishwarupa and he became his disciple. So he asked Vishwarupa to write a gloss on his commentary. So now, when he asked Vishwarupa, so other people got jealousy and they did not support in this matter. So for that thing, Adi Shankaracharya asked him, Vishwarupa, you write something on this thing, on Advaita, so that they got convinced. So he, Vishwarupa, composed the Naishkarma Siddhi, not Mandana Mishra, not Sureshwaracharya ji. And one more important point, if you see this epic, if you read this epic, you will find everywhere the sannyasi name of Sananda is Padmapadacharya or Nandana, Sanananda, whatever, and the Sureshwaracharya is the Vishwarupa's, that sannyasi name is Sureshwaracharya. But here the name of Sureshwaracharya and Padmapadacharya, it is not mentioned anywhere. Only one or two places is there where it is mentioned, but rather than that, everywhere it is mentioned as their Purvashrama Nama. So, and after that, Sanananda composed his gloss on Shankaracharya's commentary, of which the first part is called Padmapadika, and it is called Vritya. This is now Naishkarma Siddhi of Sureshwaracharya and Panchapadika of Padmapadacharya, both name are mentioned here. But Adi Shankaracharya ji never asked to Padmapadacharya to write Panchapadika. So it is also mentioned here. And Sureshwaracharya ji or Vishwarupa, he wrote Vartika on Taittiriya and Brihadaranyaka Upanishad as well. So I, in bracket, I referred the verse name as well. And one more interesting another point is, Shankaracharya ji here mentioned as a Taittiriya Krishna Yajurveda Shakha, not as we all know he is from Rigveda Shakha, but here it is mentioned as Taittiriya school of Krishna, Taittiriya Shakha of Krishna Yajurveda. And also the Vishwarupa, he is the Shukla Yajurveda Shakha, Kanva Shakha of Shukla Yajurveda. So this is the description, it is there. Now we'll go to 8th and 9th. It is like as we know, so that destruction of the Padmapadika by Padmapadacharya's uncle and all, so on. Then here Kapalika incident, it is mentioned. Totakacharya's devotion, it is mentioned. And that Nisimha, this episode also, it is mentioned here. Now, here see the key observation. No reference to the Acharya's revival of Panchapadika. In other Shankara Vijayas, we know that Shankaracharya ji wrote that Padmapadika and all, but it is not mentioned here at all. And also that Kapalika incident for the black magic and all, here also no black magic, nothing is there. Only that main things are there. And in the 9th and 10th and 11th Sargam, it is also interesting. It is about Adi Shankaracharya got one that issue of health issue, that Bhagandhara. Then he started finding, like his disciples started finding that physician and all, and later on that Ashwini Kumara, they came and they made him cure. And the last Sarga is the 12th Sarga. Here we will see that Parakaya Pravesha, that incident not in that debate thing, but here. And also we'll see encounter with the Hastamalaka in Srivalli, then that journey to Kashmira and the Sarvagnya Pita, we'll see the points. Then philosophical debate with a rival school, like many schools are there mentioned. He defeated Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimamsa, like that. So many schools names are mentioned here. And it is concluding with the Sarvagnya Pita and examination by the goddesses Saraswati and all. It is also mentioned here. Now, and a key observation is here Sarvagnya Pita is to be in Kashmir, not in Kanchi or no other places it is mentioned. So the and Parakaya Pravesa takes place before ascending the Sarvagnya Pita. And here also that Kanchi thing comes. So Ruchira Desha mentioned but it is not mentioned directly this is the Kanchi or any other places. Okay. So now so far like we have seen the the main or major points from the epic. So if you see the Mahakavya, you will find many, like a few places are there. Those sargas are directly related to Adi Shankaracharya's life. If you leave everything, here you, like in why I am saying that this epic is a unique and this is the first, we can say that we have a textual any evidence, because this is the most ancient text rather than other available text we have now. So here the author, he did not take any superficial or supernatural things in this Mahakavya. So here he did not mention about that that Kama, that in the debate, the Ubhay Bharati, she did not ask him about the Kama Shastra and all. That thing, it is not mentioned here. Even that when Adi Shankaracharya ji got that black magic thing, it is also not here mentioned. Then Kanakdhara Stotram, it is not mentioned here. Like that episode itself, it is not mentioned here. So if we see or if you just visualize all the points in front of our eyes, so we'll see this epic is a totally practical epic on Adi Shankaracharya's life. So in conclusion also, like a special point for I mentioned here, only a few places among the various places across Bharata associated with Adi Shankaracharya's life find a mention in this work. None of the mathas find a mention. This is also a very important point. We'll see in the next slide. There is a reference to the Adi Shankaracharya's stay at Vadarika Ashram, but Dwarka and Puri find no mention. Despite his connection with the Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha, the author never makes a mention of Kanchi Kamakoti Pitha anywhere. So if we see, there is a, just 1 minute. So, Atmabodhendra Saraswati, in his commentary on Jagadguru Ratnamala, so he quotes 5 verses for which he mentioned these verses are there in Vyasacharya's Shankara Vijaya. But actually, if you see this edition, it is not mentioned. It is mentioned, but those verses are, it is mentioned as an extra, not in the actual text. So this is also, that is also pointless. So another thing, so I was talking about that that 4 mathas, no? So here one shloka is there, Eka Shakhi Shankarakyas Chaturdha Sthanam Bheje Papa Shantyai Jananam Shishyahi Skandhai Shishya Shakhaihi Mahadbhi Jnanam Pushpam Yatra Moksha Prasutihi. So here we'll see ki Eka Shakhi, like a Bhagavan Adi Shankaracharya ji, he is a kind of a one tree. So he has 4 trunks. And that 4 trunks has multiple branches. So it could be 4 disciples, his main disciples, or it could be 4 mathas. So both way we can take, but never anywhere in the epic he mentioned ki Adi Shankaracharya ji established 4 mathas and all. See, these are the debatable part and all. I am not going to go into this, but though if you see Adi Shankaracharya ji, he was a sannyasi, so he directly, we cannot say in that way he established 4 mathas and all, but we cannot say also he did not establish 4 mathas. So, but if you see in this epic, it is not mentioned anywhere regarding that 4 mathas and all. So, in the conclusion, so now, if we see this work as a Mahakavya, not in the front of, not in the light of biography on anywhere, it is a wonderful work, and this work is full of sahitya, rasas, alankaras, then upamas, gunas, everything. It's a wonderful work. If you see, there are so many subhashitas are there in a wonderful way. So that Shankara Vijaya is a Mahakavya driven doctrinal text. So not a full historical biography. See, now I mentioned this point here because I read Madhavas and Anandagiri and so on Mahakavya, that Adi Shankaracharya's biography. So I have in my mind his biography or his whole life is like this. So based on that point of view, I mentioned this thing. So then transmission of Advaita through disciples, then Kanchi theory remains suggestive here, not conclusive. So like that, this is kind of research findings I got from this Then further scope for the research, ki manuscript comparison beyond Madras, manuscript, intertextual study with Madhava and Anandagiri, later interpolation by Mathas, and Vedanta pedagogy through Mahakavya literature. So there are several verses which are common to this work and Shankara Vijaya of Madhava. So this raises a question as to who has borrowed from whom. Yeah, obviously Madhava Vyasachala is more older than Madhavacharya. Madhava Shankara Vijaya. So, and here we have 12 sargas. So in the 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 10th, and almost half sarga of 7th and 11th also, it is not, these sargas are not directly related to Adi Shankaracharya's biography at all. So what mentioned here, in these sargas, it is mentioned that about the season, about the Bhagavan's bhakti and devotion and how to do that puja and so on, like that it is mentioned. So the Shankara Vijaya of Vyasachala is best understood as a Mahakavya with philosophical intent, not a complete biography. Now I would like to conclude with a last sentence, that is key. It is my personal opinion only. We know that Mahabharata has 3 phases: Jai, Bharata, and Mahabharata. So in that way, can we take this Vyasachala as a Jai, the first main intact of Mahabharata, like that? So from this epic or from this work, other or later Acharya, they added something, they made it superficial and all. So I think we should think about it, because it is a whatever it is mentioned in this epic, it is not like you cannot deny with it, and it is not any supernatural thing, and it is nothing. It is mentioned, you cannot think about it. So I think we should think this epic as a Mahakavya as well, and as a Jai of Mahabharata series. So thank you. Hari Om to all.
How do you, what do you mean by Kanchi theory is suggestive?
Sorry?
You say Kanchi theory is suggestive. What do you mean by that?
Yes, because we all know that whenever we are telling that Vyasachala, so Vyasachala is related to Kanchi Kamakoti Pith. Whenever we say...
based on what? Based on what? The colophon, or what are you basing it on? How do you say that Vyasachala is Kanchi Kamakoti Pith?
Yes, because Kanchi's Kshetra Mahatmya, it is mentioned here. Okay. So it is clearly mentioned, all the Kshetra Mahatmya of Kanchi. You cannot find this Kshetra Mahatmya of Kanchi in other places.
But Rameshwaram is also mentioned here.
Yes, Rameshwaram is also mentioned, but in Rameshwaram there is another, no another mathas is there, like Kanchi. So that is why I mentioned here, it is not, it is a suggestive, not conclusive.
How do we know that he is Mahadevendra Saraswati? It's based on that copper plate grant. Right?
Sorry, can I?
Right. How are we connecting it to Mahadevendra Saraswati? That copper plate grant.
Yes.
How are we connecting it?
Tamil copper plate.
It's not Tamil. It is in Sanskrit, and it's Sanskrit as far as I remember.
That Guru Parampara list. Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, how are we connecting Vyasachala to Mahadevendra Saraswati? That where is that connection?
For that, I don't know. We don't have any textual evidences for that.
So Guru Parampara name is there, the year is there.
Because we don't know any other Vyasachala in the history of
But Vyasachala is not mentioned in the copper plate grant also. So how is that connection made? Chandrasekhar must have mentioned it in his foreword.
Chandrasekhar has mentioned that it is the commonality is only on the basis of the name. Since no other Vyasachala is known, and Vyasachala Mahadevendra Saraswati, his period is almost determined on the basis of Guru Parampara and the copper plate. The identification is purely on that basis. It is actually it's actually a hypothesis. Yeah, he was known as Vyasachala according to the Guru Parampara Stotra, like Jagat Guru Ratnamala and the other one. 16th century. The date exactly what he mentioned was right, yes. Madhava is a much later work, About Madhava, I'll be speaking here in detail. So this afternoon we had a wonderful avial for lunch. Madhava's is a wonderful avial. I won't criticize the quality and all, but it is an anthology. We must be conscious that Madhava Vidyaranya's Digvijayam, more than an independent work, it's an anthology. Yes. And he has openly given his salutations to Vyasacharya also.
Yes, it is there.
And we see that of this, I think I don't remember the exact number of verses, it goes to more than 3,000. Of that, only 700 verses are original verses. All the rest have been taken predominantly from Vyasacharya, then from Raja Chudamani Dikshita, and from some other works also. Vyasacharya, in fact, several verses are verbatim quoted.
Yes.
And yes, because that is also on the basis of the style. And see, basically when we speak of the broad category of Shankara Vijaya literature, there are two schools. One is the Vyasacharya school, and the other one is what we find in Chidvedasi and Anantanadagiri's Shankara Vijaya. So there you find all the vilification of Mandana Mishra or Vishwarupa, whoever you would call. The Purvashrama of Sureshwaracharya. Let us take it as Purvashrama of Sureshwaracharya. That is the very ugly interaction between the two. All these are introduced by those texts, and Ubhay Bharati, or whoever is the Saraswati or Ubhay Bharati, however you would like to call her, she challenging Umbeka and Amba. That is another thing. So all these, they are introduced by the other school. And Vyasacharya presents rather, yeah, in fact, we should refrain from dragging Vidyaranya here.
There is actually a book written by Professor W.R. Antarkar called
Shankara Vijaya.
Shankara Jaya. And he says essentially in the end that this Navakali Dasa is a very late writer. We can't, confuse, we really cannot confuse him with Madhava Vidyaranya.
See, what is even more interesting is that when whoever the author is, he has very openly acknowledged Vyasacharya as one of this thing. The commentator painstakingly says that Vyasacharya is Vyasaiva Acharya. It does not refer to any other Vyasacharya, but to himself.
Even Madhavacharya has mentioned ki Vyasacharya Kavivara tat kritajñascha dhanyaha.
So
like
there,
that.
the commentator, I think Achyutaraya Modak, if I am not wrong, he says that it is not reference to Vyasacharya, because if you go chronologically, Vidyaranya happens to be earlier than Vyasacharya. Assuming Vyasacharya to be Mahadevendra Saraswati. Correct. See, the text makes it very, very clear that it has been the source for Madhaviya. There is absolutely no doubt about it.
Even that Sankshepa Shankara Vijaya, it is mentioned ki Vyasacharya Pramukha Purvika Pandita Kshama Brita Sambhrita Uttaracha Kavyataro Sagudat. Like that praising is there.
Very good.
Okay,
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. Sri Ramakrishna Swami, Deputy Director of Research, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Mumbai, to present his paper on misconception about Adi Sankara and his disciples. Dr. Sri Ramakrishna Swami Iyer is an artist and Sanskritist based in Mumbai, born into a family of artists. He is a Bharatanatyam choreographer and a Carnatic vocalist, and has been actively propagating the cause of Bharatiya Samskriti through Kala Sadanam, a pioneer cultural institution founded by his late grandfather, Guru Srimani. Trained in Sanskrit under veterans such as late Professor A.R. Kulkarni and Professor Dr. Gauri Mahulika, he holds a doctorate in Sanskrit from the University of Mumbai for his thesis titled Sri Muthuswami Dikshita Charitam, a critical study. As a Sanskrit teacher, he has been involved with several prestigious institutions such as the Department of Sanskrit, University of Mumbai, the SIES College, and the K.J. Somaya Bharatiya Sanskriti Peedam, to name a few. He is presently the Deputy Director, Sanskrit Studies and Research at Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Mumbai. His subjects of specialization and interest include Sanskrit literature, Idihasa Puranas, Sankita Natya, and the Dharma Shastras and Adi Sankara studies. He was the associate fellow of the project titled Biographies and Madhamnaya of Adi Shankaracharya, awarded by the Ministry of Culture, Government of Madhya Pradesh for 2022-2024. Over to you, sir.
संगीतनाट्यनय शब्ददयादिलक्षं जङ्कापुरी दहनमाश्रितकल्पवृक्षं श्रीरामचन्द्रचरणाम्बुजञ्चरीकं वातात्मजं गुरुमहं मनसा स्मरामि। श्रीमच्छङ्करनामधेयपरमाचार्यं यतीनां गुरुं श्रौतस्मर्तप्रथप्रदीपममदं षण्मार्गसंस्थापकं पाषण्डेन्द्रजराहितश्रुतिशिरः सौमित्रिसञ्जीवनप्रौढश्रीमरुतात्मजं सविनयं रुद्रावतारं नमः। Offering my humble salutations to Bhagavad Pada Shankaracharya in this holy land and to all the scholars assembled here. I will be presenting very, very briefly, considering the paucity of time, the two papers that have been assigned to me. To start with, explaining the 688th name of the Vishnu Sahasranama, Bhagavad Pada says, Punyam avahati asya kirtihi naranam iti punya kirtihi. This epithet Punya Kirti applies not only to Sriman Narayana, but equally applies to Bhagavad Pada Acharya. And it is testified by the fact that poets across the length and the breadth of Bharatavarsha, from over centuries, have sanctified their faculty of speech or their poetic genius by glorifying the life of Bhagavad Pada. And here I would speak in brief about the Shankaracharya Charitam, the biographical work composed by poet Govindanatha, belonging to the very land where Bhagavad Pada Acharya belonged to. As requested by Dr. Murli, I'll be presenting a very, very brief comparative survey of the Govindanathiya Shankar Vijay, that is Shankaracharya Charita, and the Shankara Digvijayam of Madhavacharya. Interestingly, as we were just discussing a while ago, just as Madhava has borrowed he has in fact borrowed literally verses from the Vyasacharya, the author of the Shankaracharya Charitam, Govindanatha, also owes to Vyasacharya, and he acknowledges that he has been inspired by this work of Vyasacharya. He says, Swarga Sarvagamaspadam Vande Vyasachadam Imam Kavim Babhuva Shankaracharya Kirti Kallodini Yatah. This particular verse is again an indication that Vyasacharya possibly was one of the earliest biographers of Bhagavad Pada Acharya, because he says, Babhuva Shankaracharya Kirti Kallodini Yatah. That is from where sprung the spring of Bhagavad Pada Acharya's glory, referring to Vyasacharya. About Govindanatha, not much is known. He just mentions Kritam Govindanathena Yati Bhakti Sahayatah Idam Sri Shankaracharya Charitam Lokapavanam. Nothing more than that. Scholars like Dr. Antarkar place him somewhere between Vyasacharya and Madhava. So roughly it comes to somewhere around the 17th century CE. It is a relatively later work. It begins in the form of a conversation between a guru and a shishya, following the Puranic style. A shishya inquires with his guru about the life of Bhagavad Pada. He says, Sarvesham Guru Rasmakam Sarvagno Yatipungavah Jatah Sri Shankaracharya Kasmin Deshe Supavane Akhya Hi Janmatah Kasmin Vatsare Bhikshutam Gatah Kesham Nibandhananam Cha Karta Bhautsa Yatishwarah Kati Shishya Mahatmanah Tasya Bhuvan Mahamatehe Sashishya Sancharan Bhumau Kani Chakret Bhutani Sah Sayujyam Kutra Devesha Praptavan Apitatvavit. So these 6 or 7 questions are answered in the 9 chapters that follow. It consists of about 560 verses spread across 9 chapters, of which 2 chapters are Kshetra Mahatmyams and have no biographical value, and they are not being discussed here. So since I wanted to keep the paper very brief, I'll take the questions asked by this disciple and only deal with those sections. Jatah Sri Shankaracharya Kasmin Deshe Supavane. Like Vyasachada and like all other biographers, Govindanath also mentions the place as Kalady. And the river Purna is referred to here as Ambapaga. That is the river which was, the course of which was diverted for the sake of the convenience of the mother. Kasmin Deshe has been answered, and this is almost the same in all the biographies, except for Shiva Rahasyam, which speaks of a Shashada grammar which is not known elsewhere. Akhya hi janmatah kasmin vatsare bhikshutam gatah. So this is one place where Govindanatha has something totally different from all others. It is almost well known that Bhagavad Acharya embraced sannyasa at the age of 8. Here it is said that it is only at the age of 16 that he renounces the world. This is one of the places where Govindanatha differs from all other biographers. And another important difference here is, in case of Shankara Digvijayam of Madhava, the lifespan of Bhagavad Acharya is split as 8 years, another 8 years, and another 16 years. That is, the first 8 years is what he was destined to live. And the next 8 years was after embracing sannyasa. And the next 16 years of his life were granted to him by Vedavyasa upon the orders of Mahadeva. So this is not found here anywhere. Neither the extension of Bhagavad-pada's lifespan by Vedavyasa, nor his 8 years and 16 years bifurcation. We find no place for any such reference in this Govindanathi. And another thing is, in case of Vyasachada as well as Madhaviya, there is a reference of Shivaguru getting a dream of Shiva and giving him the option of choosing what kind of son he requires. So in this land, I need not speak of the biography of Shankaracharya because we have the relatives of Bhagavad-pada sitting here, so I should not be talking about the story of Shankara Bhagavad-pada here. But yes, it is told in the biographies that Shivaguru and his wife, Arya, Sati, various names are known. In case of Govindanatha, neither of the parents are named. It is only one man, one Brahmana from Kalady, and his wife. So his dreams, Shiva appears and gives him an option of whether he would desire a son who would be Sarvajna or an ordinary mediocre son. So he chooses. This is what is there in the Govindanath here. Whereas we find elsewhere in the Vyasachari as well as in the Vidya Madhava's work, where the choice is many sons who would be long-lived or one son who is omniscient and short-lived. So this is another place where it differs. Then Kati Shishya Mahatmanah Tasya Bhuvan Mahamatehe. Who were the disciples? So the disciples were Sureshwaracharya, Padmapadacharya, Totakacharya, Hastamadakacharya. As far as Sureshwaracharya is concerned, his Purva Ashrama name here is mentioned as Vishwarupa. And his wife is known as Bharati, as in case of Vyasachada. And he is said to be an avatar of Brahma, and she is said to be an avatar of Saraswati, who was cursed to be born due to the curse of Durvasa, exactly as Vyasachada has stated. There are a couple of places where the wife of Vishwarupa is also mentioned as Vani, which is perhaps a synonym of Bharati, name of Saraswati, or it is also equally possible that Govindanatha was aware of the popularity of Anantanandagiri's Shankara Vijaya, where she is referred to as Sarasavani. So reference to Vani could be due to both the reasons. And he is named Sureshwaracharya after the debate. Here again we don't have any challenge posed by the wife of Vishwarupa. Then coming to Padmapada. Padmapada is said to be here as a native of Kerala, belonging to the Sri Kunda Grama, which is identified with Trikandiyur. It is also said that the Sri Kunda Grama has a temple consecrated by Parashurama, dedicated to Lord Shiva. So it is generally identified with Trikandiyur Mahadeva Kshetram. His Purvashrama name is given as Vishnu Sharma. It is said that his father, Soma Sharma, had practiced austerities to beget a son, and pleased by his austerity, Sri Narasimha blessed him with his son, who was named Vishnu Sharma. And it is this Vishnu Sharma who in his Purvashrama is a merchant and then becomes a dacoit and later is frustrated with life. It is very much similar to the account given in the Padmapada Charitam. And then disgusted with all worldly life, he approaches Shankara Bhagavad-pada. And the monastic name of Vishnu Sharma is Sanandana, and who later becomes Padmapada after the very, very celebrated episode of Shankaracharya calling him and he walking on the surface of Ganga, supported by the lotuses which sprung from the river naturally. So these are the two well-known disciples. Coming to the third disciple, as in case of other biographies, we have a very, very devoted disciple called Totakacharya, who is said to have composed the very famous Shruti Sara Samudharana, set in the Totaka meter. And as far as Hastamadaka is concerned, no reference is made to the name of the parents of Hastamadaka. Madhaviya calls the father as Prabhakara. Here there is no reference to the father of Hastamadaka. And the native village of Hastamadaka here is called as Shiva Vihara, whereas Vyasachari and Madhaviya refer to the place as Shrivadi or Shribadi. And one of the question was also about Kesham Nibandhananam cha Karta Bhutsa Yatishwaraha. Here it is very clearly said that he was a composer of 15 bhashyas. We know that the 10 bhashyas on the Upanishad, 10 principal Upanishads, then the bhashya on Gita, then on the Brahma Sutra, then on the Vishnu Sahasranama, then on the Lalita Trishati, and then the last 15th one on Sanat Sujatiyam. These works are not mentioned, but they are to be inferred since these are the undebatable works of Bhagavad-pada Acharya. Of course, there are many more commentaries which are apocryphal and more or less controversial in nature. Interestingly, this is possibly the only biography which has a reference to the very first, very well-known verse of Matra Panchakam, Astam Tavadiyam Prasuti Samaye Durvara Shodhavyatha Nairutyam Tanusoshanam Madamayi Shayya Cha Sambatsari Ekasyapina Garbhabhara Bharanakleshasya Yasyakshamah Datum Nishkritamunnatopi Tanayastasya Jananyay Namaha. This particular verse finds a place in the biography of Govindanatha upon the demise of the mother of Shankara Bhagavad-pada. Another place where Govindanatha actually bewilders us is with regard to the location of Sarvagnya Pitha. So there again we have two broad schools, Vyasacharya, Madhava, and many others. They consider the place as somewhere Kashmir. The Kashmir Adesha is said to be the location of Sarvagnya Pitha in the Sharada temple. And another school which follows are Rajachudamani Dikshita Shankarabhyudaya, followed by Anantanandagiri, Chidvidasa, etc. There the location is said to be Kanchipuram. It is very, very astonishing that here Govindanatha says, Jambu Dvipase Kurvana Shobham Bharata Mandade Shastam Kashmira Namanam Desham Vidyotayan Brisham Kamaksha Nama Vagdevya Sthanam tat paramaptavan. He suddenly identifies Kashmir and Kanchi. Kashmir and Kanchi, or Kanchi and Kashmira. In any case, it is absurd. But this absurdity can be attributed to the fact that by the time this work was composed, though he highly relies on Vyasacharya, at the time when this particular work was composed, the other school possibly had become very, very popular. And this can be inferred by the fact that Chidvidasa, the author of Shankara Vijay Vidasa, who was a very, very staunch devotee of the Sringeri school, he possibly belonged to the Sringeri Matha. His familiarity about Sringeri's geography very, very clearly breaches the fact that he was a follower of Sringeri Matha. In spite of this, he also mentions the location of Sarvagnya Pitha as Kanchi. So I think by the 17th century, 16th or 17th century, it had almost become apocryphal that Sarvagnya Pitha means it is Kanchi. However, due to his allegiance to Vyasacharya, he possibly tried to reconcile both the places. And the last place where he differs is with regard to the place of disappearance of Bhagavad Paracharya. This is variously mentioned in other works. According to Anantanandagiri, it was Kanchi. Vyasacharya is silent, but the additional verses attributed to Vyasacharya in Atmabodha Saraswati's commentary, they mention that it was at Kanchi that Bhagavad Pada gave up his life. Itham Shankara Guru, Itham sa Shankara Guru, Kritakritya Bhavat, Bhavan Prakashya, Nigamanta Giram Nigudhan, Kanchayam Vimuchyava Puradratam, Itchayaiva, Swasyeva Dhamni Parame, Swata Eva Didiye. So Kanchi, as the place of disappearance, is mentioned in Anantanandagiri's work and also in the Vyasacharya's extra interpolated lines. The Madhaviya refers to Kedara as the place of disappearance. Vyasacharya refers to the cave of Dattatreya Gufa, somewhere in the Himalayas, as the place of disappearance. But it is in this work that it is the place which Shankaracharya's birth is very closely connected. The Vadakanaran temple or the Vrishadrinatha temple, which is mentioned as the place where Adi Shankaracharya gave up his mortal body. Tatah kshetrani punyani tirthani cha nishevyasaha kramena shishya sammukto vrishachadam avaptavan tatra dakshina kailase nivasan ekada guruhu ज्ञात्वा निज शरीरांतम सह शिष्यैः प्रसन्नधीः कासारे पश्चिमे स्नात्वा नत्वा तत्रत्यमीश्वरं श्रीमूलस्थानमासाद्य चक्रे तस्य प्रदक्षिणम्. It is said that he offered his last worship to the deities of the Vadakanathan temple and gave up his and merged with the ultimate by meditating upon the form of Vishnu. And it is suggested that the last work which Bhagavad Pada Shankaracharya composed or possibly he recited was the Vishnu Padarikesha Stotra. Itham Chintayata Rupam Vaishnavam Sakadam Guruhu Vaktrat Pradurabhut Stotram Sraddhara Virtam Ashritah. And we know that the Vishnu Padarikesha Stotra is set to the Sraddhara meter. Taragata Nabhomargam Vimanastha Rivaukasa Yaksha Kimpurushadyascha Sarve Mamudare Bhrisham Deshikendro Mahayogi Kurvan Stotram Savaishnavam Vivesha Paramanandam Bhanubimbantarasthitam. So thus, meditating upon the form of the complete form of Sriman Narayana, Bhagavad Pada entered the solar orb. Thus ends the answers to the 6 questions asked by the disciple. I conclude this particular talk of mine with a verse from the same work. Jatah kerada bhutade dvijavaro bhutvashu bhashyanyatah kritva panchadasha kramena chaturo labdhva cha shishyan varan Shri Kanchi Purametya Tatra Jitavan Vanim cha Sarvagnatam Gatva Prapta Vrishachadaha Swapadagah Shri Shankarah Patuvah. Taking a break to have one sip of water, I'll join a minute. So coming to the concluding paper of mine for this evening. See, as devotees of Bhagavad Pada and also as academicians in the pursuit of truth, it behoves us to admit the lacuna in the sources of information that are available on the life of Acharya, especially the Shankara Vijayas. Since the authors themselves acknowledge that they don't have any first-hand information. Vyasacharya very boldly says, Aitihyamashranti vadanti chaivam tareva mudam mama bhashanepi yavat kritam tavadehasya karatur vachyam tadhasyad dvigunam pravaktuhu. So Aitihya or oral tradition is the source of what I speak. And it is quite natural that what is heard becomes double when it is said. So the exaggerations and all are quite natural in these Shankara Vijayas. And we know the major sources of information are about the 17 or 18 works. In fact, the list goes beyond 18 because there are Shankara Vijayas which are composed even today. About 2 years back, there was a Shankarayana composed by a poet from West Bengal. So biographies of Shankaracharya continue to be composed in various parts. In fact, no one earlier had mentioned that Shankaracharya was a Nambudiri, but this scholar from West Bengal has very clearly said that Shankara Bhagavad Pada was a Nambudiri. So these Shankara Vijayas are there. And there are some Puranic works also, like Markandeya Samhita, Shiva Rahasya, etc. And there are some other kavyas like Patanjali Charita which have some information on Bhagavad Pada Acharya. And Anuktam Anyato Grahyam. So we generally collate information from here and there since we don't have enough information. But whatever we know is only a hypothesis. We do not have any first-hand or completely reliable accounts on the life of Bhagavad Pada. So while speaking on this topic, it is necessary that we, all of us bear in our minds that the incredible accounts in the biographies and the factual inaccuracies encountered in these works are a result of the reverence of these poets. It's purely an expression of their reverence towards Bhagavad Pada, and they do not deserve to be condemned for their historical misrepresentation, etc. It is their reverence. On the other hand, as academicians, our reverence towards Bhagavad Pada lies in our admission of the lacunae in the sources of information and the rejection of all incredible and unreliable accounts. So while speaking on this topic, we must all remember the great words of Bhartrahari. Nindantu niti nipuna yadivastuvantu nyayat patha pravichadanti padam nadhiraha. So regardless of acclaims or criticism, we must not go astray from the path of, determined path of our pursuit towards truth. Kalpadau dvisahasrante lokanugraha kamyaya chaturbhi sahashishyastu Shankara avatarishyati. This particular verse is from the Bhavishya Purana. That is, in the beginning of Kali Yuga, after the passage of 2000 years of Kali Yuga, Bhagavad Pada will incarnate, Shiva will incarnate as Bhagavad Pada with 4 disciples. Shankaracharya and 4 disciples is almost very, very firmly established in all our minds. The beautiful paintings also always represent Shankaracharya with the 4 disciples. But we come across a number of inconsistencies as far as the disciples of Shankaracharya are concerned. Anantanandagiri and Chidvidas are referred to. Apart from the 4 well-known disciples, Sureshwaracharya, Padmapadacharya, Hastamadakacharya, Totakacharya. Anantanandagiri and Chidvidasa give list of names such as Jnanakanda, Vishnugupta, Shuddha Kirti, Bhanumarichi, Krishna Darshana, Buddha Vriddhi, Virinchipada, Shuddhanantanandagiri, Vidyanidhi, and Chidvidasa. In addition to this, Tripura Kumara, Divakara, Girija Kumara, Lakshmana, Hastamadaka. Hastamadaka, of course, we have already discussed. These disciples are considered as the disciples who were entrusted with the task of re-establishing the Shanmathas. Now this Bhanumarichi, Shuddha Kirti, all these disciples, we do not know any work attributed to them, nor we come across these names in any other Shankara Vijayas. Now, in the Sri Vidyarnava Tantra, which is attributed to Vidyaranya, again it is unlikely since the work refers to King Praudhadeva of the 15th century, who wrote after the period of Vidyaranya. It is unlikely that the work was composed by Vidyaranya. Could be a disciple or some follower of Vidyaranya, someone in the tradition of Vidyaranya. There are 14 disciples of the Acharya are mentioned. The disciples included 5 monks and 9 grihasthas. The monks were Padmapada, Bodha, Girvana, Anandatirtha, and another Shankara. Shankara the Guru also had Shankara the disciple. Apart from these, there were 9 grihasthas who were Sundara, Vishnu Sharma, Lakshmana, Mallikarjuna, Trivikrama, Sridhara, Kaparadi, Keshava, and Damodara. Now, what is the most interesting thing here is that the list of sannyasi disciples includes only Padmapada, and all the other names are excluded. So all these things, they force us to reconsider on the contemporaneity of the 4 disciples and Shankaracharya. This point is highlighted by the great scholar Sri Dr. S. Shankaranarayana Shastri in his Shankara and his disciples. So inspired by that, we just survey on the views about the other disciples. Firstly, coming to Sureshwaracharya, as we were discussing a while ago, some biographies, they identify Sureshwaracharya's Purvashrama, that is Vishwarupa with Mandana and Umbeka. And his wife is called as Amba or Sarasavani or Bharati, etc. Now, before we see whether Sureshwara was a contemporary or no, let us first disambiguate who this Sureshwara was. Were Vishwarupa and Mandana one and the same? No. It is very, very clear that the two were distinct. What Madhaviya says and what a few other works say are unreliable. They are fictitious accounts. It is made very, very clear by Vyasacharya, who refers to both the names as 2 different individuals. One who was defeated by Bhagavad-pada in the debate, and one who receives Upadesha from Bhagavad-padacharya immediately after the immolation of Kumari the Bhatta. So the two are different there. Apart from that, it may be noted that that is Sureshwaracharya in his works has been critical of Mandana Mishra. Mandana Mishra has been even referred to as Pandita Mani, as a self-proclaimed scholar. So Sureshwara would not abuse his own work, review his own work. It is completely unacceptable that Sureshwara and Mandana were one. We will come to Mandana later, and now let us see Vishwarupa. Who is this Vishwarupa? Now, one of the Vishwarupa that we know is a commentator on the Yajnavalkya Smriti. He had written a commentary called Balakrida on the Yajnavalkya Smriti. Why this conjuncture arises is because one of the commentators on this Balakrida, he refers to Bhavabhuti Sureshakyam Vishwarupam Namamyaham. That is, he identifies all the 3 characters. Now, Bhavabhuti, the well-known poet, he was also called as a well-known dramatist, he was also known as Umveka. So this Umveka was Bhavabhuti, is almost established. R.D. Karmarkar and other scholars have very clearly established that Umveka was none other than Bhavabhuti, and Kuppaswamy Shastri and others also have accepted this theory. But identifying all the 3 is done in one of the works, in one of the commentaries on Yajnavalkya Smriti, where all the 3 are identified. Now, how to distinguish this? It is through the fact that on the topic of the right of Dvijas to embrace sannyasa, there is a difference in the view presented by Sureshwaracharya and Vishwarupa. Sureshwaracharya held the view that Dvija refers to Brahmins. Dvija refers to all the three Varnas. Brahmana, Kshatriya and Vaishya, all the three had the right to embrace sannyasa. He says this in his Brihadaranyaka Bhashya, Brihadaranyaka Vartika. On the other hand, Vishwarupa in his Balakrida very categorically states that the word Dvija should be exclusively applied to the Brahmana and not to the other two Dvija Varnas. So on the same topic, Vishwarupa and Sureshwara have different views. So accepting Vishwarupa and Sureshwara as one is also questionable. But still, accepting Vishwarupa, a commentator on Yajnavalkya Smriti with Sureshwaracharya is unlikely. Possibly he was known by the name Vishwarupa, another Vishwarupa, because someone as great as Vidyaranya Swami also refers to him as Vishwarupacharya in a couple of places. And now let us see the internal works of Sureshwaracharya. In his Taitiriya Bhashya Vartika, he says, Taitiriya Kasarasya Vartikamritam Uttamam Maskarinda Pranitasya Bhashyasya etad Vivechanam Mumukshu Sarthavahasya Bhavanama Bhrato Yatihi Yatehe Shishyaschakara Tad Bhaktya Sureshakyo Maharthavit. He says, the disciple of a yati, disciple of a sannyasi named Bhava has composed the Bhashya, has composed the Vartika on the Bhashya on Taittiriya Upanishad. Now, some argue that the use of the name Bhava is an indirect reference to the name Shankara, because Na Guru Nama Grihniyat is an injunction. Keeping that in mind, but it is unlikely because he refers to Shankara Bhagavad-pada as Shankara in his other works or in other verses. Yat prajnodadhi Yat prajnodadhi yukti shabdanakhaja shraddhaika sannaikada sthairya stambha mumukshu dukkhita kripa yatnotha bodhamritam pitva janma mriti pravaha vidhura moksham yayur mokshinah tam vande trikuda prasuta mamadam vedhobhidam madgurum. Here, in this particular verse, he refers to his guru. Earlier, he named that his guru was a yati called Bhava, yati who bore the name Bhava. Here, he says that his guru was named Vedhas or Vedha. And this guru Vedha belonged to the Atri Gotra. So, in both the cases, there is no indication towards Shankaracharya being his actual guru. Then coming to the Brihadaranyaka Vartika, he says, Yam Kandvo Pinishat Chadena Sakalam Nayartha Samshodhinim Sanchakrur Guravon Ravutta Guroha Vrittim Satam Shantaye Artha Vishkaranam Kutarkika Krita Ashanka Samuchittaye Tasya Nyaya Samashratena Vachasa Prakramyate Deshatah. That is, he says that this Vartika is being composed only to refute all the criticisms or all the misinterpretations of the pristine philosophy of Bhagavad-pada Acharya, which were done by all perverted people. That is, he says, Kutarkika or false logicians, all the misinterpretations of the pristine philosophy which was undertaken by false logicians. In order to refute those, this Vartika is being composed, which implies that between the time when the Bhashya was composed and when the time this Vartika was composed, some generations of critics of Bhagavad-pada must have lived. And this is made further clear in the next metaphorical verse from the Brihadaranyaka Vartika, where reference is made to the well-known critic of Shankara Bhagavad-pada named Bhaskara. He says, Ashaydad उदयात् तथास्तगिरतो भास्वद्यशो रश्मिभिः व्याप्तं विश्वम् अनन्धकारम् अभवत् यस्यस्म शिष्येरिदम् आरात् ज्ञानगभस्तिभिः प्रतिहतश्चन्द्रायते भास्करः तस्मै शङ्करभानवे तनुमनो वाग्भिर्नमस्यात् सदा. At the end he says that I offer my salutations to the sun in the form of Shankara Bhagavad-pada. Now, if Bhagavad-pada is the sun, Bhaskara, the real sun, becomes faded like the moon. Even the sun appears to be dull like the moon in the presence of the sun named Shankara Bhagavad-pada. So here this must be taken in the light of the fact that Bhaskara here refers to the critic of Bhagavad-pada. And the date of Bhaskara, we know, is somewhere as late as the 8th century. As late as the 7th century. And another reason that supports this conjecture is that Vachaspati Mishra, who is said to be a very, very ardent follower of the Mandana Prasthana and who established his own Bhamati Prasthana, although he refers to Padmapada on a couple of occasions, he does not make any reference to Sureshwaracharya. It is absurd that someone like the Bhamatikara would conveniently forget the name of Sureshwaracharya if he had ever lived before him. So all these indicate that Sureshwaracharya must have lived at least 2 or 3 centuries after Shankara Bhagavad-pada. He must have been possibly a contemporary of Vachaspati Mishra. Coming to Padmapadacharya. Can we accept Padmapadacharya as a direct disciple? That also is a bit questionable. Because he too says that amongst his disciples, one of the verses he says that Yadvaktra manasa sarah pratidabdha janma bhashya makaranda rasam pibanti pratyasham unmukha vinita vinaya bhrangan tan bhashya vittaka gurun pranatosmi murdhana. So Padmapadacharya says that I offer my salutations to all the gurus who know the bhashya. Tan bhashya vittaka gurun pranamami murdhana. Bhashya vittaka means the experts in the exposition of the bhashya. In the Advaita Parampara, the only known bhashyakara is Shankara Bhagavad-pada. So bhashya vittaka gurun, it very, very clearly implies that there have been some gurus who lived before Padmapadacharya who were exponents of the Shankara Bhashya. So this particular verse is also an indication of the fact that he offers his salutations to the gurus who lived before him and who taught this Shankara Bhashya. So this was, and as far as the date of Padmapadacharya is concerned, since Vachaspati Mishra makes reference to Padmapadacharya, we may assume that Padmapadacharya possibly lived about a century after Shankara Bhagavad-pada. At least 2 or 3 generations of gurus might have passed before them. And my last thing is about the Sarvagnya Peetha. While there are biographies which have counter views, while there are counter views on where this Sarvagnya Peetha was located, whether it was Kashmir or Kanchi, if we refer to the original works of Bhagavad-pada, he says, Bhagavatvam Sarvajñatvam in his Brahma Sutra Bhashya. That is, Sarvajñatvam means the godness. It is only the God who is the creator of the whole universe can be called as Sarvajña. Again, he is critical of the followers of Sankhya and Nyaya for calling their respective founders as Sarvajña. So under these circumstances, it is very, very unlikely that Shankara Bhagavad-pada would have even accepted to be called as Sarvajña, for leave alone going and sitting a throne whereby he would be called as Sarvajña. So that is again something totally a creation of our biographers only to elevate the personality of Shankara Bhagavad-pada. He being Shivavatara is Sarvajña. There is no need to say that, but still out of their genuine reverence they have done this. And about Shanmata, I wanted to speak, but Dr. Murthy has already mentioned that. See, equally important is that we also need to revisit the Bhagavad-pada's contribution towards the institution of the 10 order of monks, Dashanama Sampradaya, and founding of mathas. 4 mathas, 5 mathas, all these debates may go on, but Bhagavad-pada himself does not indicate in any of his work about any matha. He, in fact, in his Shiva Aparadha Kshamapana Stotram says, Paurohitnyam Rajani Charitam Gramanitvam Niyogo Matha Patyam Hinratavachanam Sakshivadaha Parannam Brahmadvesha Khadajanaratihi Praninam Nirdayatvam Mabhudevam Mama Pashupate Janma Janmantareshu. That is, he says that, may in any birth of mine I not seek some evils like hating Brahmins, Brahmadvesha, or Khadajanarati, or affinity towards evil people, or speak lies, or seek to become the head of a monastery, or to seek to become a Mathadipati. So this is the view of Shankara Bhagavad-pada as far as presiding over a monastery is concerned. Now, if Shankaracharya says so, Vidyaranya reiterates the same. In his Jivan Mukti Viveka, he says, Ataeva bhikshuhu aniketa sthitireva tadanim tasmin mamatve sati tadiya hanivriddhyoho chittam vikshipet. He says that a monk must not have a dwelling place of his own. If he has a matha, etc., then that would only lead to his attachment towards that particular matha. Yatha mathona parigrhniyat. One must not have a matha. This is the view of Vidyaranya Swami, which is nothing but a reiteration of what Shankara Bhagavad-pada says. There are many more such loose ends which need to be resolved. As many of the scholars who spoke before me mentioned, we need a multi-pronged approach. Epigraphy, literature alone won't suffice. Collective and multi-pronged approach might help us. But most important, I would say, though the workshop is for the historiography of Bhagavad-pada Acharya, it is the philosophy of Bhagavad-pada Acharya and his contribution to the protection of Sanatana Dharma and preservation of Sanatana Dharma that we are thinking of having a workshop on his historiography. So we must celebrate his great contributions to the Sanatana Dharma, and there is no doubt that the reverence that Bhagavan Vedavyasa deserves from every Sanatani, the same is also to be accorded to Bhagavad-pada Acharya. With these words, I take your leave. Namaskaram. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And for the last presentation of our workshop, so I would like to invite Srimati Rekha Venugopal to present the paper on behalf of Sri Appu Panikkar. And the paper, title of the paper is Unique Particulars from Kerala about Adi Sankara. A brief introduction of Sri Panikkar Thappu Nambudiri. He was born in 1944 into the Panikkar Mana at Kattukambal, Thrissur, as the son of late Sri Panikkar Narayanan Nambudiri and the late Srimati Savitri Andrajanam. He completed his BSc at Kerala Varma College, Thrissur, and went on to serve at FACT Kochi, retiring in 2003 as Deputy Chief Engineer. Under his guidance, nearly 300 children were trained during vacation in Gayatri Upasana. After the age of 65, he was blessed to meet 4 selfless Karma Yogis, Sri Malliyur Shankaran Nambudiri, Sri Shankarananda Brahmananda Swamiyar, Sri Advocate Athrasheri Agnisharman Nambudiri, and Sri Kilimanur Kerala Varma with their encouragement. He authored Nambudiri Sarvasam, a 14-volume history of Kerala spanning 3,000 years. He also wrote his autobiography, Nyogam, and 2 works titled Nitya Karma. I request Sri Appu Panikat also to be on the stage. Over to you, ma'am.
I do not know how to begin. It is too late. My battery is down, very down, because I was supposed to be here by 3:30 and finish by 3:50. But everything is upside down now. I have to get back to my place before it is too late. So I just remained because of Sir. I thank everyone who were instrumental in giving me an opportunity to be here before you. Thanks for everything. Now, respected Appu Panikar sir, Appu Nambudiri Panikat sir, and respected organizers and my dear audience. I am here to read the paper prepared by the very famous, a great scholar and author of many books, Appu Nambudiri Panikat sir, and with your blessings and permission, shall I begin? Okay, here we go. The topic is unique particulars from Kerala about Adi Sankara. Here we have a little bit of legend about the Shankaracharya family. Varahamurti was the Grama Deva or Devata or deity of Pannur village 3000 years ago. In this village, there were about 5,000 Rigvedi, Yajurvedi, and Samavedi Nambudiri Ilams. All were authorities on Vedas. The origin of Paraivetta Pandirugulam was in this Pannur village in the 5th century AD. Agnihotri, who was prominent in them, performed 99 yajnas to sustain the Vedic culture in India. The participants of these yajnas include Arvanjeri Tamburakal and 8 Brahmin families. They are termed Ashtagrihakas, and among them were Vella, Parur, Muriyat. In AD 6th century, with the help of Chola Perumar, 4 Nambudiris of Pannur village did some evil in the idol to destroy the Chaitanya of the village god Varahamurti. Distressed deeply by this, Vella, Parur, Muriyat families fled from Pannur, and those in Kaipalli Ilam fled too and settled at Murikulam in Paravur Karagam. The Vella family, including the Kaipalli Illam, about 1,300 years ago, migrated from Murikulam and settled at Manyapra after becoming victims of the anger of Paravur Karagam authority. The Shiva temple known as Vrishagiri Telapalli Thevar is situated at Manyanikad Hill on the Manyapra road. Due to the blessings of this Vrishagiri Thevar, this region flourished and became very prosperous. About 70 Nambudiri families, including Kaipalli Illam, lived there. The Shiva temple, Trikkanam Madilagam Mahashiva Kshetra and Padashala, side headings are given. Shiva temple built 2000 years ago was a Mahashiva temple with 7 boundary walls, 7 gopuras during the time of the reign of Perumal. The Pradishta was 21 feet high and 2 feet broad Shivalinga. It was the then Perumal who also started the Rigveda Padashala. 500 years ago, the Zamarin, with the help of the Dutch, destroyed this temple and Gopuram. Later, that Shivalinga platform was taken to Kochi port and used as anchorage for ships. At that time, the king of Kochi had given refuge to the Gauda Saraswati Brahmins who had fled from Goa 300 years ago. So with the permission of the Britishers and the Kochi Raja, this Shivalinga was taken out of the backwaters and set up near their Tirumaleshwara temple pond as the Udayaneshwar temple, and more details can be had from Nambudiri Saraswam Volume 1. The Rigveda Padashala in Trikanamadilagam was restarted 500 years ago near Vadakanada temple. The next heading is Adyamba, the mother, and Shankaracharya, the son. It is believed that Sri Shankara was born when Surya and Moon, Jupiter and Saturn were in the Ucharashi. Some say his star is Tiruvadira in the month of Meda, and others that it is Magayiram. Shankara Jayanti is celebrated on Vaishakha Panchami day. Shankara was born to Shivagaran Nambudiri, known as Shivaguru of Kaipalli Mana in Kalady, and Arya Andarjanam, known as Aryamba of Melparur Illam. He was born after praying to Vadakanathan for many years. When Shankara was 2, Shivaguru passed away. After Upanayanam, Shivaguru wanted to go or follow sannyasa, and Aryamba was forced by fate to give him permission for Shankara to follow sannyasa. So Shankara left his mother, promising to be at her side when she needed him, and left on his mission. And as years passed, and as promised, he came to her when the end was near. When the relatives and the virtuous Brahmins did not allow him to carry out the last rites, saying that Sri Shankara had not followed the Kerala traditions in sannyasa, and mother's last rites and other karmas should not be done. They stripped away the Vedic authority of those who were ready to help him, the Talayatum and also the Kapili. Shankara prayed, and then he told them that he would do it alone. The pyre was made. They even forbade the lighting of fire. Sri Shankara, who had gained the fire of knowledge, rubbed the coir onto his right palm and ignited the fire and did the cremation alone. Then he felt sad at the thought of how he could perform Udagakriya, Pindam, Diksha, Sabindi, etc. An old Brahmin appeared then before him. He promised to help Shankara perform all the Pitrukarmas. They both reached the courtyard of Tiruvallam Shiva temple. Shankara bathed in the Karamana river, performed all the rites to his satisfaction at the instruction of the old Brahmin. The old man disappeared suddenly. Later, Shankara found out that the old Brahmin was Sri Parshuram himself, who had come in his time of difficulty. Sri Shankara, without delay, took the sand and earth from the holy river of Karamana and made a Vigraha of Parshuram and installed it at Tiruvallam Shiva temple courtyard facing north. Shiva's darshan is towards south. Tiruvallam temple is the only temple installed in Kerala by Sri Shankara. Today, this is the only temple where there is Dvaja Pradishta for 2 gods. Only temple where one can sit facing south and do the last rites. There is provision for doing it at all times. It is believed that when our parents die, pinda is made in the family. Religious ceremonies are observed. Sabindi is performed, and after that, Andu Shraddha. As the saying goes, it is Illam, Vallam, and Nelli. That is the order. Next comes the next heading, Sri Shankara Digvijayam. The translation by Sri Subramanyam Tirumumbu of Vidyaranya Swamigal's Shankara Vijayam, the translation of Sri Madambu Chitran Nambudiri of Shankaracharya Charidam of Govindacharya Kirti, Sri Gandanada Swamigal's Sri Shankaracharya, a short work, Sheshadri's Sri Shankaracharidam published by Kalady Advaita Ashram, Malayalam translations of Sri Shankaracharidam of Dina Dayalji are the only Malayalam books on Sri Shankara. In the foreword it is said that in writing his book, Sri Sheshadri has examined the work Sri Shankara and Ramanujam by Rajendra Ghosh, who was previously the Sri Ramakrishna Mission secretary and later a sannyasi, and Sri Dana Ganobadya Suri's quotes and about 700 slokas from another original work in Shankara Digvijayam commentaries. In Ullur's words in his book, The History of Literature, there are references to this, or we can say that there are related statements. In those days, widows during auspicious time had to take bath in the river for a month, the lunar months of Magha and Vaishakha. There is a legend that to help out his mother, he changed the course of this river to flow south of the Illapuredam. Then the Sri Krishna temple faced danger, so according to the divine darshan Shankara received, he installed it at its present place. At this time, the Kerala Perumal was Rajashekara Varma. At Panniyur village near Trikandiyur, Acharya Swamigal met Vishnu Sharma, a worshipper of Nyayasimha. He had lost all his wealth in trade and became an ascetic and accepted sannyasa by taking the name Sanandan. Along with him, Shankara went to Badariya Ashram and within 4 years, meditating at Vyasa Guha, composed commentaries for Brahma Sutra, Deshovinishad, Bhagavad Gita, and Vishnu Sahasranamam. Shankara started on his Digvijaya Yatra or journey, and many followed the journey, and the number exceeded 3,000. One opinion is that after making arrangements for establishing monasteries at Jyotirmath near Badrinath, Jagannathapuri, and Dwaraka, and one disciple each becoming the head of these monasteries, and the propagation of the dharma in their respective areas, and made Madhanyayam, and giving it to them, he disappeared at Kedar. Another is that he returned to Trishurperur and attained Samadhi at Trishur, and his physical body was placed in Samadhi at the Vadakanada temple. Now we come to the Shankaracharya tradition in Kerala, Swamiyar Muds. The place where the Sri Shankara temple is situated today, east of the present Sri Shankara bridge in Kalady on the northern bank of the Aluva river, also known as Churniyar, Purna Nadi, Periyar, the place where Aryamba was cremated. Kaipalli, Illapuredam, including this part along with the Puredam, the place in the northwest of Kaipalli and the place of Kaipalli family deity, Sri Krishna Swami Temple Puredam is also said to have belonged to this illam. During the Chadurmasya period, sitting in any ashram is a Chadurmasa ritual, composing commentaries on the Badaranya, Brahma Sutra, the Deshovinishad, the Bhagavad Gita, Vishnu Sahasranamam, Sanal Sujadiyam, Lalita Srishadi, and scripting Viveka Chudamani, Sarva Vedanta Sara Sangraham, etc. And during the other 10 months, conducting Digvijaya Yatra and winning the scholars of each region to make them recognize his religion by the propagation of Dharma, the religion of Advaita, or the philosophy of Advaita and non-dualism. While traveling around spreading Dharma, he had an inkling of his mother's last days and went to her side and performed the last rites, as we have seen. Illatodi, where the mother was cremated, is still kept separate, and a lamp is lit every day, and it is specially protected. It was later run by Thrissur Tekkemat, where the Shankaracharya temple and the Sharda temple were established by Sringeri Mutt, and that place is under their supervision in the temple complex. Now the Tekkemat and the land belonging to it are under the administration of Sringeri Mutt. Together with the 4 disciples, Sri Shankara, who set out for the Dharmajarana, brought Panja Shivalingas from Kailash and installed them each: the Paralinga Pradishta at Nilakanta temple at Nepal, Muktilinga Pradishta at Kedar, Mokshalinga Pradishta at Chidambaram, Bhogalinga Pradishta at Sringeri, Yogalinga Pradishta at Kanchi, Sri Chakra Pradishta at Kanchipuram, and Sharda Pradishta at Sringeri. It is said that it was he who brought Saraswati to Kerala and installed her near the Jyotirlinga in the Moogambiga temple and obtained her promise to be present at the Thekadi Mutt in Thrissur on the evening of the 8th day, Ashtami Sandhya of Navaratri. After Sarvajna Pidarohana, the foundation that was there earlier at Thrissur, where the Shankara temple is now considered as Shankara Samadhi worshipped by Keralites. There are differences of opinion as to whether the place of Samadhi was at Kedaranath or Kanchi, and Ullur opines that the establishment of monasteries near the Guru's Samadhi by the disciples in itself justifies the reason for this belief. And the next, Sri Shankara Mutt and its temples in Kerala. It is believed that Sri Shankara studied the Sanskrit dramas written by Rajashekara Varma, who was the then ruler of Kerala, and that he had become a great devotee of Shankara. He had built and donated Madapras to stay for each of the 4 disciples of Shankara on the eastern bank of the western Chira, a little to the west of the Vadakanatha temple in Thrissur. They are Tekke Mutt, Idayil Mutt, Naduvil Mutt, and the Vadake Mutt, known as the Swamiyar Mutt at Thrissur. Rituals were established by Sri Parshuram for the Nambudiris and the others of Kerala. Rajashekara Varma convened a meeting of the 4 disciples of Acharya, all the village priests, Ashtavaidyans, etc. of Kerala in South Kollam, and discussed each suggestion for ritual reforms in detail. It is thought that the improvements agreed upon were codified and made effective from the first month of Chingam. The day was fixed as the auspicious Muhurtam according to his chief astrologer Govinda Pandidar, and that day became the first day of the year in Kerala. Till then, sannyasa was received from a certain guru along with ritual. The person lived in a place as a bhikshu and performed Chadurmasyam connected to some temple. It was further stipulated that it should be in the lineage of Sri Shankara, and accordingly 4 persons were given sannyasa by each disciple, and after making arrangements for them to live in those monasteries in Thrissur, the disciples of Sri Shankara returned to their respective monasteries. The disciple of Padmapada Acharya stayed in the southern monastery, the disciple of Todagacharya in the Idayil monastery, the disciple of the Sureshwara Acharya in the Naduvil monastery, and the disciple of Hasta Malaga Acharya in the northern monastery. The arrangements were made in such a way that one became the senior Swamiyar and the head of the Mutt in the order of seniority of taking sannyasa and discipleship. the disciples were called Pisharas. In the north, near the Trichambaram temple, each monastery was built to accommodate these 4 lineages, and arrangements were made to perform floral offerings at the temple in north and to propagate Dharma. After the defeat of at the hands of Cholas in the war, the 5 minutes. The last of the Chera, Perumal, Devivarma, Kulashekaran resigned the position as Chakravarti, and the rulers of each region became independent kings. During the reign of Marthandavarma, a new Idavil mud or Trikakara mud, a new mud was formed, and that is Munchira mud with traditional lineage. The Vadake mud properties, except for the Malappuram at Trichambalam, all the properties and mud were donated at Changaliyod Vadyan for the study of Vedas for the students of Thrissur. Subsequently, Vadake mud and its properties became the Rigveda school, now known as the Thrissur Brahmaswam mud. The Tekke mud in Thrissur have Madaprams and also about 12 Devasams, and there are many temples like Tripanmunda temple, Pulapata, Kutala temple, Kallu temple, etc. Altogether, 18 temples are there. It is also said that the king of Kochi exchanged Vaitila temple and the Attur temple. There is also Alur temple and Madapuram near Kecheri in Thrissur district. In the earlier days, scholars were housed close to Swamiyar Madas, and the residents were trained in the 3 systems. All this came to an end with the enactment of the Land Act of 1970. In Thrissur, during the Navaratri, Saraswati Jabam and Vakyartha Sadas used to be held by Vedic scholars. Now, only on the day of Ashtami Sandhyas, Saraswati Jabam is conducted after dusk, followed by special pujas, Varamiripu, each in each monastery. Mupil Swamiyar, who was the head of the mud, and there were 8 to 10 Ilamura Swamiyas in the Madaprams. Villumangalam Swamiyar, Perangulathu Kapra Swamiyar, and Nageri Swamiyar, the stories connected to them are well known. So, for want of time, I conclude. He says, we hope and pray workshops like this will inspire people, young and old, to learn, study more about Adi Sankara and his tradition of Hindu Dharma, the Advaita philosophy, the non-dualism, and help to stand united and safeguard the Hindu culture. Jai Bharat, Hari Om. And before that, I thank all who are instrumental in bringing me here to be a part of this particular workshop. I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. So, I, Jirekha, sign off. Bye. Hari Om.
So with this, we come to the end of our workshop. Now we are honoring our speakers. I request all the speakers to come to the stage. Dr. Neelakantan sir, Dr. Anand Raj, Mr. Ajian Kaipilli, Mr. Ramachandran Kapilli, Saraswati Andarjanam. I request everyone to be on stage. I request Mr. B. Sridhar, our patron, to honor our speakers.
Murli. Murli.
With this, we come to the end of the program. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you all.